Thank you. You are so just welcome to Mtembei live show. We are here is where we gather so that we share ideas. We talk about what has happened during the day, what the government of the day is trying to do to the citizen of each citizen of Kenya, and the things stand and the things the way they are. We need to be vigilant. We need to be at least to be strong enough so that at the end of the day we can be able to hold the government accountable, because we are seeing a trend that is not, which is not good to part of Kenya, and we are also seeing a scenario whereby that the government seems to be on rampage to ensure that the each citizen are no longer be able to afford food, education, and so forth. Therefore, that's why we hold our show here. We welcome everybody here. Diverse ideas are welcomed. We are different on different show. We are on different sites, that is YouTube, LinkedIn, and Twitter. And also recently we shall be back on Facebook, but currently we are not there. So wherever you are, just feel free to join us here so that we, at the end of the day, we shall have an interactive session so that all of us will learn something at the end of the day, so that we will be able to make Kenya a great country. So we have seen some kind of trends that are happening which are not well, starting with the things to do with the government sponsorship to public university. These are the things that really they were helpful to the poor person and the people who are in the lower class. Those people who are living from hand to mouth. But the thing stands and the thing seems to be is that there are already plans to abolish such kind of an act or such kind of help to the needy students. This one will not only lead to the skyrocketing of the public university fee, but also will lead to auctioning of degrees, whereby a person with the largest amount of money will be likely to buy the degree, because it will be about money and not about the quality of education. So the other issue also you look at it is more of relief food. It seems that also the government is trying to distribute food in terms of areas that were more likely, the areas that were allied to Kenya Kwanza, without forgetting that Kenya is a country with 50 million Kenyans, and Kenya still stands as one united country, regardless of how politically we might be divided. Therefore, those are the issues that we are seeing and which are not well for the cohesion of our beautiful country, Kenya. We have also another issue to do with the KQ pilot strike. So it seems also more of being unprepared, because KQ had issued some alerts from the word go, but what happened is that the CS seems to divert the attention of Kenyans by saying it's a political sabotage. But as long as you are the CS, you have the mandate, you have the power. I expected an opposition member to cry of more political sabotage, not a government official. As you are standing here, is that more the minister should be giving solution and not complaints. Let the complaints remain with the citizen of our republic, not the ministers. The ministers are the people who are supposed to give solution. Also, if you have noted very well, is that also the minister Murkomen came wearing a KQ shirt, meaning that without even negotiating of anything to do with the strike, he had already taken a stand that he was supporting the government, that is the officials who are allied to government. So that means also it cast doubt if he's truly with a clean heart or goodwill to end the strike of the Kenyan pilot. So you are all welcome here. Just feel free to join our show so that we come, we have we exchange ideas, we look things at a different dimensional. So at the end of the day, we shall come up with a concrete idea or a plan to rescue our country, because the way the things seems to be, if you keep on the same trajectory, I'm looking at a country whereby it will remain just a country of few individuals and not the majority, the way the Kenya Kwanza government had earlier stated that it was there to serve the population and not the few elites. So wherever you are, from Facebook, from YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitter, you can join us here so that we can have an interactive session. You know, a show is a show when people are having different ideas, and these ideas are what the voice of the people is more a strong one. The voice of the people is the voice that when it calls for an action, the people will respond, those who are in government. Just to recap a little bit of what seems to be there is that I want to remind the government of the day is that what they are doing and the trajectory that they are taking, it seems not to be well with Kenyans. And one of the things that I want to say here categorically without fear or favor is that if there are Kenyans who voted for you and gave you that mandate to be the leader of the country, they have also the power to take back the mandate. It is very possible. It has happened. It will continue to happen, because the work of the government of the republic is to solve the issue that Kenyans are facing. And if it reaches to a point that those issues are being ignored, and it seems that they have lost the script, they have lost they have lost the needs, and they have lost also the idea that holds Kenya together. Therefore, they have no reason to stay there, because we entered in an implied kind of an agreement whereby we voted for you to become the president and the deputy president in favor that you give us a good life, a sustainable life, and more so a well life that is well balanced in different social class. If you can recall, things have been happening. We had the Arab Spring, which took place around 2001 to 2011. I'm sorry. That one consumed a lot of people. It started from Tunisia. Ben Ali was toppled over by the citizens. It went on to Egypt, where Hosni Mubarak did not survive. It continued ahead to Tripoli, that is Libya, where Muammar Gaddafi was also consumed. Unfortunately, it went to Algeria. It did not succeed, but it set a foot that ensured that the then president Abdulaziz Bouteflika had to seize power and to leave the power to the citizen. It did not stop there. It went ahead to Morocco, but in Morocco, it was not be able to top up the government of the day, but it initiated some changes that were monumental for the progress of a country. These are the things that are happening. They are there. Kenya does not exist in a vacuum. So at the end of the day, the government should be acutely aware that anything that they should do that is not favorable to the citizen, when the citizen anger shall be built to a point that of no return, then they will be have themselves to blame, because at that moment there will be no any negotiation, because the time for negotiation, the time to do for Kenyans work is now. The time to sit with Kenyans on the table to ask them what they want, what is best for them is now. When it reached to a point that they can no longer hold the waters, what it means that the mass action will be the only alternative being left. We don't wish it to be there, but if that is the only language they can hear, then we shall be willing and ready to take that course, if that what will give us an assurance of a better life in our beautiful country, Kenya. So we need to look it in a diverse way as a country when you talk about the funding of public university. As the thing stands now, a JAB student, that is the government-sponsored student, should pay at least 16,000 per semester, with the government catering almost 55,000 as part of sponsorship to the citizen, to the student in the public university. This one comes also with an help of Higher Education Loan Board, that also gives student a minimum of 32,000 and a maximum of 60,000. So what does it mean if then the funding of public university is cut short? It means there will be skyrocketing of the school fees for university students. These university students, they are students who have struggled from primary, secondary, up to university level, whereby they are coming from the humble background. So how will this person be able to manage 75,000 per semester? How will this individual be able to manage meals and everything else that are so high? And now it seems that the last nail of public funding seems to be lifted. We have a government that seems to be more interested in funding of political parties than the public university. Because so if you are aware, the UDA, ODM, Wiper, Tujibebe, Chama cha Kazi, and other political parties, all of them collectively pocketed around 1.5 billion. This is enough money to fund the students of public university, but their priorities are wrong because they seems that they are more concerned with their political survivorship than the student survivorship. This one will also lead to auctioning of degrees. When I'm talking about auctioning of degrees, is the individuals with money will be able to buy, because university must have to progress. They have to continue. They have to continue with their programs. And if the money is not there, what is likely to happen is those individuals with money, the more so the politicians will buy the degrees by giving out lump sum money so that they can be rewarded with such kind of degrees. So what we shall be having one of the highest level of fake degrees in this country, because the people who have money, you know very well, they don't like to take the genuine route, but the shortcut route. So we shall be having graduates, having other people with PhD, but they cannot even substantiate, cannot even defend anything that what they studied. So we have a problem. And I thought, as I had earlier stated here, if you want to kill a country, joke with education. Education is the backbone of every nation. Even today, the moment you are talking about long terms, short terms, medium plans, all that, as you can only substantiate that, you can only talk about that one because you went to class. If you did not go to class, you cannot differentiate long terms and short terms. So if we destroy the backbone of our country, where will we be heading as a nation? Because this is a problem that we need to sort out before things seems to be out of the bucket. Because there will be a big drop of people, of the students who will not be able to cater for the fees. There will be more of auctioning of degrees, whereby somebody with money gets the degree. Somebody who can be able to corrupt his way is get rewarded. We shall have also a scenario whereby the university will get privatized, because the moment you cannot operate under government instruction or government kind of something of sort kind, therefore it means you have to privatize so that you operate from an individual level. And you know what happens with the privatization is that privatization comes with what you call a profit. The difference between a public corporation and a private corporation is that a public corporation is aiming at providing services that are well to citizens, that ensure that citizens live a better life. But when you come to the private sector, they are more inclined to profit. So you can imagine now, with the kind of funding of university funding being lifted, then we privatize universities that were originally public. It means the school fees per semester might even be around 100,000, because a person cannot just start a business without looking at the profit. So these are the issues that are facing us. It's a reality, because the minister addressed it today and said the university should be prepared not to depend on funding from the state. And I was asking myself this a simple question. For example, when you pick Kenyatta University, started around 1983. This is a big university. What has changed? What has really changed now that they can be able to do, they can be able to fund themselves? Are there mechanisms and plans that have been initiated to ensure that the universities are in a position to fund themselves? Or just as something that is just a directive in the road show, just to show people that this government, maybe they're looking at self-sustaining system? You know, this university still existed. UN is the oldest one. Why is it that it is not be able to fund itself? Have they addressed that issue why the university cannot fund itself? Or they're just lifting the funding because they have just thought of it and they looked at an eye that this money is like going to wastage? If you want to address a problem, you start by addressing the why were university not be able to fund themselves since 2002 and even earlier than that. If you did not address that issue, therefore it will not be even be possible, and you shall have more problems than benefits. These are the things that are there. They're happening to some countries, and I don't hope that Kenya, the education will become a luxury. Education is a basic need. Education is something that somebody should be educated up to O level, that is up at least to Form 4. So now when you start saying, oh, funding is biased, these are the things that I'm telling you, if you are not vigilant well, we might be producing another very big illiterate generation, whereby those people will not be able to they will not be able to get the high education that we, some of us, that were able to get it because of this funding. Then you look at also the issue to do with the issue to do with the we look at the issue to do with the relief food. Gachagua seems to have forgotten that he is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. Whatever he does it for the country and not for an individual. But he seems to be more interested with Raila and more interested of attacking political opponents than doing the right thing. You look at also the distribution, how it has happened. Look at the areas that were plotted to get relief food. You can clearly see that some regions that were more inclined to Azimio have been left out at expenses of other regions. So is this the right thing to do as a government, whereby you distribute resources by looking of who supported you or who did not support you? So at the end of the day, should we have a country that has London as Nairobi and as maybe Kajiado as favela, whereby it is become a street of beggars, or having Turkana or having other region because of the political divide or because of championship of political party? These are the things that we need to ask ourselves. We need also to ask ourselves if we continue with the same route without looking at a bigger picture like a Kenya as a whole, because Kenya is one land. From Lokichogio to Vanga is one country. From Kisumu up to Isiolo is one country. But if you look at it in terms of who supported who did not support who, I think as a country we shall be going wrong. And I've seen somebody who have also said something that if the government is saying that it can no longer fund the university, they need to fund themselves. Also, we citizens, we should not be funding the government by paying taxes. They should always look at their way to generate resources and taxes so that they develop the country. Yes, Alex.
Yeah, Bari mkubwa.
Niko salama.
Yeah, I'm always thrilled with your resilience. Hata kama hakuna watu wanakuja show, you are always on time and you're making Mtembei to go on. We need people like you. And we thank God for people like you who don't fascistize the current regime, who are adamant and who are agitating. How I wish that God could hear our cry, that you will continue this way, and He may elevate you so that someday you'll sit in that August house and continue with this agitation. That is how leadership starts. It doesn't just crop up from the vacuum, and then you find yourself. People like Oledama, I remember when they were here, we used to sit down and talk, and we used to think it's far-fetched. Oledama used to sit down every evening, call us, and we used to talk and talk and talk. And as a senator, he has really performed well. Even Murkomen, when he was in here studying, we used to talk, and I never knew these kind of people one day they will, though they are in a different aisle, but that's how leadership starts. So thank you very much, Mr. Francis. Hopefully God will grant you that necessary effort. Siku moja tukuone your August house and you speak the way you are speaking that language. But the issue of higher education fund, it is something that we must look from both sides. We should criticize, but also we must ask ourselves. If you look at the year 2017 to 2022, under the last regime, the funding for education was a whopping 320 billion for all our education, putting on the fact that they put on masks there. After Corona, they said they are going to give children masks free. They are going to do all this, and they catered it into the budget. Before the election, we had a program whereby Baba said education is going to be free. And one of the people, one lady came here and asked, how is Baba going to bankroll it? Because Baba said it is going to be free 3 times. Remember, when he was agitating for free education, he said, when I say it's free, it's going to be free. The issue of education has been very difficult in Kenya. I know a guy that was written in the newspaper before the election that he had registered more than 100 pseudo schools that did not exist, that were secondary schools, and he was getting money out of it. The education sector has been a cash cow for a very long time. Why am I saying so? If you look at what the governors does, what the MPs does, what the MCS does, what the women rep does, what the senators does, what the government does, what the education committee does, everybody has money for education. So my question is, why should I even pay if I get a bursary from a local MCA, I get a bursary from my MP, I get a bursary, another bursary from my governor, and then I get another bursary from the national level? If that were to be true, that all that money that is being given, then I think, as Raila said, education should be free. Okay? So there is enough money. The question is, Francis,
yes,
why should the MP be given money for scholarship? The governor also issues scholarship. Remember how Omar Hassan and Joho walikosana ni because ya money as scholarship. Do you remember that? It started with the money as scholarship. He asked, why should the governor? And that was a legit question. Because money is given.
You know, one of the things that is a key problem is the corruption. Because if indeed this money that was allocated in terms of government spending on public schools, then there could be no need of being given a sponsor, because that sponsorship serves the same purpose as the government spending on education. It means there's some money that cannot be accounted for, and that is why we need, there is another on top of a problem, being another plan which is added on top of what was supposed to be there.
Exactly. 3 days ago, and I was reading it here, we have something called University Funding Board, UFB, the agency that allocates university funding on behalf of the government. This is the report they said. And I think this is what Matiang'i was fighting. He said, evidence has shown that a number of households in Kenya, especially those in the middle and upper income quadrants, may not require any financial support to put their children through university education, which is very true. You see, we have a problem here in Kenya that even mtoto wa minister anapatanga nini scholarship. You have seen that, Mr. Francis. Unapata, and we have seen it.
Wacha hata scholarship, hata help, unaona hiyo loan, they apply.
Yes.
They apply, by the way.
And that is why this higher education was saying, evidence has shown that a number of households in Kenya, especially those in the middle and upper income content, don't require financial support. Okay? That was perfect. Okay? Then they went up to say this way. And this is the greatest problem, the perfect storm. Our universities are facing a perfect storm. Why? Because of state funding is lower. Why state funding is lower? The universities, what they did was that they enrolled self-sponsored students were too much than the capacity of our universities. Even students who had E were taken in just because of financial issues. Now, and also there is unresolved mismanagement from Moi University, where a chancellor was taken off because he was not part of that community. So we have tribalized our universities.
He was called Professor Hero from Luyaland.
Yes, yes. So the results of the admission backlog, the government has started sending regular students who meet eligibility criteria for government funding to private universities. You see what they have done? Now, instead of the students who have gotten A to C plus to go to our private because of the backlog, because they have to wait 3-4 years. Now, they are being sent to private, and in that private universities, the government has to do what? Again, fund them in the private. And what is happening? Now, unaenda unasema, wewe ni minister ama you are upper class, unaenda nini Jogoo House, unasema mtoto wangu asiende Moi University, mtoto wangu asiende hapa, so that you create that backlog. Once you create that backlog, this is what happens. Wanaenda, anapelekwa Kabarak, anapelekwa Baraton, anapelekwa Strathmore, and what happened? The government pays it to the private universities. So that is a perfect storm. What I'm saying is this: we have an incompetent leader who has been put. He comes from my tribe, but I will tell you, just like Kaimenyi, we said Kaimenyi cannot handle this. Kaimenyi made us to have the longest strike in the history of the world. You remember how long did our teachers strike? A whooping almost 6 months. No, it was more than that. Kaimenyi strike was long, the longest in the history. And it used the savviness and connivingness of Sonko to bring back the teachers where? Because it was too long. So what I'm saying is this: Kenya Kwanza seems not to know what to do with the current situation. Secondly, they are punishing the beneficiaries of the people who have been eating the money from the education sector. They know very well where this money has been going. The money has not been going to students. It has been going somewhere. So they want to direct this money, but they don't have a way to do it. Thirdly, Kenya Kwanza now is using a tribal card. When you saw, I saw that there was funding that actually went without the approval, even before the Ministry of Education, the permanent secretary and the CS were given their jobs. There was already money that had gone to more universities. Okay, so we are questioning how, who sat, and how was it directed. So what we are saying is, the way the education sector has been a cash cow from previous regime, they are also targeting it so that they can start making it also a cash cow to themselves. There is money that must go. They must tell us this money that used to go and fund. Lastly, any progressive country dealing with the research and industry must fund its universities. That is how we progress. How do you expect Jomo Kenyatta research to go on with their researches without? Now they are saying we look for alternative funding. which number one is to increase the tuition. That is the number one thing. Now the question is to you, Mr. Francis, and my sister here, you feel. Are you saying then you are pro-hustlers if you want to increase the university fee? That means those who are capable to go to university are only the rich. The poor can only go to maybe polytechnic that are funded, which again are higher education. So the question is education going to be an equalizer in Kenya? No. The rich will get educated. The poor will have to go to Mjengo, the ones that he wants us to go, so that we can build those houses that he wants to build. Hapo ndio wanataka wapeleke watu na waambie kazi ni kazi. Asante sana.
Thank you. You know, I feel so bad because education is a right and not a luxury. When it becomes a luxury, as a country, we shall be destroyed. I think it's a basic need. The same way you eat, you do. Somebody must at least be educated so that you can open the opportunities of this country. Rhoda.
Yeah, hello, hi. I will not be in the here camera because some issue. I see today, hi everyone, hi brother, right? You know me, I call everybody brother. You're my brother and sisters. You know, we are all Kenyan, no matter the language we speak or tribe. We are all Kenyan, united by little by the God. You know me, I'm against tribal. I'm really against tribal because tribal is the one. I remember 2017 when Uhuru win the second period, he was talking against about tribal because he knew to 2013 he had a problem with the tribal, and he said this tribal is the one who is taken back, and he said I will bring Kenya together. And he told us, he told my community we have to come together because this tribal inatuletea nyuma, kwa sababu unaona vile walikosana na Raila 2013 2017 wakiwa wanafanya kampeni na kina Musalia Mudavadi na kina Waitangura walikuwa very angry because they thought tribe, and Uhuru Kenyatta atawambia we must hii tribe inatupeleka nyuma, you know, and thank God it came handshake because handshake have bring us together, you know. I'm very proud for that handshake. It bring us together. Like before we could not see the Luo community, they were very important. I could not see Luo community, they were very important. I could not see Masai community. But now Uhuru Kenyatta, he make me to love other tribes and to see everybody is very, because in fact Uhuru was, if people they know Uhuru, he was not tribal. He was just amazing guy who doesn't. If you see his cabinet, he was bringing all tribes. He didn't look at you, Kikuyu, every community. He was giving people chance. And it's very important we can have a government who is giving us people chance. And that's why we build our country, move forward. But when we have a tribalism, we will never move forward, you know. So I see today we're talking about education. Education is the key. Is a key. Even the young boy who come from the village, a Maasai boy or Turkana or Kikuyu, a village boy, need educations. Even Chinese people, they used to take their children to learn how to fix the car. And that's why our Africa continent can be good if we give other people chance. Education is a key. In fact, the government, they need to make the school free of charge from nursery school to the primary school to university, because many people, they can get chance, you know. And that's why you're always asking yourself, why in a country like Western world, they usually have the school for the, you know, I used to see like this country I'm living in Sweden, they have a school for the people who have a disability because they want them to get chance. Like these people are called Mongoli. Mongoli is people, they look different, their face. They used to make them, at least they can know have little bit knowledge. And they usually even to know how to speak English. You only wonder, are this girl Mongoli, a boy, know how to speak English? Because the government, that's why they make a new constitution 1997. Everybody, whether you have a disability, in the European Union, they make new constitution. Everybody need to have a chance, whether you are rich or poor, because education it's not because you can be clever, at least you can have a knowledge. You cannot count 1 + 1 is 2. And that's the way the country grow. You see a country like Japan, they usually learn how to fix the car when they are young boys. That's why you always, you know, I have my friend who live in Japan. I thought Japanese people, they fix computer. No, you think like that? It's not the truth. We was even Borea, kazi ya nini ya machuma. So I think Africa, we need to change this kind of attitude to look the people down because of the poor or the background. We need each other. You know, we need each other, black people. We need each other. Na sutisikia ati tunaona ati nini mzungu ni anaweza kuja kutuchenjia kazi nini. Hata wao kuna mashida. These people, white people, they have to. You come this country, there's a lot of homeless. They are sleeping in outside. Now it's a winter time. There are some people, they are sleeping even nowhere. But thank God, people for this country, they love their own country. We have an organization like churches, they feed their homeless. Even they have a place they can shower because sometimes they smell. So we are not waiting people to fix our country. We must come together. We make our country great. We are not waiting somebody come, George Bush to come or Obama. No, we have to start the Jerusalem, and Jerusalem is us. That's why I was discussing today with my friend. Tuko na tabia baya, tunaona mzungu kama ni Mungu. Hapana, hata wako na mashida mingi sana. We must start to fix, because hata wao wanaangalia they have to feed people are dying for food like a Yemen. Like this country, they used to help a country like Yemen. Yemen is the Middle East, where they used to die for the food. Yemen is people are hunger. It's the same like in Kenya. We have problem with hunger, like Turkanas, you know. Yeah, so we need each other, and we want the government. You know, I was thinking myself, God will never leave Africa go. God will never Kenya to go. Africa is always have a problem. It's Africa where military used to be abused. You can take a country like Mali. That man have been abusing his military. We don't want our country, our military to be abused. Our military are very educated. We want our military to be educated, to be respected, to be treated well, to get a good money. They can go to Afghanistan, to you know, even America military. It's not say that the Kenya military is not the same with America. They are the same. You know, it's the way you can make your country great. Our military, they can go and help Afghanistan where there is a war. They can't go like Somaliland to prevent a Kenyan. So that's why Kenya we want. And then something I want to say, sometimes I speak too much. Today I saw the flight. People, they are doing strike. I was very ashamed. I'm asking myself, the government, they are the one who have responsibility to take care of those people are traveling. I have never had since I was born at the flight they are doing demonstration. Is it because they don't pay them well? Is it because of they have a very bad environment? Because even if they don't have a good harmony, maybe they don't. So I was asking myself, like this SCA Mukren, he was talking about he is the one have a to help to make the flight to go. I was asking myself, like now, one boy in Turkana, in Kisii, is dying for food, and one boy in Kirinyaga, and one in Kioni, in Kiabu town, in Kiabu County, Kioni in Nyeri, they are dying for the food. And those money, they lost a lot of money, not to people to travel in. And then I was asking myself, those money, they'll help them to sleep in a hotel. Why can't go they feed that mother in Turkana? You know, those women in Turkana, they get children like crazy, and their breast is big. They don't have even milk. Instead of they think about how they can feed those people in Turkana, their big breasts, they cannot able to feed. They are breastfeeding. They are paying for the people to sleep in a hotel. Oh my God. It's very shame in Africa what we are. We have to wake up, Africa. Shame on you in Africa. And your own people are dying for food. A young boy Kisii, a young boy from Kirinyaga, a young boy Karejin is dying for the food. Shame on you enough. We have to wake up to stop this blackmail. Huh? Tuamke pamoja, tujenge nchi yetu, si mambo ya kucheza mchezo hauna. That is very shameful. Thank you.
Welcome. You know, as a country, the people are asking which way is out. I always say, and I will repeat this way: we have no contract to support government when it's doing wrong thing. If you can hire, you can also fire. Thank you. You feel?
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, you raise your voice, eh?
I know Alex will complain. How are you, everyone?
We are fine, Eugene. You talk so smooth. You make me sleep all the time.
Please don't sleep. You know, we love our country, but the things that are going on, just as Francis has said, if you have the ability to hire, you can also fire. The power is with the people. It's up to us to see whether we want to continue with what's going on or we can stop it. Once you stop the funding from the universities, how are people going to cope? Not everyone can afford to go to the universities. What is this government trying to tell us? We need education, like yesterday. So how are Kenyans, the hustlers that they were for? This government was for hustlers. What changed? Because the same hustlers are the ones who are being punished. Baba was advocating for free education. It means the government has money to cater for education. Why don't they just let go of the CDF and all the money that they have and then make education free? What is so hard in just making education free in case there are people, the ones they call cartels, who are having their businesses with the universities so that it stops once and for all? Once you stop funding the universities, most people will not be able to go to school, meaning it's going to be a country for a few. It's going to be a country for the rich. Because in this era, you can't get anything without education. Education is the key. And people strive to go to school. So where are hustlers? Where are the interests of the hustlers in this? Where is our country heading to? We know we have more youths. Where are you going to take them when you can't give them education, meaning you can't provide them with jobs? The kazi mtaani is gone. Everything is just going down like that. Where do we stand? It's up to us, the people. The power is with us. The people who have power up there, it's borrowed power. So we should rise up as a people. I hope the hustlers, the so-called hustlers, will might realize this sooner. Because the sooner they realize it, the better for everyone. Thank you.
So welcome, Eugene. You know, actually you have made me to remember something. KU ugali ni shilingi 7, kabeji ni shilingi 5, mchele ni shilingi ngapi? 12, lakini watu wanalala njaa. I'm telling you that ugali ni shilingi 7 na cabbage ni shilingi 5. That is 12 bob, but people are still sleeping hungry. Now imagine if you skyrocket that fee by almost 55,000, what will happen? So it's a big crisis, by the way. Kama watu mmeona kuna meme kanazunguka akisema kuinama, hiyo imeanza hapa university. Huku unakaanga unajichanganya, unalala mchana ndio lunch ipite, usikumbuke kama watu wanakula, ndio uone kama utakula usiku, ndio asubuhi usikunywe chai pia. It's a big problem. It's a big problem. JB.
Yeah, right there before JB. Yeah, right there before JB says something on that point you have said. and that is a global phenomenon, because if you go to intermediate school here and high schools here, universities here, there are people who have big businesses. And I did not know that until the other day when I was picking my kids from school, and I saw something I'd never seen. I saw a big tractor coming to pick up food that has been left by children. And that is, they go and take it and make it organic fertilizer. Now, what you have said, that kuna watu wanalala njaa, KU will cook, if the capacity is 50,000, they will cook for about 25,000. If 12,000 eat, the remaining food, they rather not give it to those who are poor, they rather dispose it and become organic manure. Can you understand that? That if you cannot pay, lazima tutaitupa iharibike, but we will not give it to you if you are not paying for us. So the question is, if shule imeenda ikapika for the capacity of 20,000 people, only 3,000 wamekula in that day. So are you going to punish the rest who are poor by going to throw that food and making Kenyans go hungry? Kenyans go hungry not because there is no food. It's because they cannot afford to buy. You can imagine. There is food in that school. It'd rather be thrown away. If you can't afford, you can't eat, unfortunately. Thank you.
So welcome. It's just a disturbing condition. Yes, JB.
Namna gani?
Usalama.
Hata mimi niko salama. Sasa hii hondo ya leo nilikuwa nataka tu kuongea kiasi, especially hiyo maneno ya kwa sababu imenihit direct kabisa. Sema tu kweli imenipata off guard. Kwa sababu kulingana na umri ya watu wangu wenye ninashughulikia, watoto wamepatikana tu wakati sasa hiyo pesa inahitajika. Very soon itakuwa inahitajika very soon. Kwa sababu hiyo pesa imesaidia especially ile ya university. Watu huwa wanasoma alafu wanadaiwa polepole. The moment hiyo kitu itatolewa, kusema ukweli itaumiza watu. Na hiyo inafaa watu wakatae. Even though sasa sijui government kama kuna mtu mwerevu kwa serikali anafaa kupatiana mwelekeo kwa viongozi, kwa sababu hapo nayo wameteleza vibaya. Alafu ukiangalia mambo ya education sana sana, venye ndugu yangu mwingine amesema hiyo pesa ni mingi for sure. Hiyo pesa ni mingi ambapo haifai kukuwa ina complain ati sijui nini ama nini, but sasa wakiamua ati hakutakuwa na kusaidia wanafunzi, mimi naona kama kuna venye wanati hiyo pesa iende mahali ingine ambapo si kitu mzuri, kwa sababu kuna wanafunzi wengi wenye hawana anything, lakini wamekuwa wakitegemea ile government inalipa, alafu sasa wanajazia hiyo ya juu. Imagine in a case whereby government haitajaza hiyo ya juu, sijui nani ataenda secondary. Kwanza wachana tu hata na university. Kwa hivyo hapo kwa education inafaa iangaliliwe sana. Alafu bado tukiangalia kwa education kuna hii maneno ya CBC. Nimesikia president ataamua by December mahali wenye wako grade 6 saa hii wataenda. Hiyo system kusema ukweli ni mbaya, kwa sababu wanafunzi wako grade 6 na ni wadogo sana. Umejua si kila mahali kuna day school penye anaweza tembea akirudi venye anatembeaga akienda kwa primary. Wakiamua hawa watu waende secondary, kwanza itakuwa the longest boarding yenye inaleta stress kwa wanafunzi. Kwa sababu ukianzia kwa kiwango ya standard 7 wewe umeanza secondary yako kwa boarding, by the time unamaliza shule hiyo inakuwa stress kwa mwanafunzi. Wengine ni wadogo sana, kwa hivyo nimesikia anataka kuamua kama wataenda kusomea from secondary ama watabaki primary. Kama kuna ule anasikiza mwenye, kwa sababu nasikia wanasikiaga hii Mtembei, hao wanafunzi mimi nikiangalia inafaa wabaki kwa primary school. Some are very young, some are ladies, na tusiamka asubuhi anaenda kwa secondary ya mbali, juu si kila primary school iko na branch ya secondary. Itabidi waende mbali sana, na si kila mzazi atakuwa na uwezo ya kuweka mwanafunzi wake kwa boarding. Yani ni disaster. Umejua mtu akiwa mkubwa kidogo anaweza enda kama kundi hivi, lakini bado inakuwaga riski. Sasa saa hii ikikuwa hata pia sijui itakaa aje. Mambo ya KQ kuenda strike, kama mtu anaweza sema ni political, I don't think ni political, kwa sababu hiyo ni kitu imekuwaga kutoka kitambo, hata wakati ya Moi, but haikuwa rampant sana kama saa hii. Nakumbuka kuna wakati fulani KQ walienda strike, but Moi alikuwaga na method yake ya kusolve problem. Alikuwa amewapatia ultimatum mpaka siku fulani, kama watarudi kazi atachukua Air Force ndio wanaenda kuendesha hizo ndege. Certification ya Air Force na hizo commercial flight venye zinaingiana, sijui mambo ya aviation, but nakumbuka Moi aliwathreaten akasema ikifika siku fulani kabla mjaingia kazi, Air Force inaenda kuchukua hizo ndege ianze kuendesha. Na hii ni kitu KQ imekuwaga na hiyo problem, isipokuwa siku hizi imezidi, but sijawahi sikia mtu akisema ni political. Ile kitu nimesikia ni sabotage tu ya watu wachache, sijui kama ni ukweli. Na poor management ndio inaletaga hiyo, but hii mambo yenye sasa tunaona uongozi, zile vitu wanafanya kila siku. Saa hii ni shule, kesho utasikia kwanza wameongeza hiyo tax ya civil servants. Hiyo kwanza iko na shida. NSSF kama wangeweka a way that ukifanya miaka 5 unaweza assess hiyo pesa tena uanze kuweka, ukikaa tena kama hiyo mtu angetoa. But ile wenye wanawekaga ati mpaka mtu akue mzae, kuna watu wanakufa hapo katikati. Kuna watu pia wanawachana na kazi, wanaenda kufanya biashara. Sasa kuna wakati ilipatikana kuna pesa nyingi sana zenye ziko unclaimed hapo. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio ile sekta wangeongeza kitu ati lazima watu watoe sijui 6%, sijui pesa ngapi. Hiyo inaonyesha tu kuna kitu inaendelea. Hiyo pesa juu wamejua vizuri you can't go and collect that money kabla hujakuwa umri fulani. Kwa hivyo majority ya watu wenye wanafanya kazi are very young people. Some will wait for 30 years ndio umri, juu wengine ndio wameanza kazi. Sasa imagine ukikatwa for all that long, au wanaweza tutumia anything na hiyo pesa, na hiyo ni plan mbaya sana. Sasa sijui kama kuna mtu, nasikiaga kuna wale wana support to anything, hata saa zingine wanakuaga kwa hii forum wana support anything. Siku hizi hata siwaoni, juu vitu kama hizi saa hii wangekuwa nakuja na tuambia wewe sasa unaona aje hii. Juu hii niko sure ina affect everyone, especially hii ya shule. Juu majority ya watu, shule imekuwa expensive Kenya, ambapo kama venye government inasaidia lakini bado iko expensive hivi, wakiwacha itakaa aje? Leo sina mambo mengi, but hiyo ya shule mi naona sijui nani pia amekuwa affected. Mimi yenyewe imenishtua kidogo, ambapo kama wangepiga reverse kwa mzuri, wawachane na hiyo maneno. Asanteni.
Thank you, JB. You know, we have a problem because if I can recall, Mwai Kibaki did something close to finance. That is why Kibaki could have managed economy even without advisors, because he himself was aware that what I'm taking, the effect and what is likely to affect the country. Wachana na huyu wa botany mwenye amefanya kuhusu mambo ya chameleon na vitu zingine becomes a problem. Ajui economy. Hii ni kujichanua tu katikati ya watu na kupiga kelele. Kibaki knew. That's why Kibaki could not have misled him. That's why he had people like Mukisa Kitunyi. People who are well aware and who are well versed with the things to do with the economy. But we have a botany who want to behave like an economist. That's why we bring in a problem. Because here elewi hizi vitu venye zinafanya. Yeye akiambua na Aisha Jumwa anakuja huko anasema. Akiambua na Linturi anatoka huko anakuja huko anasema. Yeah? That's the problem that you are having, eh? So, and I'm telling you, in the issue of help has been delayed. Right now, there could be something we call disbursement could be happening, but it's not happening. Why? There is no money. Help is going to be cut short. That is something that I can tell you. It's likely that will be cut, that help, because disbursement is not happening. If you look at what Mr. Rangira said, he said very well that help does not have money to continue giving loans to people. So, I don't know, maybe, anyway, PH.
Francis bwana. Unasema huyu jamaa wa chameleon anaanguka juu hajafanya economics.
Unajua angekuwa amefanya, angekuwa na reason from a point of knowing. Unajua hapo ana reason from ameambiwa. Na
anaweza oshwa. Unajua Alex ndio ametutumia ujamaa Mkisii kutoka huko kwao. Aya Alex watokolea mangana panendu. Yaani umeamua ulete Mkisii tu kabla hata aketi kwa ofisi kiti shika joto. Ndio yeye anafanya vituko hapa. Unajua ndio nikwambie Francis. Sio mbona watu wanagi hii sense the good side ya education. Watu wanateseka huko Ushago. Unajua waje hii Nairobi. Mimi nilisoma high school nilikuwa naenda kilomita 15. Hiyo miaka 4 yote nikinyeshewa kwa njia. Saa hii nasikia ati hii mambo ya CBC, assuming sasa wasema watu wanaenda grade 20 na wanaenda day school. The nearest day school iko huko kwetu ni kitu kama 9 kilometers. My friend. Watu wanaumia. Alafu sasa mimi nitasomaje na bidii nikijua nini mambo ya campus? Msasi hajiwezi. Unajua mtu akimalizanga form 4 anaangalianga, anajua kuangalia. Anajua msasi wangu haisi raise hata 10,000. So bidii ya kufanya bidii upige mtihani uende campus haiko. Naona. Lakini ni mtu wa Gnarex tu na hii na huyu jamaa wetu wa UDA wameshikana watufanya maneno. Sasa mambo ingine ni naona universities sina corrupt, mara si Egerton, mara nasikia si Moi University. Watu wanakula pesa hata sijui nini inaendelea. You can imagine. Huyu jamaa aliulizwa swali mzuri sana during the interview. And I watched closely nikataka niona anajibu nini hiyo swali. Aliulizwa hii my public universities inaanguka. Kuna cartel huko Kusi. Watu wanatuma wanafunzi kwa private universities. Nilingoja ajibu hiyo swali. Sikusikia akijibu hiyo swali nilithika. Alipiga tu mstuni hivi. Ndio hao parliament, ndio hao wamewapointiwa, ndio hao wamewekewa mkono, ndio hao sasa wanaleta news. Watakata nini, hakuna kufund students. Na hii pesa ni pesa ya mtu anatoka kwa mfuko, alikuwa anapiga wanafunzi backup, ama sasa anarudisha aende kula chips aende Dubai, ama ni pesa ya Wakenya. Hapa Wakenya naye lazima tuamuke sasa. Itabidi muendelee, ndarudi tena baadaye. Niko tu hapa nasikiza. Nani Francis?
Thank you.
Alex, huyu mtu wao inastahili atuambie.
So, thank you PH. You know, I've seen also there are 2 children who have been hospitalized in Moi Referral Hospital from Kuresoi. Wamekula chameleon. Mama yao ndo aliwapata kwa ni kama wamepass out, but wako vizuri. You can imagine somebody reach to a point unachinja chameleon. That one, I think it is between death and eating chameleon. I think that is choosing between death or surviving, because chameleon unachinja aje. Anyway,
wamekuwa wa China.
Wacha niseme kitu kidogo juu ya huyu mtu yetu. Machogo. Unajua kuna wakati wa campaign I thought Simba Arati alikuwa na play propaganda, which I'm very close to Simba, so that day I called him na nikamuuliza, leo umecheza propaganda ingine mbaya sana, kwa sababu Simba alienda kwao and he was received very well, and he said two things. Machogu hawezi kuwa governor for one main reason. Alisema two reasons, but aliwapea one main reason. When Machogu alianza kununua kitu inaitwa soko huru, watu wengi wanajua soko huru ni nini. Soko huru, unaenda asubuhi, badala chai yako iende ipimwe ungojee mwezi mzima ndio upate mshahara end of the month, alafu ndio upate bonus the end of the year. The poor people, instead waenda walipe huko kilo moja tuseme 20 shillings, we unanunua yao for only 10 shillings na unawalipa hapo hapo because they are in a dire need. So what Machogu did was he created kitu inaitwa soko huru. Alikuwa anaenda huko kwao Nyaribari Church Masaba, ananunua anawalipa pesa kidogo. So ikafika wakati the tea factory ikakasirika na yeye, ikamwambia, if you do this you are going to put many people out of life. And then wakakataa kuchukua hiyo chai yake ya soko huru. So instead of it taking it to Nyankova, he started taking it where? To Unilever in Kericho, because Kericho ni karibu sana. And wakati watu wa Unilever walikataa pia kuchukua because Nyankova complained and they were in a working relationship, what Machogu did was to sue the local factories in Kisii. And to date, as we talk, the local factories paid him a whopping, I think what Simba said was almost 300 million upfront. And they are still paying him every month for the fine kwa sababu aliwashinda kesi. Kwa sababu we are capitalists, huwezi kataa ati mtu asichukue chai yake mahali anapeleka. So utapata in Central Province wakati watu wanalipwa chai 34 shillings a kilo, watu ambao wanapeleka Nyankova wanalipwa 10 shillings because the rest of 24 shillings of a kilo goes to who? To Machogu. Because these factories must pay Machogu for the next 20 years. Can you imagine? And that is a person that wanted to be our governor. So if somebody can decide to loot the local, this is what Simba Arati said. I'm not saying what I'm saying from myself. This is what Simba Arati stood and said. And we confirmed it. We went to the internet and Googled, and we came to know that Machogu sued the local factories, tea factories, and they are paying him a whopping of money every month. And then you put that person to be the minister for education. If he's a cartel in the local tea factories, si atakuwa cartel in the universities. So vile nani ameuliza hivi, hii pesa that used to be allocated, because in 2018 we cut the cost after Corona. Was it 2019 or 2021? We cut the cost of education in higher by 26% because of Corona. Now, it was already cut 26%. Now you want to stop it completely. The little money that was going there, and already the budget for last year was given, and we know that. So you cannot do cold turkey. The question is ambao PH ameuliza, hii pesa ambayo ilikuwa allocated kuenda huko inaenda wapi? Thank you.
Kidogo Francis, kidogo tu Francis. We Alex, hii budget ishapitishwa kwa parliament 2022 2023. Our members of parliament both from Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. Unajua mimi nashangaa na hawa viongozi wetu tumechagua kwenda parliament. Hakuna mwenye anaweza ongelea kitu kama hii sahi. Hii do inaenda wapi? Assuming sasa haitaenda kwa universities. Sasa watu watakuwa nje, tuende Kibera kila mtu mjengo. Wale wenye hawajasoma. Hii pesa inaenda wapi? Inadivertiwa kwenda wapi? Inaenda Pumwani kusalisha, yani inaenda kufanya nini? Ni Kisii huko inajenga kitu ama ni wapi? Inaenda Nakuru kwetu huko ijenge ni nini inaenda kufanya? Sawa
Yes.
Francis.
Kumbuka pesa ambayo wakati alikuwa immediately president alisema amepea 800 million to the judiciary. Question, ilitoka wapi? Hiyo pesa ilitoka wapi? Hakuwa amekaa na mtu yoyote. Na secondly, kumbuka wakati we were passing the last budget before bunge ivunjwe, mtu mmoja aliambia Ruto hivi openly, unaweza kataa hii budget isipitishwe, tuseme wewe ndio utachukua ushukani, utatoa pesa wapi ndio hiyo mwaka ufanye nini? Ufanye kazi. Ndiposa wakina Murkomen wakarudi nyuma na watu ambao walikuwa tangatanga wakasema, mnajua tutachukua serikali na tunataka kukataa hii budget, pitisha haraka. Kumbuka they said that, na tukawauliza kwani ni serikali gani mnaenda kuchukua, because we were very sure we are going to take the serikali, but they were ahead of the game. So they approved a budget which was very much, remember the budget that were approved. Go to the hand side today and Mr. Francis, read for us that the last budget that was approved was humongous.
I think it was the highest.
Tukashtuka. It was the highest. Tukashtuka.
Yeah,
Tukashtuka, hao watu wanapitisha, but all of them, they were doing something curtailing because they didn't know who is going to take the government. And in that first year you take the government, you know that there is contestation after election. That is the money now he has to play with. He has so much money to give to the what? To the judiciary as a reward, alafu anatoa pesa kutoka wapi? The education sector. Hiyo pesa ilienda kwa judiciary. Thank you.
So welcome, Alex. You know, I sometimes naketi hivi mpaka nakosa majibu, maana hizi pesa zinazo unapata, kwa mfano Ruto, nakumbuka wakipitisha ile bili ya kuongeza mafuta 8% tax, akapitisha kipindio, alikuwa I think majority house alikuwa ni Kimani Ichung'wah, if I'm not wrong, sijui ni majority ama ni, lakini Kimani Ichung'wah alikuwa na order certain position powerful na akapitisha. Na when Ruto was being interviewed somewhere, he said it is only a fool who does not change the mind, and he promised people that when he gets into power he will reverse that 8% tax on oil. But it seems that he has forgotten what he said. Ama tunaishi nje namna gani? Sawa tu, pengine amesahau, tutamkumbusha tu polepole. Lakini kitu moja nilisema ni kwamba, na najua ni kwamba, we have two choices here. Either the 50 millions of Kenyans to get out and go and look for greener pasture elsewhere, or the one individual to get out and leave the 50 million Kenyans. Whatever the route you think is the simplest is the route that is likely to take the course. Thank you. Dunia ina mambo. Dunia ina mambo.
Kama ako busy mahali ama nini, Francis?
Hakuna sauti. Hakuna sauti, moderator.
So I will just play it later. I think my settings has a problem. Dunia ina mambo. Where are you? He seems not to be there. Alex.
I am here, bro.
You are there. Yes. Go on.
Okay, habari zenu. Asante sana kunipea chance kuongea topic leo ambao umewekwa hapa. Ambao naongea kwa masomo na pia naongea kwa about chakula. Pia naongea about kwa hii mgomo ya watu wa ndege. So ili zote lazima itekelezwe. hii masomo ya Kenya ambayo hii system ililetwa, ukweli upande moja ni mbaya, upande wengine pia wanasema ni mzuri. Upande mimi naona ni mbaya nayo ni program ya vitabu zao, kwa sababu ukiangalia system yao ni kama system ya zamani. Si ni wamerudisha tu nadhani ma home science manini art whatever, hizo ndio merudishwa tu, lakini sasa system wamerudisha nao ndio mbaya sasa, kwa sababu vitabu vinaleta challenge kwa watu pia, na pia watu nasema watoto wanasoma kama kwa umri ndogo nini. Siku hizi watoto wa siku hizi hata simu wanajua kama wako na umri ndogo. Ni bila tu useme mashule ndo serikali ndo hana kama area ya ushago huko, hiyo ndio program. Na pia hii system ni kama walikuwa wanajaribu kama inaweza fanya kazi au haiwezi fanya kazi. So na gani results zake wako nayo upande wa department ya elimu, na gani wamepata result kama hii system inaweza fanya Kenya au haiwezi fanya Kenya, kwa sababu hii system si ya Kenya. Hii system ilikuwa na gani nchi za nje, sana sana ni kama ya US, ni kama ilikuwa wanajaribu hapa Kenya kama inaweza fanya kazi. So upande ya chakula relief food, hapa ndio kitu moja Bernard alingoa mpaka leo nimeshika. Akili ndogo inaongoza akili kubwa. Kwa nini nasema hivyo? Kwa sababu Kenya tuko na njaa, tuko na ukame, mang'ombe zinakufa na mambuzi zinakufa, mfugo zote zinakufa. All and all, hatujaona pale serikali imepeleka jeshi au amepeleka grupu ambayo ya kuchinja hizo ng'ombe ambao wanakufa au kununua hizo ng'ombe kupewa tena wale ambao wako na njaa. Kitu tumeona anafanya, anapeleka tu madaktari ya kutibu mandovu, ile ndovu asikufe, ile wazungu waendelee kukuja. Ya tatu, kitu nimeona, chakula sijaona ikipelekwa nyingi area nyingi, kwa sababu tuko na area nyingi. How come unapeleka chakula Somalia na watu wako bado hajashiba? Kwani Kenya wameshiba mpaka unapeleka chakula Somalia? Hapo ndo nasema akili ndogo inaongoza akili kubwa kweli. Watu wako na njaa, ng'ombe zinakufa, hawana maji. Wewe umeona watu wako wameshiba mpaka chakula unapeleka Somalia ambao walipigwa na bomu. Kwani walikwambia wanataka chakula? Si watu wamepigwa na bomu wanataka kufanywa health. Si unapaa upeleke madaktari, upeleke dawa. Kwa sababu mtu kama amepigwa bomu ikitupwa hapo pale imetupwa bomu, watu wengi wana get injury, wengi wanakufa, wengi wanakosa mguu, wengi wanapata ajali tofauti tofauti. So pale nataka daktari, nataka chakula kweli. Siendaka daktari aende atibu watu, ape watu dawa, vitu kama hizo. Hata kama basi ni dawa unasaidia jirani. Je, Wakenya wameshiba? Chakula tulipata? Turukana wanakufa juu ya njaa. North Eastern wanakufa juu ya njaa. Mandera, Masabit, area hizo zote wanakufa juu ya njaa. Ukikuja upande wa Kambani, Kitui, Machakos, area hizo pia wanakufa juu ya njaa. Ukikuja upande wa Coast pia watu wanakufa na njaa. Upande wa Kwale huko Tana River watu wanakufa na njaa. Kuja upande wa Kajiado watu wanakufa na njaa bado. Ukienda West Pokot, huko West Pokot pia watu wanakufa na njaa. So wewe unachukua paka Nyeri ambayo pale ndio chakula natoka Nyeri. Umeona watu napanga video, nimeona hiyo video, si kama hiyo video ni ukweli au ni uongo. Nimeona watu napanga line. Wanaenda kupata chakula ambao umetolewa na nini? Good Samaritans. Hata si ya serikali, Good Samaritan imetoa food. Alafu wewe serikali na tena unapandisha chakula zetu unapeleka huko na ndege. Hata hujapeleka hata na meli, hujapeleka hata na gari. Umepeleka na ndege. Gharama juu gharama na watu wako hajashiba. Ni kama jamaa amerogwa na Wasomali sijui kwa nini. Waangalia kwa kiti pia wa Kenya hapa. Hao ndio wamepewa kiti nyingi. PS wamepewa nyingi bado. Minister bado wako wengi. Security bado wako wengi. Ni kama wanafanya biashara nao. Sasa ndio inaonekana the second population hapa Kenya. Ni hao ndio wanalipa ushuru. Kwa sababu hii biashara wako na hapa Isili ndio sasa wanaonyesha wako wengi wanalipa ushuru. Na pesa waweki kwa bank, pesa wanaweka kwa nyumba. Na watu wao wengi hawana bank, wanakuwa na bank moja tu ya kulipa KRA. na wako na biashara ngapi umeficha chini ya maji? So iko vitu zingine inafanya ileweki. Alafu bado anawaambia watu walipo ushuru. Ushuru tutalipa aje? Tunalisha watu wengine au tunafaa tujilishe? Kama wale ambao wako population ya 2 million, wacha naongezea hata unawaweke 3 million. Wanapewa PS watu 8. Alafu unawacha wale ambao population yao ni almost 6 million. Unapea PS 2. Hiyo unataka kumaanisha nini? Nini unataka kuonyesha? Hata ukisema watu wanalipa tax shilingi moja, watu gani wanalipa tax wengi? Tuongee tu kitu ukweli ambao unaleta sense. Kitu ambao unasaidia watu. Usidhulumu area nyingine kwa sababu ni area opposition. Usidhulumu area nyingine kwa sababu leader yao umpendi. Kama upendi leader yao, face that leader man to man or woman to woman. Deal na yeye bila natakikana. Si unadhulumu Western au unadhulumu Nyanza au unadhulumu Coast kwa sababu wamesimama na Raila. Kama uko na issue na Raila, umejua kwake, umejua barabara napitia, face yeye man to man. Kwa sababu huwezi kuwa population ya 3 million people wanapata cheo nyingi, kila mahali wako na cheo. Kwa polisi ukubwa wako, kwa security wako, kwa PS umepewa wengi, alafu unawacha population ambao wako almost 6 million people unapea PS 2 na MP 1 ambao ni 3. Alafu unatuambia tulipo ushuru. Alafu unatuambia tukuamini. Alafu tunatuambia tukufuate. Tulituambia wajinga waliisha Kenya. Inaonekana wajinga bado wako. Wale ambao watalipa ushuru basi ni wajinga. Kwa sababu saa hii wa Kenya silaha zenyu, weapon zenyu ya kupigana na hii serikali ni ushuru. Si hao wamepewa vitu walipo ushuru. Si ni watu wao ndiko kwa kiti. Kwa sababu Kenya tuko tribe, hakuna kitu unaweza change. Hata nani aingie bado tutagawana kitribe. So wacha pia ushuru lipwe hivyo. Hakuna mambo ya kubembelezana. Ukweli tuseme ukweli. Kwa sababu hakuna haja kupaka wewe hujaoga na unapaka mafuta ngare. Bado utakuwa wewe ni mchafu tu. Hakuna haja kudanganya na hapa. Kenya politics nini? Politics tunafanya ni ya tribe. Kenya biashara tunafanya bado ni tribe. Hata ukiangalia vizuri, hata biashara tunafanya ni tribe tu. Hatufanyi biashara kama mataifa, kama wa Kenya. Kwa sababu angalia kampuni nyingi zinafanya kazi inatoka area gani? Biashara nyingi inafanya kazi inatoka area gani? Biashara ambayo na contract ikipeana inapewa ya serikali inapewa watu akina nani? Vitu kama hizo pia lazima tuangalie. Kwa sababu huwezi dhulumu population kubwa sana hivyo. Hata ukiangalia bila mapolisi nachaguliwa, majeshi nachaguliwa, bado kuna shida. So hakuna haja tumbelezana. Silaha ambayo tuko nayo ni kukosa kulipa nini? Tax. Hiyo ndio silaha ambayo tutadili na watu. Hakuna haja kudanganyana hapa. Wezi hiyo kitu tena nauma sana. Mimi pale bila nimechagulia wale wafanyakazi wa serikali bila wamechagua niuma. Na bado anakuja kwenyu kutisha hizo mshuru. Kwa sababu huwezi ingia akili. Hata kama ni nyinyi utachukua nyingi sawa tukatai, lakini iko mahali unafaa balance hizi vitu. Iko mahali lazima balance hizi vitu. Kwa sababu watu waumia, kuna wale 19 tangu Kenya pata uhuru. Tunangozwa tu na two peoples. Na hao ndo wana benefit kwa hizo vitu. Na maendeleo hao ndo na benefit nayo. Kwani Eldoret ili benefit aje? Sili benefit chini kiongozi ya Moi. Wakahamisha vitu kutoka Kisumu wakapeleka Eldoret. Mizigo ilikuwa nafikishwa Kisumu ya airport ya ndege ikapelekwa wapi? Eldoret. Si vitu viko ilimalizwa hivyo. Haya, ukiangalia vitu zingine naenda kwa sababu kulingana na leader bila inakuja. Na hii kitu walisa create, walisa jenga, hawezi toa. Na pia imeshaingia kwa damu ya Kenya. Kiongozi ya Kenya inaenda na tribe na inagawa cheo na tribe na inagawa kazi na tribe. Hakuna kitu kingine kudanganyana hapo kusema iko hivi na hivi. Tusemeni ukweli. So wale anataka kulipa ushuru, sauri yenu, unajua unalipia kina nani. Kama endeleo umeleta kwenyu ni sawa, kama benefit inakuja kwenyu ni sawa, lakini kama kuna haja ulipe ushuru. Kana ushuru yako, kana pesa yako, kwa sababu hawa angalia population yenu, anaangalia pesa yenu. Kama ungekuwa unasema kweli, hizi vitu wangeongea. Au kama unachukua chakula unapeleka nchi nyingine na watu wako bado nakufa na njaa. Ng'ombe zinakufa, inatupwa. Watu hawana chakula. Wewe unapandisha machakula na ndege na unatuma jeshi, tena jeshi ndio wanapaka wanaenda huko. So wacha akili ndogo ingoze akili kubwa, na tuliwaambiwa na tukakataa kusikia kwa sababu tulikuwa tunasema tuna promise watu wengine. Hawa wale ambao tunakuwa nataka kupea adhabu, hakuna adhabu ambao watashika. Wako na pesa zao, wako na nyumba zao, wako na maisha zao. Hakuna siku ambao utawapata wanalia bei ya unga imepanda. Hakuna siku utapata wanalia bei ya sukari imepanda. Hawa wataendelea kuishi. Hawa wataendelea kuishi. So ile ambao tulichagua au ile ambao hatukuchagua, matokeo ni hiyo. Na always narudianga kusema kila nchi Mwenyezi Mungu anapea kiongozi kulingana na tabia ya hao wananchi. Kulingana na tabia zenyu ndio Mwenyezi Mungu anapea kiongozi. Hawezi kupea kiongozi mzuri na nyinyi wabaya, wala hawezi pewa kiongozi mbaya na nyinyi wazuri. Unapewa kiongozi kulingana na nyinyi, tabia zenyu, kila kitu ambao nyinyi uko nayo. So hakuna haja tublame mtu. Ni sisi ndio tulichagua na tukasema si uchawi, ni maombi na ni bottom up. Na tunangoja 100 days ikiisha, pia tutaona mazuri. Na mwaka moja ikiisha, bei ya chakula pia itashukishwa. Wacha tukaa na njaa mwaka moja tu, si nyingi sana. So kwa hiyo machache na wachia hapo. Asante sana kwa hiyo muda umenipea.
Mimi nitaongea sasa. It's okay? Unaona kama mimi ni Mkikuyu. Mimi sikuagi tribal. Mimi napenda kila mtu. Mimi naweza olewa na Masai, naweza olewa na Mkalenjin, naweza olewa na Mkisii. Mimi nikikutana na Mkenya wote, mimi naona wote ni Wakenya wote. Lakini nikikutana na mtu kutoka Liberia, I cannot marry with somebody from Liberia. You know why? Because he's not Kenya. But when I meet Kalenjin, I meet Masai, I meet Kisii, I feel it's my brother. Why do we have this tribalism all the time? Tribal. When we are going to be free for this tribe, it's really hurt me. You know, sometimes I'm always asking myself, why? Mimi nikutana na watu wengine kabila zingine wananiangalia hivi na shida. Kwani Wakikuyu we have not right to talk? Unaona? Hizi tabia za wa tribe ni must iishe. Kuna Wakikuyu wengi sana wameolewa na Kalenjin. Kuna Wakikuyu wengi sana wameolewa na Masai. You know, I don't have problem with the tribes. Me, I'm not a tribal. Me, I see everybody is a Kenyans. No matter who me, I don't have problem. Me sinaga tribe mimi. Unaona? I wish Kenya we can have the same, like the way I'm thinking. Kenya we can go very far. Because Kenyan people are great. Kenyan people are very nice people. But we have problem with the tribalism. Ikikuja ni nini? Ikikuja kama siku ya Moi alikuwa natupa sijui, I don't know how it was going in those days. In Moi he was to give people from Central Province milk. I don't know whether he was giving other community. So we need to come together and we can make our country great. We love one another. That shit, not to say that wewe ni Mkikuyu, wewe ni Mkalenjin, wewe ni nini, wewe ni Mluya, wewe ni Mkisii. We will never move forward. Tuna prosecute kabila na sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Na sisi tunasema nchi yetu ni ya Mungu. Tunasema tuko Christian, ni Mungu mkani tunasafu. Ukiwa unachukia kabila hii. Na Mungu ni wa mapendi. Mungu ni mtu wa nini, wa mapendo. Mungu asema ati wewe ni kabila hii, wewe ndio utakuja bikuni, wewe ni Mkikuyu ndio utaenda bikuni, wewe ndio utafanya nini, wewe ni mzungu utaenda bikuni. We have to stay together as a family, you know? Na ndio maana tutapeleka nchi, kwa sababu siku election ikikuja ndio mtu anasema oi, hii ni kabila hii. Siku election ikikuja na, but the normal days, why we need, you know, we need to love one another. We can make our country great for our next generation will come. Not to say that my children cannot. You know, like my daughter, she had a boyfriend from Uganda, and I told my friend, no, you cannot be Ugandans. No, I don't want, because he's a Ugandan. If he's a Kenyan, I cannot be free because he's a Kenyan. So let us remove this mentality about tribalism, and our country can be a great, and we can move forward. And sisi wote tunalia pamoja. Kama watoto wako unawasomesha, you can take your children in military, because we need the young people, a lot of young people in every communities. They can serve our country, they can be military. We want young people. They can serve our country, and to serve our country is to sacrifice your life. I want to be military, to go to Somaliland, to go to Afghanistan, to protect our country terrorists. Because most of the young people, they don't have job in the villages. Wanaamka asubuhi, wengine wanaenda kukunywa hizi cheap beer. Like my community Kikuyu, they drink a lot. My community are addicted with alcohol. They drink like crazy. They can wake up in the morning, they say, because wanakunyonga hizi cheap beer, mungaro, wanasema it's like a breakfast. You know? And that's why most of them, even when they get married, they don't get children because they destroy. Instead of they get education, they get good food, even they can go to work like military. Like the way in America they do, they send young people in school in military to start because they can able to live good life. That's the way we want to make our communities, whole community, everybody get education and to have a chance, to give every community chance to can play the part. You can be a military, you can be a police officer, you can be anything. Not to say that, because I feel very mad when I see young people in our in my community drink a lot of alcohol. Na wanakunywa hizi cheap zinaitwa mungari. Wanatengeneza. I don't know how is it now. Those days when I was living in Kenya, I used to talk with don't. Wanatengeneza huko kwa forest, wanakunywa. Na mtu atakioa hawezi zaa. No. But when you see a boy from a Maasai community, they're just working very hard. So let us come together, all communities, and we can make our country move forward, and we can make our country great in future, coming for the next generations, right? Let's love one another, like the way in our national anthem, love one another. Like, for example, our national anthem may say, peace, love, unity. We can be unity. And you will never be ashamed. Mungu ni wa mapenzi. God love the world. Anapenda watu wote. Simi wewe ni nini? Wewe ni mzungu, mimi nitakufanya nini? No, angalia giragi, mtu anaangalia roho yetu. Na mimi nasemanga, unajua kuna watu wengine siku hizi wanajifanya wao ni Mungu. They put themselves like God. Na hakuna mtu kama Mungu. Nobody like God. Hakuna hii dunia mtu kama Mungu. Nobody. Na ndio maana tunasemanga every knee shall bow, every tongue confess Jesus is the Lord of the Lord. Wale wanajeka wao ni Mungu. Siku ile Mungu atarudi, atakuza, what did you do? Did you do corruption? Did you do discrimination for the tribalism? Did you do hate this tribe? Or did you prosecute other? Everybody, God will ask you, what did you do? Did you love this person because you have money? Some people, they love you because you have money, but when you have poor, they will not love you. Did you love this person? Everything you have done this word, God will ask you the time for the judge. What did you? Hii kitabu imeandikwa. What we need to stay. Hii kitabu itakuwa Mungu ya. Hata Mungu ataniuliza, what did you do? Did you sin? Did you sin? Yeah. Thank you.
So welcome, Rhoda. I'm also an agitator of unity, and the unity, I need a unity that comes with a. If I tell you, you know, the reason as to why we have been having a bad leaders in Kenya, one, you can point it to education. The other issue is about division. Now, division, they create a condition to show you that Rhoda and maybe PH were two different people, and that if one becomes the president, PH is likely to benefit more than Rhoda. So because Rhoda, maybe it might happen that you are more of majority side, you are likely to give him a win. But when they come together, they don't have that idea to bring everybody on board. That becomes a problem. So hiyo ndio shida inakuanga pale, and that's why you find most of the leaders wanatumianga vitu yenye wanajua tagawanya watu. So right now in Kenya, what is likely to happen is about religion. Wanajaribu watatumia religion, but I hope they will not succeed. Public participation. Where are you?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Are you getting me? Are you getting me?
Yes.
Francis, are you getting me?
Yes, I'm getting you clear.
Okay. I've seen a video on the news that some children in Molo are now in hospital after they ate chameleon because they were hungry. So what happened was the mother burnt charcoal in the forest and she does Kibarua for 200. So she left the children at home by themselves. Her firstborn is 7 years old. So they had 8 potatoes in the sufuria, and that's the only food which they had. So the firstborn, or the 7-year-old, saw that this food will not be enough because this food is going to be eaten by them and then by some other children. I don't know whether she went with them to the forest or what, but the food was supposed to be divided among 8 children. So every child was supposed to get one potato. So the firstborn went out and looked for some 2 chameleon, and then he added to the food. He cooked some soup with the chameleon and cut it like meat. And the children ate. So the children now are in hospital. And Hasla is here telling us that we cannot do what? We cannot subsidize consumption. So the role of the government is to subsidize when basic food commodities are unaffordable to the common man. But that one, according to us like here, is a waste. So in this setup, if food items had been subsidized, I don't think it would have gotten to the state where children are now cooking chameleons. And that's not the only thing. And by the way, these areas which are affected like this are areas which, under normal circumstances, they are very fertile areas. People are eating dead camels, and livestock cows. When somebody is hungry, they cannot really eat. So now where it has gotten is whereby it has become a matter of life and death, because now people are hungry, and these are people who are not used to hunger, people who are not in semi-arid arid areas, like Turkana, where they are used to hunger, so they know they can eat well food, they can eat this, the other. So what is happening now is whereby, as the livestock is dying, people are eating the meat. Now it has gotten to the point where the children are eating chameleons. So can Hasla really be serious with this country? Because it's like the guy has just decided to, he's not behaving like this is a country. Because even this thing of university not funding, I mean, the people who put this, and I'm sure it was there since independence, were they crazy? Huh? Because they know majority of Kenyans cannot be able to afford university education, and therefore they need assistance. So I don't know. I don't know. Because every day it's something else. Every day, a week can barely pass before something crazy, is brought up. Like now, this issue of not funding. About the strikes, about the Kenya Airways pilots, all workers in Kenya, they have a right for industrial action if at all they are not satisfied with their terms. Yeah. So threatening pilots that this is economic sabotage. Why doesn't Murkomen sit down with them and discuss their terms? Because that is their right. That's their right to take industrial action if they are not satisfied with their terms. Thank you, Francis.
So
Thank you.
welcome. You know, that is story has really hurting me, because you know somebody reached to a point of consuming chameleon. That individual seems to have reached to the end of the road. It seems that that individual has lost hope. Imagine kinyonga, kitu yenye kikushika kwa mkono itakangi kutoka, kakitu kanakaa kama kidole hivi ukianza kukula. It's really sad, but we hope everything will be okay. For those of you who have been able, who are in a position to help, just extend a helping hand. Those of you maybe in one or another, you are well-being, maybe you can assist 2 or 3 families, just do it. Not because anybody will ever pay you, but because you are doing it for humanity, for the sake of humanity. If you can be able to buy somebody supper, lunch and so forth, just do it. Usifanye ukitarajia tutalipwa. Hapana, wewe fanya kwa ajili ya kutunza maisha na kwa ajili ya utu. Hiyo ndio kitu ambacho naweza waeleza kwamba things are not well the way people it seems to be. Things are worsening day in, day out, and therefore we need to act before things go to an extra mile whereby they will not be able to be contained. So PH.
Yes, sir. Francis.
Yes.
Hii dunia bana, nakwambia ile maajabu iko hapa. Huwezi sema kuna viongozi tuko nayo. Unajua, si kama unajua tofauti ya chameleon za huko Rift Valley ni tofauti na za Saidi ya Central ama za Mombasa. Unajua chameleon ya huko kwetu Nakuru inakuwa na kitu fulani kama pembe. Yaani ni same na huko Molo, unajua huko ndio kwa nyanyangu. So I'm trying to imagine, unajua chameleon kwa kawaida hakuna mtoto mwenye aogopi chameleon. Si rahisi upate mtoto wa hiyo umri mwenye aogopi chameleon. So ndio ifike hapo ati mtoto wa 7 years. Unajua plus chameleon, unajua si ati wamefuga, si ati ni walikuwa wamefuga wakatoa kwa nyumba ya chameleon wachinje wakule. Ni kitu imejificha kwa fence huko. So hii mtoto lazima yani ndiye afikie aende ashike akuja apike wakule. Ni mwisho. Ilikuwa ni kifo ameona.
Kwa hivyo alikuwa ni kama alikuwa kwa mawindo.
Lazima aliinda. Unajua chameleon wakati wa kiangazi pia si ati ziko mingi. Hii ni kitu aliwinda kabla ajue hata mahali iko. And I'm trying to imagine, I'm even seeing the kid rejoicing ameona ati chameleon sasa apike wakule. You can imagine, Francis.
I think that one is high frustration.
It's even worse. Yani, plus you see now some other kids from our different counties, kuna wale watu wako na hope ya kwamba the only way I will make it in life is either nikuwe mtu mzima na niende through shule. Mtu anajua once I'm done with campus ama high school, na wengine hata wanaonanga high school ndio mwisho, I will be in a position to help my parents. Unaona?
Yes.
All of a sudden, hii mtoto imagine access to media, and then now he's able to see now this running breaking news ya kwamba no more sponsoring student to public universities. Yani your hope is done kabisa, yani hauna kabisa beyond hata hiyo high school juu utaenda aje, hata ina umuhimu wewe uende chufadhamu, hata ukienda unajua huwezi enda campus. Unaona? So ile hope yenye watu wengi wanakuwa nayo ati poverty inatolewa na masomo, na masomo ni kwamba nikipita exam nipate grade yangu nitasomeshwa na serikali, at least nilipe 16k. Sasa imekufa tu hivyo. So you can imagine ile society yenye tuna expect kupata in a few years to come. Unaona? Alafu I had much reputation kwa huyu jamaa anaitwa Murkomen. I was so amazed kuona Murkomen ina a KQ t-shirt.
Unajua hiyo kwanza hiyo kuvaa t-shirt inamaanisha
huyu jamani, unajua huko ushago watu hata wanakimbilianga calendar na t-shirt za watu wakati wa campaign. Sio kama hiyo ushago sio kama umeaccess remote areas mahali watu wanapigania t-shirt ya 20 bob bora imechorwa jina ya mtu ama calendar ya 10 bob.
Yes.
Yaani jamaa na behave ni kama hako kwa hiyo alipata t-shirt wapi akafaa kuja kusema kwa dress media ati ati hii vitu ni mambo ya politics sabotage. And already tushajua alikuwa side ya KQ, and I'm very sure our guys, our pilots walikuwa na grounds za kufanya strike. Hawajaanza leo, nimeonanga wakiwa wana threaten wata tool down tools siku fulani and as a CS now, a young CS brilliant kama huyu jamani, nilikuwa na expect atasaidia kitu kusolve in a mature way, anakuja amejitint na t-shirt ya KQ, my friend Francis. Young leaders tulikuwa tunajipiga kifua ati tupewe nafasi. Nafasi wapi man? Yani you see now, hii ndio shida. Is there to please the president. This all yes.
PH.
Yes sir.
Unajua nikwambie kitu moja, mimi nimekuwa nikifuatilia siasa za Kenya na nimekuwa nikiona. Unaonanga watu wanaongeanga, unasikia ni kama wanaongea, they are more of talking than doing action. For instance,
yes.
Unapata mtu anakosoa kitu bila kupeana the alternative option on how supposed to be done.
Yeah.
Majority of those people are not leaders. What they are complainants. They should be activists, not leaders.
Yeah.
And you see one of them is, unaona kuna mtu anaitwa Mutula Kilonzo Jr. People, they see Mutula Kilonzo Jr. as a person who is very bright. Yes, he's bright, but that person cannot function. Unaona?
Yeah.
Alafu ukiwa pia leader, ustahili kuwa mtu diplomatic excess, maana kuna sometime lazima ukanyange mtu mguu ndio ukoe mwingine asichomeke. Ukiwa diplomatic utaweza ukanyanga mtu mguu.
Ukweli, that's true. Alafu sasa kesho najua hakuna siku tunakosanga headlines za issues za gava. Kama si drought ni nini, kama si kinyonga ni KQ, kama si KQ ni ndege kupeleka chakula sio wapi. Hapa Kenya hata NYS yes tumika kupelekea mtoto wa kinyonga hata kama ni unga bando moja. And you see these things wanaifanya very strategic. Musalia Mudavadi ako kambani, sijui nani ako mahali fulani. You see this a campaign bwana. Hakuna Kenya tuoni hapa. Sijui nani hata waendi sasa holiday Dubai wapeleke girlfriend out. Sasa sasa girlfriend hawaendi out na kuambia ile baridi na wapiga ni mingi. Sunday ikifika tu hivi. And Saturday. Saturday ni wako bado kazi. Si wanalipo overtime siku hizi ama nini? Hapo sasa ndio wanaonesha uongozi, wanaweza enda kupeana unga ya uji mahali. Kesho ikifika, si unajua kesho ni siku ya kwenda State House kukausha nyasi. Kesho sasa ni siku ya kupatana si makanisa wapi. Sasa wewe unapelekaje chakula mahali? Umepewa watu food. Halafu unasema kuna pesa umetenga kwa hiyo community ya kuanulia ng'ombe zimekufa na zingine zinaendelea kukufa. Hata hizi zenye zinaendelea hujasimamisha. Zinaendelea kukufa, upeani hei, sikule nyasi. Unasema ati umetenga pesa ya kuanulia ng'ombe. Yani vituko bwana, nakwambia kuna vituko. Alafu hii historia ya PSS. Yani unachagua unachagua tu unalala usiku hivi ni kama umeota viongozi, unachagua tu unatupea list ya 51. Hakuna hata mtu fulani anaonekana, siona Turkana sioni. Yani kama nilikosa kupata CS, si hata hiyo hawa jamaa boda sasa hapo ndio wangetungaria. Hawa mama mboga wangetungiona mama mboga na viondo hapo kwa PS. Hii ni ile job yenye mtu umepewa na mwenye amekupea job anakupea SOPs, guidelines za kufanya hiyo job. Ya kwamba hii job unaenda kuifanya hivi. Under normal circumstances, siona as a CS naweza amuka na t-shirt ya KQ. Kuenda kujaribu kusolve issue ya wafanyikazi wa KQ. T-shirt yenye tulikuwa tunapigania ushago huko tukiona calendar na t-shirt ya wanasiasa. Wacha niache public, si nani ataongezea.
Mimi nilicheka sana because unaona ukienda kwa negotiating table, if you are going to solve a crisis, you don't take sides. You go there as a person who is impartial to be able to listen to both sides. What is the government saying? What are the pilots saying? But the moment you are going there wearing KQ shirt, already we know you are negotiating better terms for the government.
Sasa umeenda huko, kuna timu mbili asielewani. KQ na hawa jamaa wa pilot, si ndio? Sasa wewe na kielele yako basi, as a government umechukua jukumu kuliko economy iende chini, uende kusikiza hawa watu. Sasa you can imagine Murkomen alikuwa keti katikati ya meza ama alikuwa aegemee pande ya t-shirt ya red mali. Juu hao wajamaa mapilot wamevaa uniform ya pilot. KQ watakuwa wamevaa t-shirt zao za red na hiyo white chini. Sasa wewe kama Murkomen, wewe ni mfanyikazi wa serikali, wewe ni CS wa hiyo transport and nini infrastructure. Ukiwa ndani hiyo t-shirt ya red, Francis, unaketi kwa mesa side gani?
Sasa si inabidi tu unaenda tu kujaribu kuangalia kama utawalazimisha warudi kazi, maana hapo si kuongea, ni kuwalazimisha.
Sasa hapa hakuna kuongea, ni kulazimisha. Wacha uone sasa kesho ile bado kesho tuko tu, Mungu atujalie. Wewe faa t-shirt hata kama ni mimi nikuje kusikia wewe ndo anani umekuja kutupatanisha na umevaa t-shirt hiyo side nyingine. In fact hata afadhali ungevaa basi ya side ya pilots. Yaani iwapo ungevaa. Yaani iwapo basi ilikuwa rasimu ufae ungevaa ya hiyo. Sasa wacha tuone. Video, Francis.
Francis, there is no sound, please.
The video also is not even playing. Sawa.
Yeah, but now it started. I think start now. Let us wait.
But I think kuna issue hapo, Francis.
Yes, I've also noticed there's some issue. Acha nitoe nikirekebisha, tutaweka tu baadaye. So these are the things which are happening there, and you know, I'm looking at it because I'm seeing a place whereby it will no longer be a position of negotiation but using force to influence a certain outcome. Na ikifika hapo unajua nchi ita collapse, maana sasa kuna freedom. Sasa huwezi rudisha watu ile kipindi ya moyo ulikuwa na threaten mtu anakimbia.
Mtu si atatoa uniform aende kazi nyingine.
Na watatoa.
Mimi hata ningekuwa mmoja wao, ningesikia Kipchumba amefaa hiyo ya red, sasa ningekuwa nimefungua nini ya kuuza hata kama ni mandazi kwa njia. Unajua sometimes unasikianga pain fulani to an extent hata unaona haina haja hii serikali kwenda kuilipa ushuru, hata badala uende huko, uende nchi za nje huko mahali roda wako ukae huko. As a professional it takes almost 15 plus years kuwa pilot. Hawa jamaa waweze niambia wakiwa kwa union wanakata. Unajua nimefanyanga job na unakatwa pesa kwenda kwa union. Atoli anakula chips. Alafu wakati unataka kutetewa mazingira ya kikazi na mambo ya mshahara wanakutumia jamaa akiwa na t-shirt ya red hapo. Sometimes you feel like hata afadhali hiyo job ukae uende, hata you can even change your profession ufanye kozi nyingine. Ndio hakuna kusukumana hapa kufurahisha mtu.
Na sasa juu nimeona pia wamesema kwamba petrol itashuka after 3 years. That's what the information that I'm getting, that the petrol will go down after 3 years. Hii miaka 3 tutasurvive tu hivi kweli?
Assuming hata iteremke after 3 years. Na how much? 1 shilling. So 1 shilling per year, 1 shilling 3 pop after 3 years. You see, wacha nikwambie Francis. Unajua sometimes conscious zako ukiachia sisi ende wapi, mimi hata nashangaa na hawa jamaa. Uko na crisis at hand current, watu wanakufa njaa, you need to solve. Sasa ndio unaunda another crisis ya kwamba now you are no longer going to support students. Yani utaki masomo inji ya Kenya, utaki masomo. Unaona? Ajagano, you see, if you give people free primary education, inamaanisha ukinipea mtisha kunifundisha free primary, umejipanga nikifika high school Kenya ndafanya. If you give me free secondary education, then I expect you pia huko mbele kwa university kukue njia iko safi. Sasa unipea free primary education, unipea for example free secondary education, alafu nikiwa class ninasoma news inapita hapo university, sitawahi lipiwa, mimi mwenyewe nichilipia. Hii pesa ya help unaona imekwama. Kuna wanafunzi wanategemeanga hii pesa ya help kulipa ile 16,000. Kuna wanafunzi wanajipangaga na hiyo pesa kujifund shule. Si ati wako na pesa ati sasa wamelipiwa hiyo 16,000 bado wanaweza. Kuna familia bado tunafanyaga harambee huko Ushago, mwanafunzi alipe aweze kulipa hiyo 16,000. So you can imagine a whole village, unaweza enda allocation mzima upate wanafunzi wanaenda campus they are only 2 au wengine wamepasi ndio, lakini hakuna pesa. So tunachanga, tunasema round hii wewe tuchangie Francis amekaa nyumbani alimaliza 2018 aende kwanza. Hiyo unity inakuanga kwa village. Wacha tumalizie Roda ndiye amemaliza 2020 aende kwanza. Because bila kufanya hivyo wale pia wako shule wata lose hope ya kusoma. Wanaona wenye walimaliza mbele yao na wamepita bado wanasunguka kwa kijiji. Wewe na akili yako timamu with a PhD as a doctor, yani you don't even see sense ya kusomesha wanafunzi kwa country yako as a president. You yourself you saw it fit kuendelea kufanya PhD. Sasa hapa utaki hata mtu akuje kufanya catering ya kupikia chakula na kulanga basi. Unataka mtu a struggle to pay 150,000+. Nani ataweza hizo watu? Na hii njaa ng'ombe zimekufa hiyo Wamasai. Wamasai hataenda class.
So it's a lot of problem actually. You know, education, as I said earlier, if you want to kill a nation, just touch education, because those pilots today, they are flying them all over the country, Europe, wherever they want to go. They have passed through that education system. Today, the Kenya Army and other security organs, they have passed through the education system. Even the teachers have also passed through the education system. Everybody has passed through the hands of a teacher. So once you destroy an education, it means you have destroyed the backbone of a country. The reason as to why we are here is simply because we got education at some point of our lives. Tungekuwa tujapata education, sasa ningekuwa niko huko Kitui, kitu yenye najua ni Kikamba peke yake. I'm here today because of education. That's why I've been able to learn Kiswahili, I've been able to learn English. That's why I can operate a smartphone. Kama si education, ningekuwa huko Kitui mahali kwa kona nikiwinda sungura. I could not be here. How could I be able to associate with the people? But it seems that the people are not understanding. The reason is why when you look at a problem, you see an opportunity is because of education. Education helps to expound your memory to be able to think a little bit more advanced than a person who has never stepped in class. And that is why I said, if we keep on electing these leaders, mtu anakuja alipata D- analia. Huyo mtu atateteaje education wakati hata yeye mwenyewe hizo classes hakuwa anattend, ni kama walimpea free? I'm telling you, the moment we'll value education and respect it, our problem would be solved by more than 70%. Lakini government watu ni kama hawaoni. And let me tell you, one thing, unajua Kenya kuna kuanga na the Kenyan system na kuna the American and the British system in Kenya.
British system.
Yes, the British system. These politicians educate their children in Kenya, but under British system. So that when they graduate, they go to Europe, they go to other nations where there's opportunity, but you see tunapewa free education, but it's more free of knowledge, not even free of in terms of payment or of school fees. So we need to think a little bit more. Hii masomo, acha nikwambie, the reason is why tunakaa hapa tunaona Turkana tunaweza solar panel, tunakaa hapa tunaona tunaweza jenga dam, tunaweza fanya, it's because of education. That's what has given us an opportunity to be able to think a little bit more. Lakini serikali inataka kuangamiza karibu kila kona. Kama ni masomo kidogo hivi wanataka kuhakikisha haina value, imemalizwa. Sasa tutaenda aje? Tutaenda aje na nchi ambayo ni watu ambaye hawawezi kupambanua mambo na kutafutisha mambo? Tutakuwa nchi ya namna gani? Unajua, let me tell you, the reason as to why you find the most of these nation in Western countries, they always get they're always best in terms of everything is because of education. You will find these people are well educated, they have vast knowledge, they can si tunalia hapa hakuna opportunity, but kuna mchina ametrainiwa Beijing, akiweza hata enda Turkana anaona huko ni kama kuna gold because of education system. But Kenya unapata hata mtu mwenye ako maybe hata in a area yenye kuna resources still complaining. Kwa nini? Haeziona. And that is why I say human beings hatukupewa pembe, hatukupewa kucha, tulipewa akili. That is why God did not create tables, God created trees, so that you human being you can think and come up with a table from a tree. You human being you can look at silver and come up with a bullet. You can defend yourself. Wewe si ng'ombe ulipewa pembe ati kitu kikusogelea unaidunga. Hapana, ulipewa akili ya kufikiria, kupambanua maneno kwamba kama ni kitu fulani kimenipata, nina uwezo wa kufikiria na kupata kutatua. Haya, tukirudi basi kwa upande wa kufikiria, kinachotuwezesha kufikiria kama binadamu ni masomo. Yawe ni masomo ya wazazi, ni masomo ya shule, masomo ni muhimu. Hiyo ndio inatufanya tunaweza fikiria, tunaona kwa undani na tunaona mbali, na tunaweza pata hata suluhisho ya matatizo ambayo hayaonekani. I can tell you PH, by the way, cure ya HIV and cancer iko. The only thing is that ni mtu tu bado hajafikiria akapata hiyo tiba. Iko duniani, I can tell you that iko, na itapatikana. I may not be alive, you may not be alive, but what I know, one day it will be found by somebody who will be able to think a little bit more than the scientists who are currently here. Lakini Kenya badala ya kuempower memories ikuwe na watu wana memory nzuri, tunajaribu kuhangaisha venye tuta privatized. Alafu tuanze kukua na watu kama kina nani Waititu and so forth, wenye na kina Wavinya Ndeti, people who are learning within 7 months to have a degree and they cannot question or ask anything meaningful. We having a problem. We need to empower education so that tukue leverage ule mtu mwenye ametoka rich family na mi poor family, because wote tuko na education, tunaweza argue at the same point. Anyway, public participation. Yes,
kitambo public participation nakuja naona amechificha, si ameenda wapi. So far unajua tumeona maajabu. CS ya transport na nini infrastructure already tuonesha dalili ya kufaa t-shirt. Tushaona CS wa education asharusha bombshell yake. So you can imagine sasa mwingine akuja si kutoka health. You know, hii bottom up. Wacha nikwambie Francis.
Yes.
The simplest way huyu president angeweka pesa kwa mfuko ya wananchi wa kawaida. As his slogan ilikuwa inasema, ningekuwa yeye, I could have taken care of education like I give free education direct from pre-unit shini PP1 mpaka kwa campus. Then I take care of health. Wacha watu waache kuspend pesa wakiwa wagonjwa. Do you know how many people wenye ni wagonjwa, let's say like cancer, they at least can think of affording it simply because wamepewa hiyo pay cut kwa campus ama kwa high school ama kwa primary. Assuming hiyo pay cut ingekuwa, hawangekuwa wametolea hiyo pesa kidogo kidogo, hata hawangeweza kufanya research Google wajue online mali hospitali ya cancer iko. Sasa unataka kuniambia utoe hizo vitu hapo. Mzazi aenda alime huko Molo, Turkana wanyana kitu. Huko na gunia 50 ya mahindi ambao gunia moja ni 2,000, huko na watoto 7. Unajua si Nairobi wasasi huko wanajua ni watoto 7, 10, 15 hiyo. Ni nani utalipia fee? Okay, kuna wenye wanachukua opportunity Nairobi County wanapewa free school feeding program. Mwanafunzi anafurahia kukula food shule akiwa primary na high school. Alafu anastuka aende campus. So you can imagine ile society tutakuwa nayo. Wacha public aingie ni wakati wake.
So thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Unajua, this is now the problem of voting for watu wa wash. Mtu ya wash aoni haja na education. By the way, wacha nikwambia, to them education kama watu yao, and you see there are people and watu yao kama nani, kama governor ya Nairobi Sakaja ana drop out of campus doing a good course actuarial science, ana drop out, anaenda kwa mambo ya siasa, and then baadaye sele ako kwa Senate, anafikiria sasa mambo ya kukuwa governor, anakimbia Uganda kwa an existence, yani ile ingine hata ijulikani, sijui inaitwa team building ama inaitwa nini, and then
Team
now
University.
hiyo ni timu ya team building ama ni TIM ya timu
Ni team ya mpira.
Timu ya mpira.
Sasa hata hiyo jina yenyewe it can tell you a lot about what kind of a university is that. Sasa on top of that anasema kuenda huko physically, sio alikuwa anasoma online. Shule nayo inasema they had not started online whatever. Sasa watu kama hao, that's the caliber of leadership you're having now, watu wa wash. So first of all, aoni hata haja hiyo education sana venye wewe unaona. Number 2, wanafikiria hii help yenye tunashinda tukipeana hapa na watu hawalipi because hawapati kazi, tunaweza divert hiyo pesa iende kwa mambo mengine. So that's the kind of a mentality we are having, that even people who are of high caliber in society, mtu kama pilot ni mtu wa haki ya juu kwa any society, but you see sasa somebody who hawa kina Murkomen plus Hustler and all this, hakuna mtu mwenye amesoma kwa private university. Wakiingia university wote wamesaidika na help, but you see hawaoni meaning ya hiyo education. What they know which got them where they are ni ujanja yao, unajua ujanja. So hawaoni like it's a big deal that unajua watu walikuwa wanashinda wakisema ati unajua Uhuru ajui shida ya Hustler kwa sababu hajailala njaa. Sasa the worst, by the way, some of the worst leaders ni wale wenye wametoka chini. Because if you see all the policies ya Hustler, ni 3/4 of them ni za kudhalilisha the poor person. 3/4 ni ya kufinyilia tu the poor person. Zile zinalenga watu wadosi, hii mambo ya land rights and whatever, lakini majority of the things ukiangalia zina target a poor person. So I think Kenyans should also learn, don't just take it that kwa sababu this is someone who was born from a poor family, ata understand our predicament. Yes, he might not have been born from dynasty na kweli alisoma na help, but sasa si ndio huyu the same person mwenye alisoma na help na wote, hata huyo years of education sio anaitwa kwa macho, anaitwa nani, Machoge, even him alisoma hata yeye amesoma na help ama alisoma na help. Hao watu wote all of them walisoma na help. Hakuna mtu anaweza kuja aseme ati mimi kusoma na help ni mzazi yangu alinilipia. But you see, since when they became billionaires, sasa that is no longer part of them. We cannot relate to mtu mwenye ako huko chini ana need free education for those they afford. They cannot relate. Hawezi understand ni aje uta afford. So that misconception which Kenyans have, that if I vote for a poor person because he has been through poverty, atanikumbuka kwa sababu anajua what I have been through. You can see it for yourself now. The same people ndio hawa. So it's very unfortunate, but Kenyans are going to reap whatever they sowed wenye walimpigia kura. Because me, where they am seeing that this thing the way it's coming is like even now affecting more of people who voted for Hustler. It's moving towards more, inaegemea sana upande ya watu wenye walimsupport, na ndio unaona support sasa imeanza kuwin, ameanza kuwa unpopular in the strongholds and the like, because watu wameanza kurealize this guy hakuna wasla yenye yako nayo. Wasla iliisha hata huko nyuma before aingie Y2K aone pesa. So it's very unfortunate that pilots can even be threatened with being sacked. Kenya is a country whereby people like pilots and people like doctors are tarmacked. Mimi nimesikia kuna some people who have graduated with medicine from UN who are now driving matatu. Wamekosa kazi. Sasa kama daktari anaweza kosa kazi and there's a deficit of patient to doctor ratio, where are we headed as a country? If at all a pilot can be threatened by somebody like Murkomen, that you guys are trying to sabotage us politically. And so I will deal with you as people who are trying to sabotage the government. Where are we heading? Atuli mwenyewe, who is the chairman of court, who is supposed to be the hearing workers, ndio huyo amepelekwa kwa EACC. Sasa where are we heading? Unajua, it's like yani tumeshikwa kwa shingo yani, because if at all a court court chairman mwenye angekuwa anatetea right ya workers ndio huyu, yeye mwenyewe is under siege, is under siege, amepelekwa EACC case. Sasa do you expect him akutetee? Hawezi hata sahii pali yako, hawezi hata inua kichwa hivi, because he knows akisema anything the next day amepelekwa EACC, anaitwa EACC aende akajibu mashtaka. So this is a kind of a country we are now in, and we were warned by Baba and those who had foresight that this country is going to become banana republic. Banana republic yenyewe kama nchi yenye haina serikali, because that's how we are going. So we are under some kind of what yani like tumekuwa kidnapped or hijacked. Everything is just going in a manner which we have no control over it. We don't know what to expect next. Kila siku kuna kitu yenye inakuja which is very has implications, whether it is that whether it's this issue of KRA, whether it's this issue of NSSF, NHIF. All these things have very far-reaching implications, na hata hatujakaa long. So it's like mtu anakaanga chini, hata sijui kama vijana walalangi wanakaa chini, wanaona pali pesa inaweza toka. Kuna pesa iko hapa yenye tunapea kwa hii public university ni ya nini? Hawa watu wakimaliza hata graduate hawaendi kupata job, so hawaendi hata rudisha hiyo pesa. So hiyo hapa kuna pesa ya NSSF, ongeza hiyo. Hapa kuna pesa ya KRA. There are some people here who are sending their parents money through M-Pesa. Those parents should pay taxes. Nakwambia, we are in a very pathetic state. We are in a very, very pathetic state. Now it is going every day, exponential. Inaenda ikicrease, inaenda ikiongeza, inaenda ikiongeza. At the end of the day, tunajikuta as Kenyans, we are being held hostage in our own country. We have no control. Unaona threatening yenye ina happen of people. Mara ni PCI, mara ni kotu, mara ni Murathe. It's just a sign of things. Unajua, that's the kind of an institution yenye Moi alikuwa nayo. Akiona that you are not going along with him, my friend, he'll deal with you properly. Kama venye ali deal with Raila ilifika point mpaka bibi yake mwenyewe akathrowiwa out of the house and the school where she was teaching was in Kenya High. Akatupwa nje mpaka your family members, mpaka anybody who associates with you. So that's the kind of nini we are rebuilding. Ile tu dictatorship ndio hii inaanza step by step. Dictatorship inaanzanga na siku moja. This is how it starts. Mnafinywa hapa, mnafinywa hapa, mnafinywa hapa, mnafinywa hapa, mnanyamaza, mnathreateniwa. At the end of the day, you are no longer a democratic state. You are in a dictatorial country, kama ile ya North Korea. So Kenyans, I don't know, but I think at least I'm thanking God that Azimio sasa wameamka and they have taken their rightful place to help us defend Kenyans, because Kenyans sahii ni kama orphans, hawana msaada. They have nobody. Who do they have? Hawa watu wote wamewekwa hapa kama ma-CS na ma-PS wako hapa kwa ajili ya hustler.
So
And they do
public
everything.
participation.
Yes.
If I interject you and I ask, because for how long shall we be choosing bad people because there's somebody somewhere who will help us to rectify him?
Sasa unajua, first of all, me hata I don't believe this guy was chosen by people. I believe alijipea tu votes, alijirig in. So ile tu alijirig in, na sasa Yeah, because the other players did not want a situation whereby there's going to be bloodshed. Wakamwachia. Me, that's what I believe. I don't believe Kenya. Okay, Kenya sometimes tunaweza kuwa gullible, but hakuna mtu ako na akili timamu anaweza vutia mtu kama huyu. With knowing his record, hakuna mtu anaweza vutia huyu mtu. As much as kulikuwa na hiyo euphoria that we are punishing, wacha tupunish Uhuru by rejecting ule mtu mwenye ameendorse na kupitia huyu mwingine. Na mpaka wa leo there are people who are still holding on. Watu wa hiyo group they are holding on and they are like, this is the best president, nani will be the best president which we have ever had. Saizi vitu wanafanya na streamline, lakini just give them few days, macho itaanza kupunguka. Kuna wenye already washaanza kuona hakuna kitu mtu atasaidia country, but kuna wale wako still kwa hiyo euphoria that you wait until 100 days, wait until how many, 1 year, wait until 3 years. This will be the best president wa wapi? Kenyans are really joking. Thank you.
So, you know, and I'm sorry to use this example. It was not my wish, but I will use. You know, the sweet and most, the sweet and the most talkative and most appealing husband is one of the most careless husband you can ever have. He's the one who will not even care about you. You will only be talking so nice, but responsibility will be almost zero. You will not be caring. You know, these things are there. You find somebody you cannot have good mouth and have good deeds. You choose one. So let me tell you, that's what you call PR. The person has very good mouth. When you listen to William Ruto, you may think that he's bringing heaven to earth. But if you can sit down and analyze, you realize it's a con game, a very big one. Because when I listen to him, and what he usually refers to is, I will, and you are the president, I will, when? Instead of saying, I have done this and this, or I have instructed this and this. Every moment you ask him about subsidy, we have a long plan, we have a long term. So the long term, maybe it is about 5 years, so that we become agriculturally independent without depending on subsidy. Miaka 5 mtu anaweza kuwa hai kweli? You know things sometime anyway.
Sasa watu wanakula kamilion, watoto wanakula kamilion, na mtu anasema hawezi subsidize food, hawezi subsidize consumption. Imagine, that is where it has reached. Unajua, wacha nikwambie, unaona kama huyo mama, nimejaribu kuweka link. Umeona link about that video? Nilikuwekea link hapo kwa chat. Kwa hiyo link,
Yes.
ya hiyo story ya huyo mama, watoto wake walikula kamilion. Unajua kama unga ingekuanga amesubsidize ikakuja kwa 100, you see this lady is getting maximum of 200 in a day. So this is getting maximum of 200. Kama unga ingekuwa 100, angeweza nunua unga, then watoto wakunywe either uji, maybe they can take some uji, wengine wanakula ugali hata kama ni na chumvi. Lakini sasa what the staple food yenye imesaidia sana sana this low class people hustlers ni ugali. Ugali inasaidianga sana. Hiyo unga ya nini so good, because at least unaweza kutia watoto uji nayo kidogo, ingine upike ugali hata kama huna mboga utakula na chumvi, ana inashika tumbo, unajua. Sasa imagine this mama ati the viazi ilikuwa 8, na sasa watoto pia ni 8, so meaning viazi moja pa mtoto. Sasa hata kama ni wewe, hata kama ni mtoto wa whole, mtoto mgani atashiba viazi moja? Sasa mkubwa akaona wacha ajaribu kurescue the situation, akaenda akachukua kamilion, akajaribu kupika nayo supu na nini, ndio at least watoto kitu ifike tumbo. Alafu you are here telling us that me I cannot subsidize consumption. Me I don't subsidize consumption. I can't subsidize consumption. Let us subsidize production. Here people are taking carcasses, animals which have died, they are eating them. Alafu to make it more ironic, uko busy unapeleka msaada Somalia, in your own country watoto wanakufa wakikula kamilion. Surely, even in the eyes of God, Huyu mtu acha nikwambie, judgment yenye inakuja kwake ni kubwa, sio kidogo, because he's very inhuman, a very inhuman person. Me, I've never seen a human person. He knows very well. Do you want to tell me if you and I as a common man, we are privy to the situation which is in this country, how dire it is? Yeah, hajui. Ni kuignore tu ana ignore. He knows how bad it is. And it's very simple. Ni a subsidized basic food commodity. Sana sana unga. Atoe hiyo 130 iko juu wa subsidize. But kwa sababu anataka hiyo pesa ingie kwa mfuko yake na marafiki yake wapate kitu ya kuiba, kwa sababu yenye wamepata haijawatosheleza ya kurudisha yenye walikuwa wanapeana kwa campaign. So now children have to be dying, children have to be eating poisonous animals. You know, it's very inhuman. Alafu mtu ako na guts anakuja hapo na ujeuri sana, anawaambia I cannot subsidize consumption. So because you cannot subsidize consumption, sasa watu waanze kukula wanyama poisonous. Because you have refused to subsidize consumption. You cannot say that. Hakuna inchi. Take all these countries. There's no country whereby they don't subsidize basic food commodities when there is a hyperinflation. Alafu unatuambia umesoma wapi? Hata hiyo mimi yake ni ya wash. Aende huko.
So, you know, yes, PH.
Public participation. Unajua ukinyonga hiyo kijana alienda katafuta. Hiyo kinyonga si ati ilikuwa imefungiwa hapo kwa nyumba. So pia alienda katafuta, yani ni scenario nyingine hata huwezi taka kufikiria afya mtoto alienda kutafuta kinyonga. Bearing in mind mtoto hiyo age anaogopa, ni watoto wenye wanaogopanga kinyonga sana. So pia ilibidi ajijaze, yani to build up courage mpaka ashike hiyo kinyonga. Sio alichemusha kwa, yani ni kitu yenye uwezi equate usikie kuna msee hapo nje anasema hawezi subsidize ati product consumption. Uwezi buy idea yake ukisikia hapo nje ukipita. And the only reason why hawezi subsidize consumption anasema ati wengine walijaribu haikufikia watu na hiyo bei. Wewe kama sasa mwenye umeralani kutoka hapo, si ukuje na njia ya kusubsidize na ifikie mwananchi wa chini. Unaona? So huyu jamaa yani hakuna vile unaweza sema nchi yako inaumia na ndege inakunywa mafuta kupeleka chakula Somalia. Na hakuna vile unaweza sema pesa mfukoni kama hao wenye walikuwa umewapea pesa, umewalipia nusu kwa campus, unachukua hiyo pesa ndio sio unataka uwapee kama pesa ya asala, tena uwafanyie kazi wa kulipa ushuru. Yaani unaitoa kutoka pande unairudisha pande nyingine. Unaona hiyo scenario? Unatoa pesa kwa university, umeposi ya help, labda hiyo pesa ndio unataka kupeana kwa maasla, wafanya bidii juu usipolipa tena hiyo taxi na urudishe hiyo pesa utashikwa labda. Ni kizaza. Alafu msee sijui, unajua Atuoli, kuna kitu umeresi juu ya Atuoli. Atuoli was the first man mwenye kama court secretary general mwenye alioppose hiyo mambo ya increment ya NSSF wakati fulani. Si ati hii ndio imekuja ya kwanza, akaenda kukimbia kotini, hata alikumbukia huko labda hajafangu. Koti kwa overturn hiyo kitu. This time round Atuoli ndio number 1 kukubali hiyo kitu ya NSSF. So you can imagine.
Yes. You know, I understand that all. Even if I was me, I would have accepted. Do you know why? Atuoli came out and won Kenyans. Alitokea kabisa. Akasema Ruto na mama mwingine sijui alimuita mama mgani. Ile kipindi akiomba akisema Mungu tusaidie. Hii dunia watu wanataka kutumaliza. Kama unakumbuka ile famous maombi alikuwa anaomba Atuoli. Akasema kwamba kuna watu wanataka kuiba NSSF na wanataka kumtoa ndio ili waibe pesa na amekataa. Sasa Wakenya wakadhani Atuoli ni mwenda wazimu yeye elewi. You know, the problem with Kenyans is that we all Mr. Know-it-all. Even where we don't have knowledge, we want to force ourselves to behave as if we have. Wewe unajua kabisa NSSF hujui vizuri, Atuoli ndo anashughulika naye. Anaja anakuambia mtu fulani anastahili kuiba. Badala wewe akuoji na kuuliza akuelezee kwa undani, unaanza kumdismiss kusema anachukia president. Sasa alipoona imefika hapo si akabidi akukubali. Sasa atafanya nini? Kama aliwaonya kabla na mkaenda mkachagua huyo mtu. Sasa sasa anawapingia nini? si anakubali pia.
Sasa nani Francis, ungekuwa rais ni gani ungefanya kuongeza? Ni NHIF ama ni NSSF?
Yeah?
If you are president today and you had two options or a variety of options za kuchagua, ni ungeongezea NSSF ama ungeongezea NHIF?
I could not have added none.
Assuming it was like a must to add.
It is not a must. You know what?
Anyway.
Nikwambie PH. What we are having now with the president anapigana na the rich people, na ndio maana sisi raia tunaumia na ajali. Wacha kwani kuulize, SK Masharia si raia wa Kenya? Peter Munga si raia wa Kenya?
They are citizens.
They are citizens, ndio. What is the big issue of you telling Peter Munga, come together as a Mount Kenya Foundation, build some dams all over the country and have the control over them, but don't overcharge them. Just charge them the price that is supposed to be the human prices. You go and tell them, unapatia mtu kama SK Masharia unamwambia, because tumemanage kampuni ya Mumias kama serikali imetushinda, wewe enda kule na pesa yako ufufue, usimamie kama venye umesimamia Citizen hii miaka yote ikakuwa successful. Kwani what will be the big problem of having Mumias company operating and benefiting Western people but under SK Masharia? What will be the problem?
Ni kukosa kufikiria. Si unajua
Sasa shida ni kwamba anajaribu kupigana na wao kuonesha kwamba anaweza operate bila, anasahau kitu moja kwamba in the public sector there is nothing that we call respect or responsibility. Enda hata kwa shule utasikia mtu akiuliza mbona unaharibu hiyo tap, utasikia amesema hii ni tap ya serikali na inatengenezwa na serikali, si ya kwako. So there is no any responsibility or accountability in terms of public resources. But when it comes to private, enda uguza microphone SK Masharia leo tumeharibu, kesho uko kotini unapigwa fine unalipa.
Yeah.
But ya government utaharibu, wewe utafute mtu useme anakuonea ama unachukiwa ama community yako inakuwa targeted na utaepa naye, unaona? So the moment ana supposed kuketi chini, aite watu, these are citizens of Kenya, there's nothing wrong with them, let them go and sit down, try to build a country with them. These are senior private citizens. Awaita awaambie juu kuna dams kadhaa, wewe enda Kajiado enda ujenge moja, wewe enda mahali fulani utafute unaweza jenga moja. Sinia hapa hii ya Nakuru ya Solai ilikuwa imejengwa na mtu personal, ilikuwa personal, hii ilivunjika. Yes,
Yeah,
somebody can do it. So it's very simple. Uhitaji ku raise mambo ya taxes, unasaidi tu kuutilize pesa zenye ziko kwa mikono ya watu ambao ni matajiri, hivyo tu utilize na nchi ikuwe safi.
Francis, wacha nikwambie, unajua there's something that maybe some Kenyans are not free, but the reality is that 3/4 ya problems zenye tuko nayo Kenya, they are created problem so that somebody can benefit out of them. Okay? So Mumias tukiangusha Mumias na ianguke, Sony Sugar the same, if all the companies are sukari haiwezi fanya, what's next? Yeah, I can go and import some sugar from Mexico, nilete, ni make profit. Unaona? So many of these problems we're having, including hii mambo ya dam, because you see, ukijenga hizo dams and then we become food sufficient, some people here will not be making any money to wamezoea kuenda kuleta mahindi from wherever wanazileta. And that's one of their main revenue stream. Sasa ukimwambia tengeneza dams, ikuwe dams kila pahali, sasa kuwe hakuna shortage ya mahindi, tunaharibu nini ya hustle yake. Sasa some of these things, and that's why at a private sector people cannot want to get involved, because they know the reality that nitaenda kuinvest pesa yangu hapa na after that pesa yangu itaenda down the drain, because kuna mtu mwenye ako invested in making sure that this thing doesn't work, so that yeye aende alete sukari, alete mahindi, alete whatever it is. So many things. Yeah, kwani hata wa China wenye wanashidanga wakileta samaki hapa na containers, you want to tell me that gava is doing that is affecting the fish industry in Kenya? Wanajua vizuri sana, but this is what they are making through those people bringing their things here, and that's why they are killing all our industries. Alafu wanafanya hapa si mtumba iwaachane na mtumba, they are going to make textiles then. Anyway, sawa.
That's why Francis umepeana example mzuri hapo, ukasema ukiona jamaa anakuja na mdomo tamu, amepiga pasi, sweet and convincing terms, kama demu na sasa utoke mbio. Ndio siku nikangoja public participation yapeane ajibu kama ni ukweli ama ni uongo, akaepa hiyo mfano. Roda naye nangoja
Ni ukweli mtupu.
Mimi nitaongea about Europe. Excuse me. Unajua mimi niko Europe sahi. I want my country to be like Europe. That's my dreams. I want every Kenyan citizen to live good life, to have food in the table, to have a good education system is working like a Europe system. Right? For example, my daughter, she's just 15 years. She knows many things like me than me. Alikuwa ananiteach, mommy, you don't know this, ananiteach kwa sababu anajua sai ananiambia nataka kuwa daktari. She already have a goal. Now she's just 15 years and she's very humble, very kind. You know, akona goal. Unaona, kwa sababu shule huko wanafundishwa kuwa discipline, watoto wanafundishwa kuwa discipline. Wanapigwa na wazazi na walimu kwa sababu mtu akikataa kusoma huku ana future. Ni must asome kwa sababu akuwe independent. Na hiyo that's why in parents here they work 24 hours. Mtoto anakula, anakunywa maji, analala salama. Unaona? Ati mtoto akikula chakula mzuri, analala vizuri, ako na future. Kwa sababu parents when we meet the teacher, we do this for the best, for the future, because our children can have a very good future. Future means they can be independent. You know, like my daughter, she told me, mommy, I want to be like a doctor. And I was very proud of her. You want to be a doctor? You know, she's good with the physics, biology. She knows which kind of maths. Because it's almost European education. I don't know how is it in Kenya. And that's amazing. So my daughter, she have a hope. She will have a good life in future. You know, all the parents, they always wishing for their children good life. They study good school, and then they get married. Good man. You know, my daughter, she's a Christian. What my daughter to be married with a Christian man? It doesn't matter. She will be married with a Kenyan man or a white man, but a man who is a Christian. And that's always the parent. They always wishing us for the best. So that's what I want my country to be. In future, not future, now. We can do it now. When we are here because we love our country. To make every school county, every child have food in the table. At least wanakula mchele na beans. Every county, the government supply every city, the school with the beans, with the rice. Unga na nini, yani kama video nani Prispati amesema, kama uko nini kunaitagwa aje, huko kunaitagwa aje, Turkana. This is a very bad place. Actually, me, I have heart for the Turkana. At least huko wanapatia maugari mingi sana. Anaweza chemusha hiyo ugari ama anapiga nini, anakunywa uji. Ndio maana tumesema hapa Makiani amesema about education is a key. Kwa sababu watu wakiwa wamesoma, ndio maana unaonaga nchi za wazungu very development. Why? Kwa sababu wamesoma. Ni must unasoma the law of the law, unasoma vile unaweza deal na watu kama foreigners. Kama sisi tukikuja huku Europe, wanakuanga wana deal na sisi kwa sababu unakuja huku na integrate. Kama huku unakuja unasoma language, culture is not the same. It's not easy. They have to make us we feel like we feel we belong to this society. It's not easy. You have to learn how to eat food from here. Kama mimi nilikuwa nimeolewa na mzungu, you have to teach me the culture, the food, you know. No, it's not easy. So in Kenya, we can make our country great. Just you, when we are talking here, we are making our country best. We can make our country. You see, like people like Mother Wagari, Wagari wa Madai, he win the Nobel Prize. Why? Because he saw the whole world he can do a best. Just to put the tree in Kenya, nakakuja hii nchi miniko, naka win Nobel Prize. You don't put yourself down. It doesn't matter you come that village, Kisi or Kiabu County or Turokana. You can be a good person. You can be a better person. If the government give us chance, they give a chance, a good educations, like the system of education system is working. We can have a doctor who are killing a cancer, like the way Matangi say Matungu, Matungu say we can have a good hospital who kill the cancer. You know, like my friend is a professor in the Bible. I went to the Bible school. I'm telling you that man. Can you imagine? This country, I'm really proud of this country. He have been cancer 5 times. Is coming, going back, coming. First of all, he get lung cancer, and then they remove him, and then it come back. Some brain tama inaitwa ya kichwa inakuja inarudi. Can you imagine? 4 times amekuwa na cancer, 4 times inarudi. Unashindwa ni shetani mgani wanaigilia huyo mzee? Ni mtu akuni professor, ni cancer na lakini I'm so proud of this country government have been making our hospital a great. That man, he could one time, the last time when he was in the hospital, alikuwa anasema this is the last day. Alikuwa ameandika Mungu akitaka mimi niende juu, niende mbinguni sawa. Alikuwa ameandika kwa Facebook. Lakini church, we continue pray for him, and we stand and we pray for him. Yeah. So that's what I want. And he anaekwa nini? Inatagwaje? Dawa za kukill cancer. So our country can be a great country in the future if we stand together as a family. Don't look the tribal, look person. You can be a great person.
Government
Doesn't matter you come from.
funding public universities. Education CS Machogu now says the Kenyan government will no longer fund public universities and colleges. Education Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Machogu now says. Speaking on Saturday at the Dedan Kimathi University of Science and Technology in Nyeru County, CS Machogu said that the current financial crisis affecting the institutions called for the alternative sources of income for the institution to ease pressure on the government. He thus urged the public institutions of higher learning to embrace research, innovation, and technology to generate their individual income, since the state is in a verge of withdrawing its financial support. In Kenya, education takes about 25.9%, and we have to find other ways of creating and generating revenues for the universities, and they have to look on the other revenues. He said, I am going to move around each and every university in Kenya because a number is faced with financial problems, and we are encouraging that they must generate their own income because the exchequer, as it is now, it is not going to continue funding more. The announcement by the CS comes amid major universities across the country dealing with strikes over lack of funds. University Fund Chief Executive Officer CEO Geoffrey Monari recently said the number of students qualifying for universities is increasing every year, and that is becoming unsustainable for the government to add financial allocation to support the institutions. The funding requirement for 2022 cohort of 145,145 students is 32.7 million Kenya shillings. The incoming cohort is larger than the graduate exiting by 52,195. Hence, it's expected that the funding requirement will increase, noted Monari. The CEO explained that the situation has been made worse by the 100% transition for students attaining a C+.
It seems I have a problem with my network. It's not so much good, but What is there is that the funding of education will not be there. It's likely not to be there in the next maybe 3 or 6 months. It will be withdrawn, and we have had it occupies almost 26 or 29% of our budget. So, and then I'm asking myself a very simple question: what does the government want? Does it want to raise a generation that will not be able to think? Because I saw a quote from some of scholars who say that a rich man is likely to give birth to a fool, because that kid is likely not to think, because his parent has already accumulated the wealth to sustain him. And then the kid that will be born out of the one that was born in the rich family is likely to be bright, because his father will be having nothing. So I'm looking at this scenario whereby we shall be poor and still uneducated, because it means if education is the funding in education is not there, we mean that you cannot afford. What will likely occur is some of us, children, our daughters, our sons, sisters, brothers will drop out of school, because mi nakwambia sasa ukiingia campus unapata wanasema kuinama. Hiyo ni mimi nazunguka sana huku, wanasema kuinama. Kuinama inamaanisha huu mtu ukuli, you just ignore that, unajifanya ni kama lunch hujui kama iko. Hiyo ikifika unajifanya ni kama unaenda kucheza mpira ndo ujisaulishe. Na still there is funding. So imagine now a scenario whereby the funding imetolewa na haiko. Huyo mtu hata atakuwa anainamia wapi? I think atakuwa anainamia kwao, hata si shule. Juu sasa anainamia shuleni, maana at least kuna pesa yenye amelipwa, anaweza kaa, kuna free accommodation ya shule inaweza mpatia. But ikitolewa atakuwa anainamia kwao with no hopes of anything that it will ever come about. Because these are the things that the William Ruto is ignoring. That you can build a legacy by making education free. You can build a legacy by feeding a nation. You can make a legacy by having a good healthcare. It's not a must you build a legacy by building houses. No. But you can build a legacy of saying, our children can get free education without struggle. We can access medical healthcare without struggle. We can access food without struggle. That is a very good legacy. It cut across everybody. But sahii priority sijui ni nyumba kujenga, sijui vitu gani, sijui fertilizer. Anyway, and I hope maybe watafika katikati na wabadilike, wa take trajectory yenye itasuluhisha matatizo ya mwananchi. Lakini venye kunakaa, yani sometime hata kuangalia TV na kudiscourage kabisa, because there's nothing that building hopes that comes out of it. You just go there, ukiona tu mambo ya serikali kidogo unatoka, lakini mambo ya biashara ni sawa. Anyway, it's pathetic, but I hope things will change. If they will not change, we can change them. PH.
Francis, unajua nikiona Alex amerudi hivi amechemka, kuna kitu imemchemsha. Wacha ongea kabla ya sahau. Alex.
No, I mean, I was going, the lady just said something about Mesahau. Let me give you the historicity and the progressive nature of our education sector. I want to read you from the history of Kenya. In 2015, Kenya expenditure on education was only 16.65% of the total budget. And the total budget then was less than, I think, it was about 1 trillion. It further rose, and from 2015 to 2023 budget, because we passed the biggest budget before election, as I said, which is about 3.3 trillion. Now, in 20, now this is hapa sana inanisumbua. We had 473 billion in 2019 to 2020. From 2020 to 2021 financial year, it rose by 20%. But this time around, from 2022 to 2023 budget, we have 544.4 billion of the biggest junk of all that was put in all ministries. Now, while allocating this fund, Treasury CS Ukur Yatani said this is part of the ongoing radical changes to improve not only the quality of education, because the human capacity development of the world has changed. We cannot keep on graduating people who cannot get jobs within the country and outside the country. So that these radical changes are helping us to create new positions for students and also new opportunities for these students abroad. And that is why we have done that. To begin with, there is overcrowding in the public schools. After COVID-19, we need to do undercrowding. And then he ended up saying the education sector got the biggest budget share of the 3.3 trillion budget. Now, and the question, the elephant in the room is this. You got 29.4% of the budget, which is almost 550 billion. And that part in the 550 billion, 40% is supposed to bankroll the universities. Now, the question in the room is, where are you taking that money to? Because the budget has been passed. The money is already there. Where are you taking the money? If you have to do it gradually. Don't do cold turkey. Are you telling us that Machogu wants to bank this? Because when you put 40% of, so utasema 10% ni 55 billion. 55 plus 55 plus 55 plus 55, that is almost 220 billion. Where are you taking the 220 billion to? That is the question. Because we passed the budget so that the incoming government should not start complaining that they don't have money. They are not supposed to print money. The money is already there. They were given hii maneno ya kusema ati walipewa ati aina the treasury does not have money. As we have been told, even the treasury has come. There is a difference between the ministry and also KRA. KRA does its work. KRA ikishachukua pesa at the end of the week inapea government. Government inachukua hii pesa inaallocate through the treasury and other departments that necessary to bankroll every department and every ministry that needs money on a daily basis or on a weekly basis or on a what? On a monthly basis. So the question is, this money is being given from KRA every day. KRA wanapata pesa, wanapea the treasury disbands this money. So the money that they are supposed to disband. Now, there's another report that says, which we should also ask, how does the education sector, because this is another elephant in the room, that the education, the universities alone, all the public universities of Kenya, owes KRA 190 million, not Kenya shillings, USA dollars. That KRA inadai universities zetu 190. No, now, I didn't know that universities are supposed to pay again taxes. They are publicly funded. They are under the 501. How again should they pay taxes given that they are being funded?
So, Alex, what is happening ni ile tabia ya Kerocha alifanya. Within the university, there are workers who are working there. So the workers cannot take the tax to KRA directly. What it happened, the university cuts the tax on their behalf, then they are supposed to remit it to KRA. Not the tax of university, but the people are working within the university. So somebody is pocketing the money at the expenses of the meeting to KRA.
Then the
That's what is
universities
happening.
don't owe KRA. It is the workers who owe KRA. We must distinguish that so that we don't put that burden on the university. If somebody has been allocated the duty to take the money from the government, from the payroll tax, therefore they should go under that department and ask, did you receive this money on our behalf? So those people should be culpable. You should not say the university owes, because then we start asking, what is the essence of funding these universities and again taxing them? It beats logic. So we should have another outside agency that does the payroll of the university. And again, okay, Oino, you can come and tell us, because these are things we don't understand. You're saying I'm wrong, but we are just questioning on things that we may not understand. Because the university owes a whopping 190 US dollars to the government. We are questioning that. You fund the universities, and then the university now owe you. It does not make. When banks owe each other, they do something called bank reconciliation. Why can't the government and the universities do something called reconciliation so that they can cut across, and then they know the government to owe ngapi, so that we do not give you money if you already owe us?
Alex, there's a problem that these universities, they deduct the pay from their employees and they don't remit it to KRA. They deduct pension deduction and they don't remit it to NSSF. They're also having part-time lecturers who they haven't paid to the tune of 5 billion. That is one university, not all of them. One university, JQuat, is one which has 12 billion. So I saw they've not paid their lecturers to the tune of part-time lecturers to the tune of 5.something billion. And then, of course, these are pay, those statutory deductions, pay, NHF, NSSF, they deduct, but I think they divert the money to other things. So they don't remit to the respective organizations. So that's where the problem is.
So the issue is that the government should be proactive in finding a solution to that. And I believe that has been happening, because I think most universities, as you know, don't want to employ lecturers on a full-time basis. I will give an example of two universities that I know very well that I've worked closely with. Kisii University, the part-time lecturers are like 80%. 20% of lecturers are are employed permanent and pensionable. So, and these who are part-time can go up to 6 months before they are even given their salaries. So if you take these people and give them salaries after 6 months, how are you supposed to take taxes again from them? You take pay as you earn taxes and everything from their insurances. By the time they receive their pay and they go pay their rents and everything and their arrears and the loans that they owe to the bank, what do they remain with? So I think they should be proactive in. I think if they are not able to remit, and we have seen that to be systemic, then an outside accounting firm should come in and help them. They should not be left thus to continue like that. A whopping 190 million US dollars. That's a lot of money. I don't think they will be able to pay back.
So Alex, you know, also what even gives us a lot of shocks is that we have something we call the caution money. We pay around 10,000 caution money that you are supposed to get refunded after graduation. But you know, to our surprise, that money we are never refunded, the caution money. What rudishiwi? And you never get an explanation. So you can take an example of a school with maybe 30,000 students. Both of them paid 10,000 caution money. That is around 30 million per each year. So you can take 4 years, that is 120 million without explanation, without anything. The money just got lost with nothing. It's just there. Like, huwezi pata explanation na huwezi fuatilia. Unajua after graduation, unaenda kutafuta maisha ingine, ushughuliki kuuliza ati sijui elfu yangu 10 imeenda wapi. Then the issue of failure to remit to KRA, what happens majority is that organization, they prepare what you call a value addition statement. The value addition statement is where they compare the pension, what they receive, what they give, and so forth. They compare the inlet and the cash outflow and cash inflow. So whatever remains being positive, they share it. That's why you hear organizations say, from next week we shall increase your salary maybe by 2%. They have calculated the value addition and they have found that kuna kakitu kanabakianga kwa account akaizi ku explained, kuna pesa kwa pale haizi ku explained. So what is happening when they calculate this one, a few official, executive official wanaenda wanaamua wanagawana ile pesa kisirisiri kwa amenyamaza. Wale wengine wakija wakilalamika wanaenda wanachukuliwa pesa sasa ya KRA yenye wengine wameremit kama taxes. Sasa wanapewa hiyo pesa, alafu wakipewa wana remit nusu badala ya kuremit full amount. So the moment wana remit full nusu, kumbuka hiyo pesa ilitumika vibaya, so it will keep on carrying, and because of the time value of money, KRA wataendelea kuwekea the interest rate ndio ili hiyo pesa yao isikuwe useless. So at the end of the day we shall end up having a very big debt because of some individual who mismanaged. The reason as to why nilikuanga I was so harsh on Keroche, and that is why even some time back I talked with another politician and he told me, you shall receive that madam. One thing you need to understand is that you cannot pay taxes when you make loss. Taxes are not paid on losses. You carry forward. You don't pay taxes on losses. So the moment you are not selling anything as a company, you cannot pay the VAT. You cannot remit the VAT. You cannot be charged. That is, if you are not selling, the KRA will not be coming for you for taxes because you shall not be making any profit. But this individual was selling the alcohol. The customers were being charged the 16%, and even after being charged that 16%, it never got to KRA. So the question was very simple. The moment the citizen paid 16% on alcohol they bought, you received the money. Where did it go and is not in your account? That is just simply stealing. It's stealing. Ni kama sahi Bernard, hii masaa ya hii unasikia nani Alex, hii mambo ya misaada unasikia tuchangie watu wana njaa. Kuna mtu unapata ameanzisha paybill number, mnachanga, mnangojea maybe ende kwa mtu mwenye anastahili kwenda kusaidiwa, mnapata mtu amenunua Prado. That's what happens with even the taxes that are all over, Na hiyo ndio shida ambayo kubwa tuko naye. But William Ruto is on record. Hajawahi sema corruption kwa speech yake. Asemangi. Hajawahi, hawezi kuguzia hiyo kitu. Ni kama yeye ni kama jina yake ingine inafanana na hiyo. Sijui mbona. Hawezi kuguzia anything to do with corruption. Hata ile tu kuongea shtue watu hawezi. Utasikia tu you can have all empty coffers so that there is nothing to steal. But you'll never hear him saying let's fight corruption. PH.
Alex, kuna kitu nataka kusema ama? Naona Alex ni kama alikuwa nataka. Hii mambo ya university naona nyewe sasa. Unajua kuna wakati mwezi wa July, I think it was on July kuna mahali niliitwa job na jamaa wangu. It's a university that I'm not going to mention. So kufika pale wakatuambia walikuwa wanataka internet. So wakatuambia service provider wao wa net mwenye alikuwa wanamuowe like 200,000. So hawana net, amewakatia net. So wanataka sisi tuwawekee net. Halafu wanatuulizia kama tutakubali uanze kutulipa after 3 months. Ndio wanaweza after 3 months walikuwa wanapiga intake ya I think September. August September. Wanasema wanafunzi wakiongezeka kwa shule ndio wanaweza pata pesa ya kutulipa mnet. So you can imagine a whole university inataka kuchange internet service provider simply because wanashindwa kulipa 200,000 peke yake only. So wametafuta online, wamekuita, umeenda huko time yako, umefanya site survey, umewapea the bandwidth yenye wanastahili kutumia, ukijua hii ni tenda mzuri. Sasa unaenda unaketi na VC, anakuambia wako na issues na finance, kama mnaweza kubali tuweke net, halafu watakuwa wakilipa quarterly, so they will be paying after 3 months. So wakati tunauliza ni pesa ngapi huyu jamaa mwenye alikuwa, wanatuambia ni 200, in fact it was 230,000. So jamaa amewakatia internet. So wanasema hawana wanafunzi, lakini September watakuwa na wanafunzi wengi, so pia watatupea kazi mingi. So you can imagine. So nilishindwa, inakuacha public university inaanguka kiwango. Unajua ingekuwa ni university private na ina jina labda ndio inaanza labda. Unaona? Sasa ndio hii pesa ya gava inatolewa pia wanafunzi wakuwe less wenye wanaenda university.
So,
Hii university
Alex,
money ikiweka kifuli.
PH,
Yes, Francis.
the moment umesema waliwaambia kwamba September ikifika watatafuta pesa wawapee, si ndio?
Yeah.
Wewe mtu umesoma, ukiendaga kwa kulipa school fees, kuna hiyo ka fee structure unapewangwa. Kana kwa kameandikwa vizuri kila kitu venye itakuwa catered for. So meaning kuna services yenye student atanyimwa ndio wifi ilipwe.
Ndio wifi ilipwe. Unajua shock ilikuwa kubwa. Nilirudi, in fact nilikuwa huko mwezi wa 8. Nilienda mwezi wa 8 bado. Hiyo net sikuweka. Unajua ilikuwa remote, so ilikuwa inabidi lazima nichukue liquid, wabebe link. Hiyo distance ingeweza kupeleka kurani cable mpaka huko. So ilikuwa niongee na liquid juu hapo karibu walikuwa wamepea institution nyingine. Nione kama nitafuta cable kutoka hapo ingie kwa hiyo institution. Sasa wakati mwezi wa 8 ilifika, mwezi wa 9 VC alinipea news, aliniambia wamekuwa allocated, they expected wapewa wanafunzi 800. So KUSSIPS iliwatumia wanafunzi 50 peke yake. So 50 akaniambia ile bandwidth yenye tulikuwa tunawapea like 200 Mbps, sasa wachukue kama 50 Mbps kwanza. So you can imagine wewe unapiga hesabu, unaenda kufungua account na kuwapea net yenye itakukosa over 350k, wachukue bandwidth ya 50 Mbps yenye hata utachukua simu miaka ngapi, hata wakupee contract ya mwaka, wataka wakupee contract ya mwezi moja. Maana ile ugumu yenye institutions zinapitia. Na sasa ndio hao pesa itolewa wanafunzi wakuwe less. Alex, uko na point ama ni aje?
Yeah, no, on that pia, I think the same university, they could not even fund their own biology laboratory. They used to go to a polytechnic that was nearby, the same very university. I think tuliwavutia internet twice. Hawakukuwa na their own laboratory. They used to go and take university students to the nearest polytechnic to do their labs. Just go on.
Wanakula hizi pesa, wanabanki kwa nini, wananunua ma V8 ama nini? Unajua kuna vitu asieleweki.
No, you see them. You see even very junior accounting officers by university. They drive big time cars. For instance, wacha nitumie hiyo jina ya Duke. Duke ndiye anapenda kusema for instance. Sasa ukiangalia hiyo 230,000 it's a drop in the rain. You know, Wajaluo wanasema gikmago nam. Yani kitu yenye inacha one drop of rain cannot affect the lake. Why am I saying that? You have more than let me give an example of Kisii University. Kisii University at some point had more than 10,000 students, which was 300% of more they were supposed to have. Now, you have more than 10,000 students. Let's say hiyo ndio ilikuwa imekatiwa hiyo moto. You need only 2 students. 2 students out of 10,000 to pay your internet. And you start complaining. Is that corruption or swindling? that's beyond. We should come up with another word that is worse than corruption, so that we can be able to define this to be something else. You cannot say you are not able to pay even your part-time lecturers who are earning 2,000 per lecture. And common class, common units, you have more than 3,000 people in that common unit. And a lecturer is being paid 2,000 per what? So that means 1 shilling, I'm a baby 75 cents from every student. And you end up not paying this lecturer for what? For the next 1 year. And you know what happened, Francis? That is how missing marks come. Huyu lecturer ataenda na mtihani na vitu yote alikuwa amemark. At the end of the year, mnaanza kutafuta marks haziko because lecturer alienda na nini? He was not paid. Yeah, that's how we start finding these issues are missing marks. Endelea, my friend. I was just emphasizing on what is happening, the rotten nature of our universities.
And you know, PH, just 1 minute, then you'll continue. Unajua kuna kitu kingine pia yenye umeguzia, kuna kitu inaitwa, unaona, mismanagement of resources. It is so intense to a point that a job that is supposed to be done by 10,000 is allocated even 100,000. Unapata, for instance, I know the pay rate of lecturers is 3,000 per hour. They're paid 3,000 per hour, something or sort kind of close to that. So if somebody has maybe 3 or 4 classes per day, that it means he's earning a good amount of money. When it comes to also to the contract yenye wanapewa kama kusupply, kama ni shule unapata, for example, kama ni watu wa catering wenye wanapika huko nini, unapata wale watu hivi ndio ina happening, and I feel sorry for them because wanaenda wanatafutiwa agent si Saudi Arabia peke yake, by the way, agent wako mpaka Kenya, wanatafuta kampuni ya kama ni ya walinzi ama ya wapishi. Hiyo kampuni wana negotiate na wao.
Tuma link as you talk. People are asking for
wana negotiate na wana negotiate na hiyo kampuni, wana hire workers at a low pay rate. Unapata kampuni maybe inapokea inasema una suppose kulipwa maybe per day unalipwa 500, yani kulingana na venye contract inasema wao unastahili kulipwa 500, lakini reality unalipwa 250, lakini juu ni kampuni imewaleta kwa hiyo shule kufanya kazi, huwezi complainia VC. Ukicomplain kampuni ndio inapigiwa simu inakuita. So you can imagine going to argue with somebody mwenye hakuwa kwa hiyo environment ukifanya kazi hata kuelewa. So that also money is being swindled between the company yenye na hire workers na between the school. That's the top organ. Wanachukua pesa wanawaambia wewe walipe 250, lete 100 nichiingize kwa mfuko, wewe chukue 100 uingize kwa mfuko, maisha isonge. And that's what has been happening. They have been doing everything like that. Yeah? That is why unafind hata hii issue yenye ilikuwa hapa shule nyingine tu hapa Nairobi, walikuwa na hizo issue sana mpaka walikuwa na demand huo lecturer aende. Unfortunately amerudishwa. Sasa hata sijui atafanya nini. Yeah? Anyway, Alex, continue.
No, I had finished. I was just emphasizing what PH was saying. Then I was just emphasizing on how mismanagement is current. PH, that was your opportunity.
Hii mismanagement ya finance niliona hapo, ndio unajua nilienda hapo nikiona hii nitaenda mzuri sana. Nikiwa nimenyonga tai yangu kwenda hapo kusecure tent. Sasa nikajaribu, niliwaitisha invoice ya huyo jamaa mwenye alikuwa before. So hiyo invoice wakati niliangalia, najua hii ni university ilikuwa na wanafunzi wengi. Niliona jamaa alikuwa anawalipisha like it was like 180,000 kwa mwezi kwa hiyo internet. Lakini nikiangalia bandwidth ile net alikuwa amewapea like 50 Mbps. So ile kitu yenye huyu jamaa alikuwa anafanya juu kuna access point mingi kwa female hostels, male hostels, library, administration block nini, mahali wanakulia hivyo. So ile kitu alikuwa amefanya, ameandika ka script. So wakati student wako classes pande administration block, ana make sure internet kwa male hostel, female na kwa ma lecturer amezima. So classes ndio kuna net, library off. So ni classes na departments. Wakati wanafunzi wametoka classes, kuna wenye wameenda library na turn on, huko hostels off, alafu mahali wanakulia off. Wakati wameenda kukula na ama wamerudi kwa hostels, library off, administration off, ina peak kwa hostels, ina peak kwa female yani na somebody ana pocket hiyo pesa. Unaona? Sasa shule ina negotiate na niambia tulikuwa tunafanya na hii 50 Mbps. Wewe ni gani unataka kutupea 300 400 Mbps? We were comfortable using 50 Mbps. No. So unajaribu kueleza watu lakini nikaona hasa hapo mtu ashakula pesa, hiyo tenda siku secure ikaenda filia ilienda. So I'm trying to imagine what if sasa hii shule kama ilipata 50 students hii wakati na KUSSIPS. Ndio hii sasa His Excellency ametoa hii pesa ya nini ya universities. Hiyo university sasa iende ipate wanafunzi 20 juu hata courses zingine sasa imebidi wa scrap juu sasa kama hakuna wanafunzi. You can imagine even the IT manager mwenye nilikuwa na deal na yeye kwa hii mambo ya aliniita itenda. Sasa inabidi anasimamia branch 3. Main campus na branch zingine 2. The same IT guy. Hajalipo mshahara like 6-7 months. Yani uwezi amini ile vituko iko kwa hii universities. Public universities iko na issues, unashangaa nini? Anyway. Malizia hapa Alex.
And you see, and that is why sometimes I almost want to agree with Ruto on the issue of subsidies, but I don't trust him as an individual to deal with the issues of subsidies. And let me explain it how and why. Let's be honest. And this is where sometimes we have to put politics aside and be Kenyans, because we have a collective problem that needs a collective solution. And I will deal with the example my good friend PH ametupea hapo. Now, the issues of subsidies was meant to relieve the burden for students, maybe in the university, for patients in the hospital, for pupils in our lower tertiary and lower classes. But for unga, for people who eat unga every day. Sio watu, kuna wengine hawakulangi ugali, they are a little bit sophisticated and elitist. Wanakula tu mchele. So watu wa unga unajijua. So unga subsidies is meant for that. Alafu unapata the greatest beneficiaries for these subsidies never go to the people it is meant to go to. So, and that's why even sometimes, truth be said, the millers, these millers who met Uhuru the other day, wakaleta nini chini, unga ikaenda chini. They've created a sophisticated, intricate cartel in a way that no matter what you want to do, upunguze, even if you are a president, upunguze unga, which you know very well. Today, you saw what happened in Homa Bay. They started their own milling of their own maize. Because Najua, the sides of Suba, the sides of Gwasi, the sides of Mbita, that side of Muhuru Bay, they have a lot of maize. Okay? If they can produce their own maize, take to their own millers, that unga can be cheap. That is a fact. If today Trans Nzoia had their own milling, whereby they have their own unga in Aitos Unit Trans Nzoia unga, let's be honest, that unga will be very cheap. But there is that intricate cartelism that is a middle ground, it's a middleman that makes things very sophisticated. And that is where they go and collude with the government so that the government gives the so-called subsidies and it makes a couple of people rich. These subsidies, the truth be said, the beneficiaries don't become us. And I gave an example before. You see, MCA akona pesa ya nini? Ya basari. MP akona pesa ya basari. Governor akona pesa ya basari. Government, national government iko na pesa ya basari. We should be in a position then whereby we should not be paid, we should be having free education. Why give all these people money? Then you should channel that money to the Ministry of Education and do what? Have free primary education. But we have these cartels who openly are called lobbyists in some country like in the US. They lobby and say this money must be given to this, to this, to this, because they know how to get it now back to their pockets. So we are saying if Ruto is serious, I don't want to give him a benefit of doubt because I've never trusted him as an individual. But the step he's taking is a little bit bold. He's fighting cartels. I don't know if he's fighting them so that he can bring that money to the people, or he's going to create his own cartels. Okay, that is the problem that we are having. If Ruto is serious to, venture into the fight of breaking the current cartels totally and not create other cartels, it will be good. But if he wants to get out the cartels that were there from, people like, let me not say their name because they might come back to me. They are very good in suing. There are people who have come openly and said that they were part of the SGR. They negotiated with the SGR. One individual went to China, negotiated for the SGR, finished, was given money. And when it got to Kenya, that price was inflated. And he told us on the TV that once that money was inflated, what happened? Okay? So if one individual is able to give in a tender of an entire SGR, it tells you that that person is very powerful. So if Ruto wants to get such kind of people from becoming very powerful, break this one, I can welcome that. Mugala muue lakini mpe haki yake. But what we can't trust him is he creating a new cartel? That's the question. Okay? But these subsidies, the ultimate beneficiary atakana akwe mwananchi. In education sector, it has been elusive. In the healthcare sector, tunaambiwa free maternal. But I see women still go to gynecologists who are private, and those gynecologists tell them to go to private hospitals. And in Kenya, you will find that every woman go through surgery before apate mtoto, as if our women are not strong. Why? Because it's also cartelism there. Unaambiwa mtoto atakufa, wewe uongo peke yake. Wanapelekwa through C-section. Why? Because these people are cartels. So this is what we are saying. If we are breaking these cartels, are we making other cartels, or we are going to deal away with the era of cartels? Because subsidies traditionally have gone. Vile tumeambiwa mtu anapeana 50 only Bs to a university that needs like 500. Watoto wakienda wapi? Wakienda library ya huku inakatwa. Wakienda choo ya huku inakatwa. That's a real cartel. And he's being paid money 10 times of what he's supposed to be paid. Because it disables all the female outlets. Why will we allow people like that to exist? So what I'm saying is this. I am not sure if Ruto is cutting off the present subsidies so that it can ground the cartels, because cartels dwell on subsidies, especially on the energy sector. Ruto was right, but he did it at the wrong time, because the ultimate person that is suffering is not that cartel. That cartel has hoarded a lot of money already. The ultimate person that is suffering is who? Ni mwananchi. So we are suffering because of these cartels and the subsidies that they have been getting.
So thank you.
Excuse me, can I ask you something? Rex, what is a cartel? Please, Rex, Brother Rex, please.
You see, a cartel can be me. For instance, let me use Duke's word. For instance, our friend has just told us there was a cartel who provided an ISP to a certain university. So he was being paid for something he was supposed to give 300 Bs, but he gave only 50. And this is how he did it. So when students are in school, ana disable all the female za library, ana disable zote za wapi, za hostel na everywhere. Lakini watoto wakimaliza shule, ana disable ya shule, anaenda anaweka wapi, za huko. So in a progressive way anajua kudanganya shule, lakini pesa ambaye alikuwa antakana. So he has taken 450 Bs, he has only given 50. So the school thinks they can run on the 50 and 450 and all. That this is a cartel. That's a cartel. A cartel is not a person. Mimi naweza kuwa cartel. Unaona? Na naweza kuwa cartel hivi. Jina yangu inaweza tumika to provide services in the university. So what I'm supposed to provide to the university, this is what I do. I don't provide it, but in paper it is provided. In reality, it is not provided. So a cartel is a person who does not provide services, but is being paid. And that is what Waluke today is facing. Waluke said Waluke aliandika an invoice of 200 million of things that he did not deliver. So Waluke is a cartel. Go on, Mr. PH. Maybe you have a
kidogo Alex. Usitani wao ni Mike, nataka tuongee naye Alex.
Yes.
Unajua,
yes.
Unajua jamaa, hata nilikuja kujua hiyo kampuni, hiyo IT mwenye alikuwa mwenye hiyo kampuni ya kuwape mnet. So he was the owner of the company. So you can imagine, umeenda Safaricom ama umeenda Liquid, wamekupea 50 Mbps home package, ambapo unawalipa kitu kama 7200 kwa hiyo 50 Mbps home package. Hiyo home package umeenda ukaiuza almost 300,000. Shi kama unaona logic hapo. 50 Mbps home package ukienda Liquid ama Safaricom utainunua na 7200. Wewe unaenda unaiuza almost 300,000. Huu mtu hata akikaa kwa hiyo institution, na niliona hiyo invoice amekaa kwa hiyo institution 11 years surely. 11 years. Huu mtu hiyo institution unangoja isimame. So hii issue ya cartels, vile tu umesema, huyo hustler kwa ukweli kama anaweza pigana na hizo cartels na hiyo pesa irudi benefit what, si kuunda another new cartels. Unaona? Unajua kuna pesa nilikuwa nasikia wakati wa corona ati inapeana 2,000 kila wiki. Sijui kama Francis alipata hiyo pesa ama mwenye alikuwa Kenya. Ilikuwa 2,000 every week.
Hiyo pesa nilisikia chifu akitangaza tu.
Hakuna hata mwenye ulijua alikula hiyo pesa.
Hakuna. Nilisikia tu chifu akisema kuna pesa inaweza peanwa. Hata sikujua mimi nimepeanwa.
Sasa hizo ndio cartels road hapa tunaongelea. Kuna pesa inapeanwa hapo mtaani 2,200 kwa chifu wenye hajiwezi watu wanaendea wakati wa corona. Lakini mimi mwenyewe hata sikusikia, sijaipatana na mtu mpaka wa leo mwenye alikula hiyo pesa 2,000. Alafu cartel lingine inakuja, kuna wakati walisubsidize unga ati karudi 100. Mimi nilinunua unga places mingi nione hiyo 100 kama iko. Ilifikia watu waje. Yaani ilikuwa inafikia mwenye hata hastahili imfikie. Hizo ndio cartels tunaongelea. Unaona? So issues ni mingi. Kama huyu jamaa anataka kupigana na cartels ukweli na wamalize kabisa na hiyo pesa iende kwingine, lakini siamini kama anawezana. Siamini kama huyu jamaa anaweza faa red t-shirt kwenda KQ. All CS.
I know one guy live here. He was a cartel criminal. He was a lapper. And right now, he is helping young people to be free. He's called Sebastian Stacks. And right now, he's helping young people to be free for the cartel. But he get born again. He received Jesus as personal savior. And he's doing amazing in our city. He's going to been in the prison. And he's helping young people. So if he wants to be free, he can just surrender his life to God. for real, to be Christian, real. If Ruto want to be 100% to be free, he just to be really surrender his life to God and to be born again. Because Sebastian, I'm telling you, he became a good person. Now he's helping young people. And one guy, he was shooting by those criminals, and he was a lapper, that guy, younger, and he was talking about Jesus. But that guy didn't want to receive Jesus, but he was killed. So because it is a group criminals, they can be gangsters, you know. So, and Sebastian, he is not ashamed. He used to go to church to talk about I was a cartel. And one guy, he is from Ethiopia, he was still cartel, and he get born again, and he go to our church. With God, everything is possible. Ruto need to surrender his life to God if he want to be 100% to be disciple of God and to shine light to the darkness. He have to surrender his life to God, and you call a child of God if you want to be free. With God, everything is impossible, and our country will be amazing, and our country will be respected, and our country will be light to the darkness. That's the message. Thank you.
Let me
Welcome.
comment.
So let's have
Francis,
public
let me
participation.
comment. Yeah. So you see now we cannot say that we remove subsidies because of cartels. Yeah. We have a reason why we have these subsidies, particularly these subsidies for basic food commodities like unga ya ugali. We cannot remove. You see, you cannot come here and tell us that the way Asla was telling us that okay, I'm now removing this subsidy of maize meal because they are cartels and the subsidy is not going to the 190. You see that, I mean, you as the government, surely you have the mechanism and you have just let them say that they don't have the goodwill to get rid of these cartels. But you do want to tell me that if they wanted to cut out these cartels, they cannot. Huh? These cartels are part and parcel of the government, and that's why there's a problem with eliminating them. Because will you eliminate yourself? Huh? If at all, because I mean we know these things how they operate. At the time for when there's a problem with NPC, it is just Hustler and his family members and his friends who are getting that those checks which are being written instead of being given to farmers, they're given to people. Then they either don't deliver or they deliver spoiled meat or those kind of things. So Hustler should understand that right now by the situation that we are in this country is very, very dire in terms of food. And the only issue which can be able to sort this out new subsidies of basic food commodities, particularly maize meal. Itoke to 30 ikuje 100. That is the only thing which can be able to. Ndio mtu mwenye anaenda kufanya kibarua ya 200 anaweza enda anunue unga ya 100. We don't have a scenario whereby children are now dying because of eating chameleon. Because mama yao all what they could afford ni viazi, kwa sababu huko ni molo kuna viazi. But hawezi afford ile pesa yenye anapata per day, hawezi afford kwenda kununua unga ya ugali ama yenye anaweza kupatia watoto wake 8 children food. So this is actually an emergency issue. If there's something else which can be frozen, let it be frozen. Alete hiyo subsidy particularly to unga, because that is what will stop all these things which we are hearing now. At people are even eating, at children are even cooking chameleons. Can you imagine? Mpaka sasa wako hospital, we don't even know kama wako kwa hali gani, wamekula poisonous chameleon because they are so hungry. I don't think that justification is a good one. Now I'm removing the subsidy because the subsidy is not going to the right person, it's going to a cartel. So you remove the subsidy, but when Nani was there, when Uhuru was there, he had subsidized that maize. I mean, niliona ikiwa hata kwa super, as much as walikuwa strict that ununue tu packet moja per person, but at least you could see the price. So that the price that we're having now is not affordable for most Kenyans, because sasa kama unafanya kibarua, in fact what I got from that, I'll get you the clip niweke hapo kwa he said if you used to get 200 kilos, you can only get 150. So kama anapata 150 na unga ni 230, na ako na watoto 8, and that's not the only need which they have, how do you expect such a person to survive? Maybe as a leader of a country, as a president, you really have to look how to assist your people. Sio kuwafinya without looking after them. Because sasa, imagine the kind of scenario that Mama is doing now. Anyway, thank you for it.
So thank you, public participation. You know, to me, if indeed Ruto was genuine about subsidy, angetafuta hawa watu wakulima kina Buzeki and other individuals who are well good farmers, awapee fertilizer, awapee input yenye wanaweza produce, ajue unga ya Buzeki ya hawa matajiri hao wenye ni mafarmers wazuri, unga yao wanauza price fulani all over the Kenya, so that whoever comes with unga yake ya juu atapata nafasi. And that is how he could have dealt with in a very simple way. Angekuwa na control, ajue each county akona 3 big producers wa mahindi, so hawa hawawezi pandisha unga, hawa watakuwa hapo kwamba ku maintain bei ya unga iwe chini, na wanakuwa subsidized. Tunajua Buzeki maybe anapokea fertilizer and so forth. That one could be very very simple to curtail those cartels, because hata ungepandisha unga na Buzeki uze chini, inabidi tu ushushe ya kwako. So we have Benson.
Hey, habari ya Wakenya. Mimi sina mengi ya kusema, nimeona watu wamejadili mingi mpaka hata mimi sasa I'm so much confused. I don't know what to talk about. And maybe about the funding of the universities. Does it mean that they're not going to fund like the way we used to get the boom, or like the entire university, the student, or what are they not going to fund?
So you know, Benson, unaona watu wa JAB watu tunalipa 16,000 per semester, that is 32 per year. The government pays for us around 55,000. So that one, if you add it, it becomes around 76. So in case they remove funding, now we shall be paying 76 direct and not 16.
Thank you for that explanation. And that is now a country under doom. That is a country that is going down, because a country that does not invest in his youths, that country is going to die. You know, it's something that is it's happening all over the world. Every place there's a program in all the universities whereby the government will sponsor people, or the people that are going to sponsor themselves privately. But this money, we usually give it back. If the government, when you get the job, yeah, at some point you will give it back. That is something that is there, because like it is your own responsibility. It was my own responsibility after getting the job and I started to get my small money. I said, because this thing assisted me, I should do my due diligence, because there are some of my brothers who are also in need of it. It requires you, even as an individual who received that money. So I think what is taking place at this government right now, they're still in what we call a monkey stage. A monkey stage is whereby like people keep on jumping, like they're not very kind of like stagnant in one place. They will keep on jumping tree to tree. And you can see this, it is something statement that each and every CS or anybody in the government, they keep on talking of there's no money. You know, that is what they're talking about. And I think with the time, they will settle in their offices and know what is required of them as leaders. Because this is something that has been there since time immemorial. It's not something that is very new, you know. And like with these tough times, you want to tell people to raise 75,000. Even if 2,000 is a problem for some of our brothers to raise, where will they raise that 75,000? You know, and I think they should get off that political mode and put the interest of the country at first, and they start to work for the country. There are so many solutions that can be reached out, you know. And Kenyans, even in this podium where we are, we have very bright people who have ideas on how this Kenya can be liberated. Only idea, we don't need money, it's only ideas, you know. And I'm very surprised with CS Murkomen. I was not expecting that for him to say this is a political. As a leader, before you mention that kind of thing like a political, go sit with them. know what is their reason for going on strike, and how can we better ourselves, or what can we do for you, for you to come back to service rather than making it political. That is not something that builds the country. Yeah, and that is something that brings country apart, and that tells you like where we are as a country. It tells you that we are a country that is not growing. Instead of us even growing, we just make step backwards. Yeah, that is one. And Alex talks something about cartel. Cartel is real because the country Kenya has normalized cartel. It is like a job. The people who thrive on a job, like cartel is their job. Because tell me, you find somebody is employed as an accountant within a period of 1 year, even if you're somebody like, and we know the range at which the accountant can be paid, like not very much experienced. Yeah, we know the range, but within a period of 1 year, you will be surprised. The accounts, the plots, the cars, the lavish life of this person is leading. It tells you what the country is. It has been normalized, and it is like a job whereby even ask ourselves, like, if I want to get something from the Ministry of Education or somewhere, somebody will come to you, oh, you want something? Toa kitu kidogo, and I will get it for you. And for real, you toa kitu kidogo, somebody can get you a file of 1980s, but somebody is very genuine who just want a file of 2001 because it doesn't have kitu kidogo. That file will not be found. So like cartel has been normalized. It's just a normal job. They don't see it wrong. Yeah, and us who are going for those services, we go with that in with our mind, that I go to the Ministry of Education and I know if I don't have something small, these people are not going to serve me. Even you yourself, you are in there. So that is the kind of society we have. So to me, I've always insisted, and I've always said this in platform, we contribute very good ideas, and we contribute ideas that even if you sit down and the imagery on yourself, you see a good Kenya, a Kenya that everybody is admiring. But that Kenya that we admire, that Kenya that we always give good advices and ideas for, will not be achieved until that time as a country we will go back and find a place that we went wrong. And after knowing that place, then we start to walk from there. Yeah. And one of those places that as a country we need to start walking from, we go there, is tribal. Kills us deeply. That is one. Secondly, is loyalty and psychophancy. That is one of them. Like even leaders that you see are put in place, they're not very loyal to Kenyan people. They sing and dance to the tune of the boss. Even if the boss is wrong, none of them will stand up and stand for Kenya and say, no, it is for Kenya, I'm ready to lose my job for the interest of my country. No, they're not doing that. What the boss will say, that's what will take the road. So that's what I might say. But let's hope for the best, that at some point we will find those leaders who understands us, knows what country want, and work hard to see a better Kenya. That's the only thing I can say.
Yeah, thank you, my friend Ben. There's something you have raised before my sister Mura comes. You know, sometimes I feel pained and sometimes I feel happy at the same time. It's a sweet, sour kind of condition. I don't know if somebody has been in my position. You come out of diaspora, you go to Kenya. The kids that you just educated from class 1 to class 8, from form 1 to form 4, they just went to a 2-year college as an accountant. Hata hajamaliza CPA, wanapata kazi NSSF. Then you ask yourself, where did I go wrong in life? This boy just worked in 9 months. He has everything more than me. Then you start questioning, where did I go wrong in life? Okay, he has everything. But what comforts me is that whatever I have in my pocket today, I worked hard for it. And Mora knows, we work hard for it. In some countries, there's nothing called corruption. You try it, you'll be caught up. Whether it's 10 years from now, you'll pay for it. We have seen presidents, we have seen members of Congress, but in a country called Kenya, if you are given a position and then you are fired and you did not progress, people will start laughing at you and say, huyu jamaa alienda huko tu akakaa, hakufanya kitu chochote. And it saddens me. Even the community castigates such kind of people who are honest in their jobs. If you get a job today as a county commissioner or something, and you do your job with your salary for 10 years, umalize without building a house or anything, or some apartments, somebody will say you wasted a point. You know, some people used to say, this person wasted an opportunity. So I think we must get out of that euphoria, whereby if you're given an opportunity to serve people, you think it's an opportunity to embezzle. You can't be given an opportunity. There was an article and also a video that we saw, a young man who was a Kisi, who worked as a clerk in NSSF. He would drive from NSSF to Wilson Airport, and he will take a plane, his own plane from Wilson Airport, to his house in Kitsuri, and that plane will land in his what? In his roof. And he was just a clerk in NSSF. He has his own plane. He drives a 12V from, and he has a driver, from NSSF, hapo juu mnaona iko mahali iko, inampeleka mpaka Wilson. Wilson anaweka kwa ndege mpaka kwa nyumba yake. And we leave, that boy still works in SSF and NSSF as we talk today. That is the Kenya we have. Those are the cartels. Those are the definition of cartels. Miss Mora, habari ya siku nyingi, umepona?
What do you mean, nimepona? I'm good. I'm good. What's going on, Alex? Hi, everybody. Hi, Francis. Did you change your name or you're a different person? PH, Roder, Brother Benson, and public participation. Good to see you guys. Good to see you. I just decided to come in quick. Yeah, Alex, that guy, he still works at NHIF, and unajua alikuwa amejenga nyumba, like I think about 6 houses. You know, the government said like they're going to confiscate those houses. He still has those houses. So you wonder what was the Lula Bull all about? What was the saga all about? They still left him with all the property that he had. They still left him with the VA, whatever, the VA, whatever, 12. They still left him with his house in Kitisuru. They still left him with his job. So what did he lose? I mean, such a person, when you look at them, you're like, I need to get in a position like that and either be like them or be anything close to them. So those are like negative role models, but that is what our youth are looking at in Kenya. When you're a positive role model, you're just waking up to your house, from your house, you go do your job, you get paid your little money. Nobody even recognizes you. Nobody even knows you. But there you get some riches, just get some money from somewhere. Nobody cares how you got the money. You become somebody. That mentality is what is killing Kenya. Those cartels are what we really need to work against. So the KQ pilot strike, I was so surprised that Murkomen, I had him with my own ears, saying that that strike is a sabotage to the government. For crying out loud, those pilots gave a 2-week notice. Why didn't anyone do anything? Why didn't they come to the negotiation table to avert that strike? Why do they wait until 9,000 people are stranded? Then they want to blame it on the opposition. You know, tomorrow you're going to hear them blame it on Raila. You wait and see. They're going to blame it on Raila or someone someone that is not in the government. What is his job as a CS? Isn't he supposed to mediate such things? He needs to work with the union, the pilots union. They come to a compromise. They even ask them for more time. They even ask them like for maybe a month, so that all the passengers that had booked the flights can be rerouted, maybe can be like booked into other flights. I saw like thousands and thousands of people at JKIA today, stranded. People that had businesses to come and do maybe in the US, in the UK, people that were traveling maybe with their kids and with their grandmas, and it's just a mess. This government, it's a mess. That's what I can say about that. But about that KQ strike. And I think Murkomen needs to apologize to Kenyans for saying that. And then for sponsoring students at the university, I don't know why they're taking away it's not even a sponsorship. It's a loan students were getting. Is it hard for the government to get the loans back because they give those loans to students? Then the students graduate from university and then there is no job for them to do. So how do you expect this person that went through 4 years of university, but they don't have a job, how do we expect them to pay back the student loans that they got? So they graduate, the government promises them jobs, but they don't end up not getting any jobs, but we expect them to pay back the loans. Where is this poor boy, like my neighbor, that graduated about 3-4 years ago, has no job, but because he came from a poor family, he qualified for the help loan, but then he doesn't have a job. So that in a way, the government is failing. You cannot sponsor people like over here in the US. If I'm gonna go like for a PhD or a master's in my field, my employer will ensure that they pay for it because I'm going to continue working for them. So the government is paying those loans for the student, is giving the students loans, but they don't assure that the students get jobs when they graduate from college. So it's a failure of the government. And now the poor kids, kids that come from poor families are not going to afford the fee that is going to be like all their responsibility to pay. I think Francis said it's going to be 76,000. And is that per term or per year? I don't know. The poor people can't even afford the 16,000 that Francis, you said the parents were supposed to come up with. Tumechangia watu wengi, tumechangia watoto wengi the 16,000 so that they can qualify for the scholarship. Come on. So what are the poor people going to do? So this is going to affect very smart kids, and they're not going to be able to go to university because their parents are not going to afford 76,000 per semester. That is a lot of money for someone who is like a farmer in the village to afford. And what else is on and then the distribution of food, I don't know, that is a mess. How do we take food to Somalia and we leave people in Turkana? The plane, the flight, the army plane that carried the food flew over Turkana, through like over Mandela, where Kenyans are dying, to take food to Somalia. That I could not wrap my mind around. That was a failure. I do not know who the government is trying to please, but you cannot go and put a fire out of your neighbor's house when your own house is burning. Can you like zima hiyo moto iko kwa nyumba yako kwanza ndio uende kwa your neighbor kumzimia, kumsaidia kuzima moto wake? Like I cannot cook in my house, take all the food to my neighbor's kids before I feed my own kids. That is a failure. That's a failure for the government. I do not know who the Ruto government is trying to please, but that was they scored 0 on that one. And then I had Gachagua, was it today? I think it's today, that he was saying that the opposition failed. That's why we had extrajudicial killings. Like the opposition stopped oversighting the government, and that's where we had the extrajudicial killings. Come on now. So because Raila shook Uhuru's hand, so he stopped because he shook the hand of Uhuru. That is why people were being killed. Come on, who is lying to who here now? Anyway, guys, I'll hang around and listen to you guys for a little bit.
Thank you.
So, Mrs. Pra, there is something I want to rewind for you so that you can remember. During the Nairobi gubernatorial, I think that was one of the best debates that I enjoyed. Even though Sakaja came drunk, I think he won that debate. But at the same time, Igade was forthright. Igade gave us what's happening in Nairobi. Igade gave us a prognosis of Nairobi. And this is what Igade said in that debate. He said, today, there are 3 Somalis that control the whole of Nairobi. Do you remember that statement?
Yes.
So if that be true, and those Somalis are still in power, don't you think they're the ones who sent that food to Somali? That's questions to be asked. Now, second, I'm not a tribalist. I'm not an ageist. Neither am I an nepotist. But I've started questioning, is this a government, from even how the PS positions were allocated? We expected the Kikuyus to get a little bit spots and the Kalenjins, but they went overboard. But what has surprised me is that this government is turning to be of three regions: the Kikuyus, the Kalenjins, and the Somalis. And that food to Somali, as a country, would it not have gone to Mandera or Wajir? Because ngamia saa hii zinaenda mpaka Machakos. Tuliona vile ngamia zinaenda zinaharibu chakula ya watu. Si basi waingechukua hata chakula wapee ngamia, basi ngamia iwache kuharibu chakula ya wengine. So we are questioning who sent that, why, what is happening? Because some of these things are security threats to some of us when they are done unilaterally like that, without embarrassment. How can a country whereby a cow is being sold for less than $3, a whole cow, a goat and a sheep is being sold for 75 cents, send relief food to another country? Does that not beat logic? Let's deliberate on that. Maybe help me think about it. Maybe I don't know.
So, Alex, I will remind you again and again, and maybe you are not there, you need to hear. Unajua Osama bin Laden was captured long time ago before he was announced to have been killed in around Pakistan, in the remote area of Pakistan. What happened is that because of the reward for justice, walimshika na wakamweka mahali na wakaishi kuitisha pesa ya kumtafuta. That's why alipatikana na doctor mwenye alikuwa na offer polio, ndio aliweza kumuidentify. The doctor was jailed 33 years in prison because of kuinua hiyo siri julikane, lakini hakueti alikuwa anatembea, alikuwa mahali ameshikiliwa na walivyojua mahali yuko wakamfuata kumuua, and that is where the doctor was jailed for 33 years because if indeed Osama was a terrorist, the way he was a danger, the way the Pakistani portrayed him, they could have rewarded the doctor, not to jail the doctor. It is also on record, Kenya, the ATPU, the anti-terrorism unit, police unit, used to carry an attack in Kenya so that it could appear that Kenya was under intense attack from Al-Shabaab so that they could get reward or they could get money for security that the United States gives. And these things does not stop there. I also listened, I think some 5 hours or 6 hours, Alfred Mutua has met with Anthony Blinken, the US Secretary. So when they gave that kind of relief, it is not relief, it's not that they love Somalia so much, but to send a message to the West that relief you want to give to Somalia, You can give us and still give them. So they are looking at their position and a position whereby these things that the Somalia might be beneficial to them, they might pass to the answer that they get their own share. It has been happening and is continue happening. That's what they do. Unaona wana behave kama wanapenda nchi nyingine, so that when the West look at it, they say Kenya donated some things to Somalia. So we are going to help Kenya so that it will continue helping Somalia. At the end of the day, you help hata ifikangiwe inaishia huku Kenya. Unakumbuka pia hata kuna time fulani Uganda ilikuwa iwekewe vikwazo kwa sababu ya kuregister refugees more than refugees that wako within the country. So unapata wanapewa mabilioni ya pesa, whereas refugees ni wachache. Hiyo pesa ingine inaliwa na watu wenye wa refugees. You have, just to finalize, you have also heard of where you are coming from, where you are from, the United States. There are Kenyans who are being charged by collecting money in pretense that they were helping people during COVID-19 with food. But that money ended in Kileleshwa and other residential areas where they built multiple property. These are the things that are happening and they are being done. Mtu anajifanya tu hivyo. And somebody said in comment section, I've heard saying about the church. William Ruto had a MOU, Memorandum of Understanding with church. One was the church was to get a minister. So the church did not get a minister. The other one was tax. Church was to be spared from paying taxes. It has never happened. That's why you see they are very quiet and they are very silent. So I wonder, kwani Murkomen si Mkristo na kina Muturi ama Mkristo ni nani ama ni Ng'ang'a ndo yeko hapo Mkristo? Anyway, PH.
Hey, Francis, about the food, I don't know how the West is going to reward Kenya, like give them more aid, because we left our people dying and went to give another people our food that we should have given our own people. I don't think that's gonna sit well with anybody, because that's your priorities are wrong. Your priorities are not right. You don't do that, because how do you leave your own child dying and then you're going to show off like you're trying to please your donors just by leaving your people to die, and then no, that's not going to sit well with the West. No.
Well, Mrs. Mora, you know, I've seen a family of hii wanaitanga aje, mama wa kambo. Huyu mama alikuwa anafanya hivi, bwanake anatuma pesa isaidie mtoto. So akituma juu mtoto si wake, anamnyanyasa. So when the husband is around the corner coming home, mtoto ananunua t-shirt mpya na suruali mpya, ndio bwana akija anamsifu, anamwambia unaona mtoto wako venye amevaa vizuri smart leo. So bwana hata akirudi huko tena Ulaya atakuwa anatuma pesa bila kuquestion, because alikuja akapata mtoto wake ameng'ara siku hiyo yenye alikuwa anakuja. So the same Kenyans are doing it. They are trying to portray as a philanthropic nation, that it can help another country, so that when in terms of relief comes and maybe some donation comes, and you know Kenya has a very big part to play in the East Africa, itapitia Kenya, because wataonekana ni kama wanaweza saidia, on which in reality it is not true, because you cannot help another individual whereas yourself you need that food. It is not true. It is happening and they are gonna happen for long.
Yeah, that's true. That's okay. So my other thing is I mean, they said the coffers were empty when they went into government. There was no money in the central bank. But why are they creating so many new positions? Like mtu kama Mudavadi, how much money in his position? How much money is he going to be paid? I mean, priorities, guys. So you're trying to ask for money from IMF. IMF is going to ask you to tabulate. Like, you have to justify how, what have you been doing, and what are your policies right now as the new government? How can we trust you to give you more money? So are you gonna tell them like, okay, I took office in the last 2 months, I'm the president. I created a new positions. I did this and this and this. How are they going to trust you with more money? Kenya being we have a lot of debt right now. We owe a lot of money to IMF and to China. How are they going to trust this current government with more money unless they justify how they're going to use the money? And then when you Google, I'm sorry to say this, people used to Google and say, like, when you Google the most corrupt person in Kenya, I don't know who came up. So how are they going to trust your government when you're not even showing that you are fighting corruption? And corruption is what is killing the economy of Kenya. If there was no corruption, everyone could afford that unga, even if it's 400 shillings. If there was no corruption in Kenya, if the money was distributed equitably, people could afford things. But because of the cartels, the money is concentrated in just a few hands. So my question to you panelists is, how are we going to justify to IMF so we can get money? Because we need money from IMF.
Mora, let me answer you in a very simple way. I think sometimes we forget when Anyang' Nyong'o was during the coalition government. I love the coalition government because the ministers that were chosen were very effective in executing their duties. When Anyang' Nyong'o was Minister for National Development, and I remember he used to give us a weekly update of how Kenya is going on. In 2022, Kenya was fully upgraded into a developing country. We were totally taken from anything called a third world country. When you have been upgraded, you lose a lot of things. That's why you have not seen Red Cross come in. That we also have seen Andra come in. When you become the status of a developed country, all these aids that used to come, unapata Red Cross imekimbia, Andra imekimbia, Marani hii imekimbia, Red Crescent inakimbia kule the Muslim place. You are not seeing that because we are a developing. According to the ranks, we were 56 in 2021, 2022. We have moved to 46, 10 notes higher, not higher. Reason being, the way we managed our COVID. Kenya was one of the few countries that many people did not die en masse. Secondly, our economic growth was at a point of 4.8 when many countries like US were only a whopping 3%. So Kenya developed during the hardest moments of the world. Now, having been taken from there, when we negotiate with IMF and World Bank, we negotiate from a different level. The kind of loans that we take are highly punitive. That's why you're not seeing any aid from any country, because our country is developing. It's not a third world. And that's why we are the big brother. We must keep our young brothers like Somali, Southern Sudan. So what Ruto is trying to do is to show that we have that capability. He is showing the world that we have not lost that opportunity, so that he does not take Kenya again from a developing country. Once you see Red Cross, Andra, and everybody come, then we will be degraded again and degenerated back to third world. And I don't think Ruto wants to see that under his watch. So what they are doing, the reports probably that they are giving are conflicting with what is happening in the reality. So other countries are not going to care. You must know that. We are the ones who are suffering because of this. So Kenya, as the world today, we are number 46. And Uganda is like number 80. Southern Sudan is like almost the last one, and Malawi. So who do they really care about? They care for the younger brothers. So Kenya will have to suffer. Kenya must remove itself from the current position. Because as we are talking like this, there are places in every 2 kilometers you go in Kenya, you find development going on. Even when it's biting like this, Mora, you go to Kisii today, you can't go 1 kilometer before you find a Kisii building and mansion in Kisii. even when it's biting like this. So you cannot convince World Bank that Kenya does not have money. Friday in the evening, the amount of wave that goes to Kisii alone supersedes all the amount that has gone even for 5 years in Monroe in Liberia. How can you convince IMF that we are a poor country? You can't. So we are not dealing with the IMF anymore. Ni sisi kwa sisi. So Ruto must find a way to get us out of here as a president. But unfortunately, I don't think that he has a plan. I think he became a president by mistake. He did not have a plan. He was planning to become an opposition leader. That is my view. Maybe somebody has another view. But we are not a third world country. Nobody is coming to help us.
For me, I feel very sad to hear what is going on in our country, like this cartel, and it's very unfortunate. Like Christians, especially in Mount Kenya, we are the one who have done this mess in our country because they say that in Maombi, si uchawi, and they have been studying with him, and churches, there's sometimes they call them their prophet. I don't know whether they're false prophet, and they don't see this problem. I'm wondering why Kenya Church, those people like Maki Karaoke, Elbajiri Teresia Wairimu, they are the people I used to hear they are famous. They cannot do anything in our country. But anyway, there's something is going on. We have, I don't want to say everything here, details, but God is coming to do a new thing in our country. God will change things within this next month. Because I know men of God who is coming to our country, a men of God, they used to go very dangerous country like Pakistan's. They are coming to bring our country crusade. So don't worry. I have been praying for our country and fasting, and God showed me there were coming many men of God and God-fearing who are coming to bring to shake the revival in our country. You see, everybody will start to repent. Even those churches in Kenya, they have already started to repent. They are saying, "Oh, may Lord have mercy on me." Because they know they have done mistake. They know what they did for us. They know what they have been mocking God, not stand with the truth. Keep praying and trust God. I used to pray for our country because I love Kenyans. I don't want to hear Kenya people are killed. You know, like the way Kishore was killed. Nobody know what to kill Kishore. And still, and justice have not yet come. To kill somebody in Kenya is like innocent people. And many people, even they die. Last year, they say it's COVID. People, even I know their name. Like a member of parliament of Kiaba, who killed him, and they say it's a COVID. Kina Mokami. People I know. And I know there are the people who are working in Jubilee. So we cannot assume these things. We have to stand in our country. We have to stand with the truth, because the truth will set us free. We cannot, especially my community, they always assume the problem. They don't care. They're the one who bring this mess in our country because they didn't, because of tribalism. We could come together, we could have together, and we could defeat the enemy. Just assume things. Can you compare a dead body with the money? You want people to be killed? Something I noticed in churches in Kenya, it's better somebody die, they get opposition. They want to stay a good life. And they want to sit in a nice chair with a red carpet. What the word is looking you. What the word is looking. Because the Bible said, do not kill, 10 commandments, do not lie. May Lord have mercy on us as Kenyan people. We need to have this. We need a lot of mercy from God, a lot of mercy as a Kenyan people. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhoda. I concur with you. We need prayers, but prayers are not going to feed our people. Prayers alone is not enough to feed our people. We need this government to find a solution to the hunger in Kenya. I know they probably can't find a solution to the drought, but they need to find a solution to the hunger. At least give people food. Stop flying that Kenya Air, whatever the presidential jet every Sunday is flying somewhere. Every Sunday is flying somewhere when people are dying of hunger. That to me, that really gets to me. So you're going somewhere to Kitui, you're giving a priest a sports utility car worth 6 million Kenyan shillings, when a kid in Wajir, in Mandera, in Turkana is dying of hunger. Come on. He has the money, so let him feed the people first. He needs to stay in that state house and feed people. Stop wasting money. The Kenyan government, please, stop wasting money. The church will always be there for you to attend after the people are fed. Please. My phone is dying. That's on that note, guys. If my phone dies, I'll see you again.
Thank you.
And Francis, on that point, you see, Nietzsche said, religion is an opium for the poor. And I disagreed with him vehemently. But it's coming to a point whereby I'm asking myself, was Nietzsche right? Because you see, the people are being lied to are not middle class. The people who are being lied to by Ruto are not the rich people. The people that are buying all this nonsense of prayers, of Nini, to pay 90 days, to pay 1 year, these are the poor people. So now Nietzsche is, even when Nietzsche was wrong, now he's being exonerated to a point that we don't know what to do to our poor and our hustlers because they are buying lies. No, now Nietzsche is being exonerated that religion is for the opium of the poor, which I never knew in my lifetime. Could be true. Benson, maybe you are disagreeing with me, but it's okay.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but like it's something that I had a discussion, a conference with some of my friends. We usually go there, and there's something that, you know, in life, the way we are, we have what we call, there are those gaps, like deep gaps in ourselves that need to be filled. And growing up as a young person, as an African man or an African human being, the only place that you would find restoration for free was go to the church. And like even prior, before the church come in our African traditional society, if you look well, we used to have places that shrines, and those are the places that we would go. And like the rain has not, we've not have rain for like 10 years. We go to those places and offer sacrifices to those shrines in traditional kind of way. And this one was picked up by, now when church came, now we went to church. And we always feel like the only place that we can get the result that we want is through God, because it's for free, you know. And that one, you will see majority of people, after enduring so much in life or after going so many challenges, and the last place that they would go is church, because they believe that's where the restoration is. And the majority of people who are going there are the people who sometimes are not blessed in terms of wealth. The people who are living below the poverty line. Yeah, because that's where they feel. And the people usually take advantage of that situations. And even if you look at, we call them the contemporary pastors we have today, like the contemporary society and the pastors we have today, there's some of the things that they do to us, especially our sisters, some of the things they do to them, because they are things that they want them to be solved, and they feel like the pastor is going to solve that. But in the end, when you go and narrate to the pastor what you are going through, it becomes an advantage of them. It has happened. We've seen so many of our sisters who go there, they say, okay, I'm not married and I need to get a husband, but we are going to pray for you. But when you look at the kind of prayers that they do, it's not even the prayers that were prescribed in the Bible, because the only prayers that was read, the Lord's Prayer, that's the prayer that the Lord describes for us. Our Father who art in heaven, thy kingdom come. That was the Lord's Prayer. But they will tell you, we are going to pray for you a prayer to get a husband. And because this is something that you need, you've worked for it, you've cried for it, and you feel that gap is empty, I need to fill it. This is the place that I'm going to go. But immediately you go there, what you found what we are finding there is quite much different with what you were expecting. So it is true. And even if you look at the population of the people who voted, who believed that that God works, look at that population. It will tell you that population, if you look it very well, the statistics will tell you the majority people who voted in that the God will do that are the people who in below the poverty line. First of all, they don't get a good education. They don't have good education. Yeah. So exposure is not there with them. So when it comes to contemporary society on religious today, it's a mess. It's a mess. And the people take advantage of the less fortunate with the name of God will provide, yet they do the opposite. That's something that I might be wrong, but that is an observation that I've made.
You know,
So,
one thing that I know about, religion, especially Christianity, it's a stereotype. Honest to God, Christianity, I don't know about them, the Muslim and the Hindus. I studied a little bit of the Hindu religion and two other religions, but Christianity, people use it as a stereotype. They stereotype our people. They and Ruto used it very, very well. It brainwashed people with the religion. Come on, people, look at Ruto. We are not judging. I don't know his heart, but from the things he does, from he stands on the podium, from the body language, from the things he says, is that Christian? Does what he portrays, like what he displays in public, does it go with our Christian morals, the way we know them? I don't know. But he used it as a stereotype to brainwash our people, and that's how people voted for him. He took advantage of it. He took advantage of Christianity, and that's why he got voted in.
Yeah, Francis, I wanted to correct because I've seen philosophy students castigating me. I was wrong. Karl Marx is the one who said the poor. Religion is the opium of the poor. However, Nietzsche said religion is the opium of the people. And I think I believe in Nietzsche more than Karl Marx when it comes to religion, because Nietzsche was a nihilist. He was not an atheist. Now, let me explain this. This is what he said. Religion is the sight of the oppressed creatures. When we are oppressed, we look at God, the heart of the heartless world. When you find heartless people, you just look at God and you forgive them. The soul of the soul-thirst condition, and is the opium of the people. When people do not have anything, when they are hungry, they hold on to the religion because that is what gives them a sense of identity. So I agree with what person who said that it was Karl Marx who said it's for the poor, but Nietzsche said it's for the people. That is true. Thank you.
So thank you, Alex. You know, I'm telling you, these things are there, and you know the reasons why these leaders get in is because of poverty. But let me tell you, poverty has caused a lot of problems more than yani. Hakuna kitu mbaya kama umaskini. I can tell you, for example, those kids who are consuming chameleon. Huyo mtu uko sure hata ungemwambia umnunulie unga kilo moja alafu aende afanye kazi ya maid wiki nzima, angekataa. Just asking, angekataa, angefika mahali aseme hapana, hizi fanya kazi ya maid. Chances that angekubali kufanya tu akule. So poverty is something that can make individual even to befriend Satan simply because Satan can provide food at that moment. This is something very, very dangerous. And that is why, if you have realized with the most of the government, they create a problem, they come to pretend they have a solution, so that you see them as Messiah. A government will never want any citizen to have enough money because they will think in an upright way. Rather, if you are ukiwa umeshiba na kuwa na maisha yako nzuri, mtu hawezi kukudanganya ama mtu hawezi kukubeba ujinga. But the moment uko na njaa na una mahitaji, how many people are married because of hunger? Let's talk just for free. So many people are in marriages today because alikosa chakula, boyfriend akakuwa ako naye, akaitwa akakula akaoleka. So the moment alipata chakula yake akaona ina haja ya ndoa, maana yenye ilimpeleka kwa ndoa ilikuwa ni chakula, na juu right now anaweza pata, akatoka because yeye alipelekwa na njia, si kwamba alitaka. These are the things that are happening everywhere. Our sisters are getting pregnant because of anger. Msichana anaenda bodaboda, amwambia naweza kupea 50 ununue hii na chenye unataka, anakubali, anabeba ujauzito. Why? Not that anataka yeye mwenyewe personally, ni vile yeye kwamba hiyo 50 anataka, na ndio ili 50 apewe, kuna yenye condition attached to it. So poverty is one of the dangerous thing that can cause somebody to do anything as much as he can just get out of it. Opposition leader ama amelala?
Opposition ni kama hayuko.
Sawa, endelea alafu mpe PH hapo tusonge.
I would like to say about the church. Something I noticed with the Church of Kenya for the last day, they are asking people a lot of money, like 10,000, 100,000 shillings. Can you imagine? And those people, they are coming to the church, maybe even they don't have food. You are asking somebody doesn't have food to give you money. That is not love. That is not Christianity. Christianity is just to go to church as you are. If you have money, it's okay. If you don't have offer, you don't have. But don't force people to give you money at 1,000 because a businessman, because a businesswoman, and people, they don't have money. So sometimes I'm wondering, how do Kenyan churches, those people, they go to church, they have a lot of money, because like here in Europe, not many people, they usually afford money to give in their church offer. Maybe once per while, but not every Sunday. So I'm really wondering where Kenya is going, because it have been too much conman is going on. People, they think about themselves, to live a good house, to live in Lunda, and to eat good food and to enjoy the life, but they don't care about others, because the Bible says we need to love one another. Not the money. Money is not the one. I used to live like this country. We feed even the family. We feed the homeless. We feed people who doesn't have so much food. With the, like the church I used to go, we put the food in the plastic bag, maybe rice, sugar, diapers, and they church, they give money. People who doesn't have so much money. Why the Church of Kenya, they cannot feed the family? Those families, they have 5 kids, they don't have enough food. They want more. So the Church of Kenya have been very, I don't believe Kenya is a really revival or Christian, because they don't live according to the will of God. They don't have the mercy inside of them. They don't have the love of God to give other people. Thank you.
Rhoda, there's something that Alex, Rhoda, I think the reason why, I think when I just want to give you life experience. One time when you visit Kenya, just have time to just walk, pick some homes, just walk, at least pick homes who you feel, though these homes, like, they are really down the poverty line, and listen to them. And it will tell you the reason why even the poor of the poorest will always give the little that they have to church. Because one, they believed that God is the provider. And they believe that the person who is spreading the gospel of God, I say that we should do this in return. This is what is going to happen. And based on their condition they've been for so long, that hope is there. They do it with hope and faith that I'm going to give it today. Then the next day, my life is going to change. That's the reason. That hope that is being given to them. Walk. They will tell you these stories, and you will know the reason that they are giving genuinely. I tell you, in their poorest lifestyle, they will give genuinely, knowing that in return, it's going to be okay. But where they are giving, they are ripped off. It's not going to, the return is not going to come.
I think, Brother Benson, I think you're right. When I go to Kenya, I attend church, and there is not a single day that I've attended church while in Kenya that the pastors did not preach about money. They make you so guilty. They preach in a way that makes you so guilty, and people just find themselves, maybe the only money they have is their 1,000 shillings. They just find themselves just giving it to the church. It's the preaching, it's the outlook. The preaching has changed. Church in Kenya is now a business. It's not like a faith-based thing like we used to, like when we grew up, like, oh, pastor anakuja kwenu, like, you know, oh, pastor amekuja kwetu, we cook for him, like they were genuine. Right now, did you see like how those church pastors were going to Bomas of Kenya? I mean, what were they doing there? Why are they paying allegiance to Ruto? I saw someone in the comment section say Ruto is killing Christianity in Kenya, and that is true. People, because of Ruto, people are going to look at churches so differently from now on. It has changed the outlook. People, it make people like change how they see church, how they view church. It's just sad, but that's where we are. That's where he has gotten us.
Let me say something that is a little bit unpopular, but it's not something that I totally believe, but it's a question I've asked. It's a moral question. Immediately, Ruto was declared as the winner. There is something that happened in Kenya in regard to this Christianity and so on and so forth we are talking about. The partner of Omolo Atieno decided to go and to the mainstream media and say that he has been, he is, and he will always be a free marshal. The question we asked, why? Why come out after Ruto has done what? Has won. What was holding you back? And immediately Otieno Amolo said, I am not a free marshal. I don't subscribe into it. I didn't know my law partner was this. And it created a heated debate to a point that Miguna at some point did what? Miguna challenged Rachel to publish a full list of Kenya's free marshal. He said, we cannot, because they are leading this country. For the first time, we are leading this country. That's what he said openly. I don't know what he meant. So for us, the greatest benefit we can have is to be true Christians. But at the same time, you must remember Christ said, the wheat and the tare must grow together. Not everybody that says, Lord, Lord, will enter into my kingdom. So we have an administration that conflicts itself, that has come like a Christian administration, but what it does not care for the poor, for the orphans, for the what? For the widows. For the Bible says, the true religion cares for those who are in need. When we will go to the gates of heaven, the 12 gates, you'll be asked, when I was sick, when I was hungry, when I was in prison, when I was thirsty. That is the prerequisite of going into heaven. So the free mansion that you hear this administration, that people came out openly like Rachel, and they said, most of the people in Kenya, we meet at the lodges of the free mansions. They don't subscribe into any religion. There are people, free mansions, who are Muslims, who are Christians, and by the way, King Charles is the leader of free mansion in the world. But at the same time, he's the leader of what? The Anglican Church. The Anglican Church is owned by the British government, by the way, if you don't know. So this issue of saying religion to Wombe to fanya nini, you see, this is where I'm going to disagree with you. What this administration has done, if you tell people right now to pray, you know, people have started hating religion more than any other time in the history of mankind. In Kenya right now, ati ni maombi, ni maombi, ni Mungu. And when you look at it, some of us have started hating religion like hell. So when we bring religion into politics and our people are suffering, we are basically lying. You cannot tell a person who cannot see hope to start praying when those who are stealing openly and they are not truly praying are wallowing into the best of the things. So the issue of religion must be taken carefully. Otherwise, some of us are going to stop going to church. Because if our pastors are going to be the people that are going to be accommodating Ruto, a pastor is receiving a whopping 6 million, a big dog, 6 million, V12, while people are suffering. Is that really a church? This charismatic religion that has come, munadanganya tuongee na upepo tufanye nini, we end up giving these people money. It's going to hurt us as a community. We must give religion its opportunity and give politics its opportunity. That's why in the Old Testament, we had judges and we had kings. There was a clear demarcation. There was a clear demarcation. That's why judges were not allowed to be high priests after a while. Because after a while, when judges were high priests, the last one of them was who? Was Samson. Samson misbehaved badly, that God allowed his eyes to be taken off. After that, we had a judge, we had a high priest. Later on, judges were taken out, we had kings, but the high priest order in the lineage of Melchizedek remained. It did not go. So hii maneno ya watu wa kanisa kuingia siasa, it is making a bad blunder. I wish we stop doing that. So Mr. Benson ameenda wapi? Namleta Benson, yeye ndiye alikuwa moderator leo. I can send the link, but Benson alikuwa, wacha niambie Makiadi aweke. We continue this conversation so that we can see where we are going. Mr. PH, saidia sisi hapo kidogo while I look for a link.
Yeah. Hapo nimeona Alex, hii mambo ya kanisa imeshika saa hii sasa. Unajua kesho ni ile siku yao. Kesho ni ile siku yao. Tofauti ni ile sio hata kama watakuwa State House ama watakuwa mahali wakipeana gari ya milioni 6. Unajua kuna kitu fani sana. Unajua hii pasta wa kuna kanisa hata zimefungwa. Unajua watu hawajui. Kuna kanisa hata zimefungwa. Unajua kuna wale pasta wanaoni kanisa ni wao preacher, ni wao nini, ni wao mahubiri, ni wao music, ni wao siku hizi wanasikia Sunday rais yako mahali fulani wanaenda huko. Hata wamesahau sasa waumini members, church members hata hawashughulikiwi, hawahubiriwi. So ukisikia kesho pasta wako mwenye kanisa anaenda Machakos kanisa ama Kitui, na unaenda kufanya nini kanisa? Na hujapewa responsibility ya kwenda kufungua kanisa uhubiri, church inafungwa. At least hizi kanisa zingine kubwa at least kidogo juu wakienda hata elders wanaweza shikilia. Lakini hii kutumia church kama weapon, hiyo kitu inaelekea mahali babaya sana. Sasa hii kila mtu mwenye ako na kanisa anaomba si president aenda mtembelee. Sio kitembea uambie rais unahitaji gari. Si unapewa gari na of course ameset president iwezi kuwa chini ya 6 million. Ama useme ujengewe kanisa ununuliwe plot. Unaona kuna mahali alienda kanisa akasema tunawapea hii shamba. Hiyo shamba ukipewa na ni ya kitu kama 8 million hapa Nairobi. Unaona sasa church imekuwa biashara. Kwingine akienda anaambiwa tufanyie hivi. Church zingine ziko na mashule au tununulie school bus. So wameanza kuworship mtu, tumesahau hata ni nini tunastahili kuworship. Na hiyo ndio commandment number 1. Ukifunja ni hivyo. Kuna kitu nashangaa. Si kama nyinyi mnashangaa. Kwa hiyo kitu nataka mnisaidie kuanalyze hii kitu. Have you seen the president going to church on Saturday? Attending any church on Saturday? Or you are forgetting Saturday kuna kanisa pia SDA inafanyanga on Saturday? Why do you think you can't see him on Saturday going to church on Saturday? We have also Christians when you want to worship. Yes, sir.
You know, let me tell you, and this is the prediction I'm making here, and if I'll be alive, you will also see it.
Yes, sir.
2022, it was about demonizing Raila Odinga in Mount Kenya, and it really worked for them because they won majority of seats. And if we were not Mount Kenya, Ruto could not have become the president. Now, because chances of Raila being 2027 is not there, he will maybe support another person. What is likely to be there is that he will divide Kenyans in terms of religion, whereby it will either be Christians against Muslims or Protestants against other religion, because he will always want to go with the lion's share. He always know that the Kalenjin community watamsupport. So akiweza gawanya watu kwa misingi ya kikabila, achukue wa Protestant karibu wote, atajua ataguza Wakamba kadhaa, Wamasai kadhaa, ataguzaguza kila kona. So he knows it very well, and that is why he doing this intentionally, even in presence of people like Duale and kina Nurdin Haji na wengine. Sieti kwamba ajui kwamba hao ni Waislamu, anajua, lakini kwamba anataka kutumia kama chambo cha kisiasa. Ndio hili unaona, si anataka ni Kalonzo atokee aseme hapana, wacha kupendelea Ukristo, waanze kumuita Kalonzo ni kwamba ni mtu anapinga Ukristo. Hiyo ndio kitu target iko pale. So the only way ni just those people to keep quiet and let that mongrel just move on his own pace.
Hapo umeongea mzuri. In fact hiyo ndio target sasa. Ugawe watu. So in short, hii ni campaign tu. Ni ile campaign inafanyika kwa masses za kanisa, mahali watu wameketi. Si mzuri anyway. Huwezi enda kanisa upeane gari. And then again, as a pastor, a true believer, honestly speaking, how do you even give a suggestion, let's say, to a president to give you a car when your people are suffering, watu wanakufa? Why can't even give your president a request ya kwamba akupee relief food kwa hiyo kanisa yako upeleke mahali fulani? Kwani is it a must we see somebody taking food like Musalia Mudavadi? Kwani can't the church ichukue mapasta ama maelders waende wapeane food, au wengine waendelee kuunda economy ya nchi? Lazima nione Mudavadi akipima kasuku ndio chakula ukikula ingie kwa tumbo? Elders who are chiefs and the rest wakipenda chakula, kwani? You see, this is a campaign. Ni campaign inaendelea, lakini Wakenya pia tuko rada, unajua tumefunguka macho siku hizi. Mbona uwezi, unaona sasa kama saa hii unasikia women rep wanaenda kuongea kidogo, anawaambia kiti yao inakuja. Vile hawa jamaa wengine wako na CDF ya kupeana bursaries, pia women rep wanaambiwa kuna kitu wanapewa, itapitishwa kisheria, na hao wakoaga na pesa ya kukula chipo. Senators pia nao wanasema wanahitaji pesa ya pia wao, pesa ya kupiga raundi na kusaidia. So unashangaa hii pesa, Raila Alex alisema hii kila mtu anapewa CDF, MP, MCA, nini, siweko yote pamoja, elimu ikuwe free. I told you guys the other day hapa, there's a time nilitaka hiyo bursary inisaidie mahali. Out of 65k I was only given 1500, and from my location we were only given a person watu kama I think we were 120 each, 1500. So huko college unahitaji msaada ya 65 uketi mtihani, umekimbia kwa MP. MP anakuambia amekujasia, halafu unapewa news check imetoka, enda uchukue mahali fulani. Wewe unaenda kuchukua check kuangalia 1500. Wewe na akili yako timamu unaweza chukua check uende kwa bank? Ama ni kurarua karatasi utupe kwa njia, honestly speaking. So hii pesa hakuna kitu inafanya. Kama ina nini hii mambo wako nayo private, si pasali za kupeana wapi, ishikanishwe yote, wapeane free secondary, primary na university ikuwe free. Hivyo sasa ndio tutajua sasa hiyo pesa inafanya kazi. Lakini hii mambo ya kupea pasali, mtu anaenda kupea mtoto wake scholarship kwenda kusoma sio wapi. Hiyo ijaini ingia, mambo ya pasali ijaini ingia kabisa, juu ni uma na siwezi kubaliana naye kabisa. Hata mpaka sasa nikionanga watu wakiapply huko kwetu, the much you can get is the 1k, ikienda sana 2000. hiyo ni nini? Na huko college unasoma na almost 80k per year, mtu anakupea 1000 ikusaidia nini?
PH, let me tell you something I experienced. This is because I was back at home, and
Yes, Benson.
people were going for bursary, and there was this lady who was looking bursary for the son. And what this lady did, like, you know, this kitu kidogo, this lady had like a small, we call it a ram. And in the process, she was taking this thing just in a way to appreciate so that she can get the money, you know. And, you know, on our way, I met her and, like, you know, having a conversation, what is going on? And I said, you know, they were supposed to give me bursary, then I'm just taking this to some of them. They're going to, so they can give me the bursary. Then I told her, how much are they going to give? Do you know how much you're going to get? I bet you're not going to get more than 5,000. You're going to get at most 2,000. So the best way, I just want to offer you little that I have. Forget about the bursary, take your RAM and go back at home. It will save you a big deal. And what is happening is, like, in the real sense, the woman will see, even the money might be very much less, but she will appreciate, like, I got the money from CDF. But if you look at what you are giving and what you are receiving, that guy is getting more than what you are receiving. And that's how they play with the mind of our people. And I told her, no, let me just do for you something small like this. Don't go there. I'm giving you more than that 2,000. Yeah, and bring this back home, because it will help you a great deal. You are going to get, this guy is going to rip from you. So I don't know how it works. And when you look at very, when you know, I go home and interrogate this, the people who get the larger share are the relatives of the members of parliament who are sitting. And the poorest of the poorest are getting 1,500. So what is the criteria that you use and say, this home, they need it. This home, like, this person will give this. So sometimes it doesn't help the common man. It helps the people who are just relatively closer to power.
And this is the conundrum we are having, Mr. Ben. We know that. The problem is that now we have a dog that we have given hot dogs to carry to the next level. You cannot give a dog hot dogs to carry for you and you get them at the destination. Ruto is not the right person to get the hot dogs to the destination. They won't even go to 1 kilometer. So my question is, what he's doing is dismantling all these beneficiaries that we see. And the truth is, we must, that's the first step. We must make sure that, as you said, the beneficiary of this unapata are not the poor kids. They only get 1,000. One person has already told us here, who has been bold enough, that he applied, probably went to that office maybe more than 10 times. The transport he used was what he got back, probably a portion of it. So he really never got the bursary, because you go there like several times a day. You can't go one time and then you are able to get that bursary. So, and that is what we were telling our sister Rhoda. Cartels are not just identify Alex ni cartel. Cartel is what you do to be called a cartel. Somebody that gives you a bursary of 1,500, that's a cartel already. From that nature. So, yes, Ruto is doing the right thing, dismantling those forces. But can we trust him to carry it to the next level? I hope he does, because we should find somebody who must stop this. I saw from my constituency, Kitutu Masaba, when a report was released and the people that got the bursaries, there were inflated figures for the poor kids who came forth and said, no, I did not get this because wanaongeza 0.1 ama 0.2 from the side. And which is normal, you'll see that. Mostly they do 1-0. So kama ulipata 1,500 wanaongeza 10 which is 15,000. And we found out that much of that money was never given to the bursary for the poor people. The few rich people that got that bursaries, their kids were in Baraton University, Strathmore University, and that is the problem we are having. We have set on to give scholarships and money for the government to private universities, not to private universities. That is one opening they used so that they can do, it can be a conduit of corruption. So lazima afunge hiyo. But we are not talking just from that level only. Corruption is not just in education, it is everywhere. Kupeana mbolea itself wakati haikuwa time ya kupanda, that is corruption. That is corruption. You cannot, wezi pea mtu mbolea wakati si time ya kupanda, ni time ya kuvuna. What is that? In its essence, na hiyo mbolea mi Kisii sijaiona bado. Ni kama Kisii sio wakulima. I've asked so many people, nasikia, nimeuliza watu Kisumu where I grew up, hakuna watu wamepata. So probably kuna wengine watatuambia wamepata from other regions. Lakini hiyo mbolea haijafika Kisii bado. But Kisii are subsistence farmers. Hizi ndizi zote mnakula na Nsagaa huko zinatoka Kisii. Probably we need a better mbolea so that tupeleke Nsagaa na matoke na miwa wapi Nairobi. So hata kama tuko na shamba kidogo, we could have gotten a little bit. So who got this? That's the question. So as you are dismantling this, show us the example that nimepeana mbolea, it was equitable, it was everywhere, and people have gotten it. And then the farmers will come out. Once we see that, then we can trust you that the other things that you are dismantling, you have the capability of doing what? Enacting. But now, whatever is dismantling shows that he does not have the capability. So the center does not hold water. I concur with him that we must finish these traditional cartels ambao wamekuwa huko miaka nyingi. But don't create another cartel. Just give money to the poor people directly. Thank you.
Sasa nani Alex? Unajua kuna siku niliwaambia hapa, unajua huko kwetu wakati tumefuna mahindi 90 kg uwanga ni 1800 2200. Wakati imefika Januari hiyo 90 kg, Januari nini February mpaka March, hiyo 90 kg na shoot to 5600. Saa hii vile tunaongea na wewe hivi, hata uliona kwa screen watu wa not lift, watu huko Nakuru, Kitale, wapi, Trans Nzoia, mahindi imeshona kwa store, wameweka dawa, wameshona, imejaa kwa store. Hiyo mahindi wakati unga kwa mfano ni 2 kg ni 200 na let's say 230, ni kumaanisha hiyo mahindi ukichukua kasiku moja huko usiage, uende usiage locally. Kuna wenye wanasiaga locally huko Ushago, kasuku iko na kilo 2.5. So kasuku itakuja to 200 and hiyo itakuwa kilo 2 ni 460 plus 1 kit, hiyo ni karibu 600. Sema hata 500. Ukisiaga hiyo kasuku moja uiweke kwa karatasi uuze kwa 1 kg 1 kg. Ambapo ukipiga hesabu kwa gunia inaenda 7,000 na karibu 8,000. Assuming sasa hiyo gunia moja umetoka kwa store ukasiaga ukaipaki tu kwa hiyo makaratasi, kuna wenye wananunua hivyo ikiwa imepakiwa hivyo, wenye wananunua. Hata ukipunguza kilo moja uuse 150, hii nyingine ikiwa ina retail kwa 230, huko mahindi saa hii gunia mtu naambiwa ununuliwe na 3,000. Unaona? Lakini ukipiga hiyo mahesabu, hiyo kateli ndio anaenda kuchukua pesa mingi. Kuna mahali hata utaambiwa hiyo gunia uuse na 2800. So swali yangu ni je, huyu jamaa si alipeana fertilizer subsidy, anangoja vyakula ikue ndio bei irudi chini? Wale watu wa Kitale wenye wamestock mahindi kwa shamba, kwa masto yani, so hiyo mahindi itakutwa na hiyo ingine kama bei imeteremka, hii itaenda wapi?
PH.
Yeah.
You know, wacha nikwambie kuna kitu moja ambao nastahili kuelewa ni kwamba hakuna venye naweza lima mahindi nje nikuuzie bei rahisi na hiyo pesa nataka kusomesha naye mtoto. Inakuwa ngumu sana.
Hiyo ndio naelewa.
Moderator, utaharibu rules. Onyesha uso yako.
Ameficha mpaka nini?
niko mahali hivi ndajitokeza tu waziwazi kiasi, nimejificha kidogo. So hakuna venye tu
usibu rules.
Ndajitoa kwa mwangaza soon. So hakuna venye naweza kuwa nimelima shamba, nimelima kwa gharama, alafu pia nimelima pale nisomeshe watoto wangu, nimelima nisimamie familia yangu, alafu unataka kuja nikuuzie free, alafu nikikuuzia pesa 2,000 nisomeshe watoto wangu na nini na hiyo ndo nategemea kulipa school fees.
So ile kitu nataka kuelewa mbona literally saa hii bei ya hiyo mahindi iko juu, lakini kuna mtu anataka kwenda kuninunulia mahindi ama kununua mahindi huko Kitale na bei ya chini.
So that one is the problem of the middlemen. The middlemen, these are the people. Unajua sasa ukienda kuuza NCPB, tuseme NCPB kama iko ukienda kuuza, hauwezi enda kuuza kivyako, lazima mkusanyike kama watu kadhaa, mchangie, hata kama ni gari mjaze, mpeleke, lakini mtangojea. So meaning kama ulikuwa unataka pesa ya haraka haraka kufanyia kitu, utaweza. Lakini huyu middleman akikuja pale kwenye nyumbani, hiyo 2,800 ama 3,000 anakutolea cash papo kwa hapo. So wewe utaichukua juu sasa ujui ikienda huko kama itarudi ama itawahi rudi. So unabidi tu nakubali hiyo ofa mbaya kwa ajili ni kitu yenye pesa unapewa, unabaki nayo kwa mfuko. Umeona hata nani naitwa aje? Ujeona watu wanakubalingi kuuza vitu zao ili auze in cash pesa kidogo kuliko kupay in loan kwa pesa mingi, because ajui what will happen next. So hiyo ndio pia tu uogopanga sana.
Ndio ulisikia majani chai huko Kisii, Alex akikwambia huyu jamaa alikujanga na design ya kununua majani chai na 10 bob. Hata ukiongezanisha vijiti ndani baada anachukua na hiyo 10 bob. Kuliko upeane ungoje bonus na ukule pesa kwa mwaka.
Ya wacha nikusaidie na ingine ambayo imetusumbua miaka nyingi na mimi mwenyewe personally ilinisumbua. Unaweza toa chakula Kisii. Useme miwa utoe kwa kanta. Miwa nyingi avocado upeleke peke yako mpaka Nairobi. Lakini ukifikisha kwa soko utaulizwa agent yako ni nani. Useme I don't need an agent. Walai hiyo kanta itashikwa, itakaa hapo, hiyo vitu itaoza na itatupwa na hautauza na utaambiwa like hapa Nairobi ni yetu. Kama hauna agent, chakula yako lazima ioze. And they will make sure wameshika hiyo kanta na kila kitu imeoza. That is when they will release that kanta. You go to the police, you are not helped. You go to the ministry that should affect that law that you know what. Kama niko na mboga, tuseme ni Saga. Do you know that I cannot take directly to Nairobi and sell it to the market? Lazima nikuwe na agent. We have even cartels with small things called tomatoes. Hizi nyanya tunaonanga zinatoka Narok. Hata upande nyanya huko. Nilipanda huko wakati mmoja mzuri na zikatokezea mzuri. Sasa mimi nikajifanya siwezi kuwa na mtu ambaye nikajiuliza why I did everything from bootstrap peke yangu. Ndugu yangu niliweka kwa kanta yangu, nilipofika Kisii, market inakuanga 2 days, Monday na Thursday. Naona kila mtu tu anapita kando. Kwa sababu wamekuwa warned. Ukinunua kwa huu permit yako imeenda. Pesa hapa chini ya kukaa. And they are not telling you. So you wonder, why is everybody buying from my neighbor? My neighbor is selling more expensive. Nobody is coming to you. So this organized form of cartelism too is killing our economy. Farmers can really grow their subsistent farming products. But at the market level, it is different. Kwa ground vitu ni different. Kwa shamba vitu ni different. You can do everything, but when it comes to marketing, then we are fed. The other thing, Kenya is the only country, Mr. PH and Mr. Mukungi, the only country whereby mahindi bado inauzwa na gorogoro. Why should we sell mahindi na gorogoro? Why can't we have a scale whereby unasema 1 kg of maize. He sold this. Why should we? Gorogoro used to be the Kimbo one. Do you remember the original Gorogoro used to be the Kimbo one? Kenya is the only country bado tunauza nyanya tunaweka 4. Moja kubwa, moja ingine iko malnutrition, ingine imepasuka, mnaweka 3 chini, moja juu. Kenya is the only country bado tunaweka nyanya 3 chini, moja juu. Why can't we help tomato farmers to a point whereby we sell our tomatoes in forms of kgs? So my question comes here that I think the Ministry of Agriculture really does not care. These cartels have embedded themselves too much into the system to a point that, ni kama wakati wa Moi, na Michuki understood the art and science of our makanga. When Michuki said lazima mukue na seat belt na speed governor, I thought Michuki was going to fail. But he stood his ground. And Michuki put a rule that nobody could undermine. And there was sanity, ambaye Moi was not able to provide to the country. So what I'm saying, we need the nature of spirited Michukis. We need to reproduce more Michuki so that in these some areas, in the education sector, if they are saying the money is being wasted on this and this, in the health sector, if they are saying money is being wasted, in other sectors, wanasema subsidies, in the maize sector, ambao wanasema millers are taking more money in the subsidies. In the energy sector, ambao wanasema all this small scale and everybody is taking money and the beneficiary is not. So we need a Michuki spirit, whereby you straighten up traditional things that are castigating or not helping the common mwananchi. Hakuna haja utoa hizo subsidies, but in the end, watu wanaumia ni ule mtu ambaye alikupea kura. In your manifesto, you promised, in 30 days, immediately I come in power, unga will be 100. Now you're asking for 1 year. Because you cannot deal with a cartel. So I think there is a better way for us to deal with that issue so that the common mwananchi, because the sufferers ni nani? Ni huyu ambao wanaita hustler. Fortunately, I'm not one of them.
So,
Karibu sana. Acha kwanza tukaribishe Makiadi. Makiadi, leo tukimaliza show utatupea lingala moja mzuri. I'll make sure nimalize show.
Thank you. Anyway, ndio huyo mwenye wa night shift amekuja sasa, is in charge. Let me take the back seat and listen now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for holding the show. Alex, nimeona simu yako lakini niko mbali nikajua unaitana tu, and then I said wacha niingie. So it's good. It's good you are having a very candid discussion, and I believe I want to break the silence here by playing a video, and then we can move from there. Let me say hi to you all, Kwanza. Let me see if the video is here. Yeah, this one.
Dead. All right, that story was produced by Ben Kirui. Now, the government has termed the ongoing strike by Kenya Airways pilots an economic sabotage and testing President William Ruto's administration barely 53 days into his tenure. Roads and Transport Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen, while acknowledging the pilots' grievances, said their strike was unwarranted and they ought to have considered the country's economic state, with more than 10,000 passengers stranded after local and international Kenya Airways flights were cancelled. The airline's management has given the striking pilots up to 10:30 a.m. to return to work or face disciplinary action. But as Francis Gashuri reports, the pilots have stood their ground, insisting on genuine negotiations before they return to the cockpit.
Planes that are ordinarily airborne, thousands of feet above the sea level, were from last evening grounded at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, as well as Kisumu and Mombasa airports. The strike by 388 Kenya Airways pilots, paralyzing operations of the national carrier. President William Ruto's administration handed its second biggest national crisis after the biting drought, the Kenya Airways pilot strike that has crippled air transport for passengers and cargo.
It's unfair for the pilots to try to test the new administration with a strike when we should be working together to support each other to make sure that the company itself is working. And as I said yesterday, the pilots are throwing away the baby with the bathwater. They have concerns, legitimate as they may be. They are also sabotaging their very institutions and the very company they want them to assist them. So that's the message I have.
The purpose of this industrial action is not to test the new government, seeing that they have just taken office. There are painstaking issues that have been on the table far too long, and Kalpa family believes that the time is right to have them resolved once and for all.
The airline estimates losses of up to 300 million shillings daily, figures that could fly past the 2 billion shillings mark weekly if the stalemate remains unlocked.
I'm not saying their concerns are not valid. I am saying the action they have taken is drastic and unwarranted, and it's akin to economic sabotage. They must think about their country. What they are doing now by undertaking this unlawful act is not only spitting in the faces of taxpayers who have sacrificed, who themselves went through this COVID experience. They are also sabotaging the economy and their own country. And I believe this is extremely unfair to the taxpayer, to the company, and even to themselves.
Who is the one who is responsible for this economic sabotage? It's not the pilots. If you cannot be able to handle administrative issues, we have a right to go for industrial action. The people who are behind the economic sabotage is management.
The KQ top management issuing a 24-hour ultimatum to striking pilots to return to the cockpit or face unspecified disciplinary action, the deadline lapsing at 10:30 a.m. Sunday.
There are many people who need to go to where they need to go to, and so we expect the pilots within the next 24 hours to return to work. And 24 hours means 10:30 by 10:30 tomorrow, after which we will have to take the necessary action that will help us address the crisis that we have.
Let me ask. I think you have your answer. All pilots are ready to go back to work once we sort out our issues. Wasije kusema kwamba tumekataa kazi. We are ready. If they hammer those deals at a leo, so what do you think we are here in uniform?
Part of the demands by pilots is removal of top Kenya Airways managers led by Alan Kelavuka, the chief executive officer. Other targeted KQ officials are Paul Njoroge, who is in charge of the airline's operations, chief people officer Tom Shivo, chief pilot Abubakar Bajaber, employee relations manager Grace Wamiti, Hassan Ahmed, who manages the Boeing 787 fleet, and his Embraer fleet counterpart Ambok Ager.
They have done this before, actually twice before. The last time they did this in 2016, they forced out the management of this company. Now, first of all, that's not within their mandate.
We have every right to call out anything that we find that is not suitable, especially when it comes to leadership. Because we will not be here if the issues that are there had been addressed.
We are not going to, for instance, get rid of the management or the executive team because a union asked them to do it. In every company you have grievances about your management, but you don't go on strike because of it, and you don't demand that we terminate those people. It's an unacceptable demand. It will not be met.
And as the standoff persists, the Ruto administration says it has options.
But make no mistake, we have a plan on how to deal with Kenya Airways issues going forward.
The president flies out to Egypt on Sunday to attend the 27th United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP27. Francis Gashuri, Citizen TV.
Haya, bari ndio hiyo. Sijui Derek kama unataka kuongea kwanza kabla niongee. Derek.
Yes. Asante sana Bwana Richi. Habari Alex, Mukungu Musia. Mnanipata vizuri eh?
Niko sawa.
All right, it's long time, but that is now in the past. I think just from day one, when this government was sworn in, I think I was on record when I said we have got a 5 year of jokes. So the 5 years that are here with us in this with the current government, it's a joke, because even if you say time, I think the time that we were to give them is already elapsing, and nothing. There is nothing. So what you are seeing currently on your screens, you're seeing your news, I think those are just indicators of what you should expect, of what you should know about the current government, and a lot more games. And I don't know when I see somebody like Murkomen and his team trying to threaten somebody like these pilots. You know, a pilot is not just somebody to be threatened. These are top level officials. These are employees that have got credentials, integrity, and these are not just people that you can just come on board and start threatening. Because you know, kuna zile inaitwaje, kuna zile jobs in this country that you just can't threaten. Hawa ni watu wenye you call them, you talk to them, you listen to them. Unaona, kuna zile channels important zenye unaweza fuata ukiongelesha watu kama hao, but you just go. In fact, hata hiyo press mali ilikuwa inafanywa, it tells you that hawa watu hata hawakuongeleshwa. Akina Murkomen walienda tu JKA, wakatafuta ka space, wakaita media, wakaanza kuongea mambo yao, because if you listen to the way that young man was speaking, hawa watu hawajaongeleshwa, hawajakuwa engaged. Unaona, government haijasikia malalamishi yao, and then ati Murkomen goes and say, hiyo ndio sasa ilinibamba, ati we have got alternatives. Hawa watu wote, hata even if you have alternatives, how many pilots do you think pilots wanakaa nyumbani? Hakuna pilot mwenye anakaa nyumbani. I think all pilots are at work. So you don't say you have got alternative. Which alternative? Are you going to poach pilots from outside the country? And if those who are going to poach wanaona what you're doing to the current pilots, do you think they are going to even agree to sign the agreements? So I don't think that we have people, we have the right people for these jobs. This CS, as you can see, he has failed. Through his speech, he has failed. So I don't know where we are heading to, but we are at a laughing stock right now. And let's even expect more. Hakuna kitu yenye tunafaa to expect kwa hii government. Every day, is it a joking day ama? Because kila siku utasikia government imefanya kitu fulani that is worth being talked about. Government imefanya kitu fulani that is worth being talked about. And if you see things that people are talking about are just jokes and funny measures of actions. There is nothing important ati tunaweza sema ati the government imefanya kitu important. Like hii wiki hata sijui nitasema nini. Wacha tu niachie hapo Richi.
Haya, mimi unajua nilikuwa naangalia hiyo video ninashangaa. Okay, so first of all, this is a strike by pilots, and they are complaining about management ya KQ. And now the minister ana show up na t-shirt ya KQ number 1. Like you said here, you expected to have a formal meeting between the pilots, the minister who is the cabinet secretary, and then probably the KQ CEO. Wakae kwa room moja, probably representatives wakae kwa room moja, they talk about this issue, and then they call a press conference together. Wanakuja wanasema, this is what we discussed, we have agreed with the pilots, maybe we will have further negotiations next week, but tumeagree warudi kazini. Some form of official position from the pilot representative, from the management of KQ, and also from the government. Now the minister, yeye anakuja na ile vitisho amezoea kupiga huko kwa campaign podium. Anakuja na kusema we have plans. Like Derek, you've said here, pilots are not people you can threaten. I mean, these guys hata wakiamua unawafuta wote, utatoa wapi wengine? Because these people are experienced. Ndege hauwezi chukua kama gari ati kwa sababu uko na driving license na unachukua na unaenda juu. These people are experienced. They have been doing this job for a long time. All they need is just somebody to hear their grievances. As simple as that. The government cannot be threatening people all over the place. All over the place. And then the CS, instead of coming up with some form of excuse ambayo iko acceptable across the board, anasema ati these people are testing the new administration. You listen to what these people talk sometimes unajiuliza, and this is just one guy. The other day tulicheza hapa mambo ya CS wa trade, mkasikia ile kitu anaongea. These people were given an opportunity to change, to serve Kenyans very honestly. Unfortunately, saa ingine mimi nakaanga hivi najiuliza ni nini tulikosa jameni. What is happening to our country? Are we a country that has majority of incompetent people in positions of leadership? Because now watu wamekuwa inconvenienced. The government may hold inaitwa hard stand, inasema ya kwamba it's not going to budge. The CEO is threatening to sack people, and passengers are stranded, planes are on the ground, people, they are losing revenue hata sahi, and it's the same government yenye ina bail the same airline industry kwa sababu ya poor performance. So you ask yourself, where are we heading to? Tunaelekea wapi kama nchi? Are we that naive to have leadership that does not understand anything? Na sisi kazi yetu ni kupiga tu makofi wakituambia sijui top bottoms up sijui nini, kazi yetu tunapiga makofi. I was impressed today, at least yesterday we were talking about the situation of hunger in the country. Today I was impressed. I saw the president Turkana, deputy president ameenda kupiga siasa yake Kajiado huko akisema economic sabotage, state capture. I mean, we are tired of these things. Tumesikia maneno ya state capture tangu ni mwezi gani Derek watu waliapishwa? Tuko November bana. Tuko November tarehe 5. These people were sworn in September. Bado mtu anaongea mambo ya state capture na empty coffers. Na yeye ndiye anaonekana kila siku akipanda ndege na hawa wanaitwa youthful MPs and some very many idlers. Ameenda sijui Rwanda, ameenda sijui wapi, akienda kusifu watu venye walimpatia jina inaitwa Rigiji. So you ask yourself, hizi pesa zenye wanapata za kufly around. You see, even the president is going to be going sijui where for another meeting sijui ya climate. All of a sudden they have money to fly around, but when something goes wrong, they always blame the previous regime. And the deputy president at that moment was William Ruto. The same guy that is blaming the previous regime was the second in command. So unajiuliza as a Kenyan, when are these people going to stop complaining and start working? I don't know if you guys listened to what Musalia Mudavadi spoke today in Machakos. Musalia Mudavadi alisema there's something called the currency of blame. Sijui ni currency. Kuna jina alitumia hapo. Asema itafika mahali ambapo sasa hautakuwa na mtu wa kulaumu, because siku zinaenda, wewe ndio uko kwa ofisi. So kila siku ukipatikana na makosa unasema the previous regime, the previous regime, the previous regime. Saa hii uko na ministers, you can run a government. What is preventing you from doing that? You have the coffers, you have everything. So I mean, we are in a tight spot, but I'll continue giving my views. Wacha kwanza nipatie Chaka na kuona umewasili hapo na PH. Karibuni sana Chaka, kwako sasa.
Asante sana.
Ongeza sauti Chaka, ongeza sauti.
Asante sana Richi, nadhani unanipata sasa. PH
Nakusikia Chaka.
Unanipata?
Uko sawa Chaka.
Yes, habari. Murkomen ameshindwa na kutetea, maana kama kiongozi lazima ukubali dialogue. Without dialogue, basi huwi na maamuzi yaliyo sahihi. So angewakalisha, akaangalia shida ziko wapi. Kama ni wale wamedemand kwamba wao waondoke, angalia sababu zao, kwa nini hawa mapilots wanasema hawa watu waondoke katika management. Akana management, akana pilots wa sort out. Lakini hii ya kusema kwamba mnaangusha uchumi, hii si suluhu. Akumbuke pilots si watu kidogo, si watu wadogo. Pilots ni watu ambao wako na ujuzi wa hali ya juu, na si mtu yeyote tu ananyanyuka na kwenda kupeleka ndege. So hawa si watu wa mchezo kwamba hawachukulie tu hivi hivi. So kunishangaza yeye pia bado yuko kwenye usingizi wa siasa. Kwa wao walifikiria kwamba hii serikali ukipewa ni rahisi tu, lakini kweli wamegundua, na tunaushuhudia kwamba hawa watu hawako fit kabisa, hawakuwa wamejipanga. Ni wangu tu waombea na mdomo, propaganda, fitina ndizo zilizowajaa. Ndio maana wakilala kukicha fitina, propaganda, uongo mingi, yote ni kwa mnajili ya Mkenya ambaye ni mlala hoi, kwamba anaweza mtwist na kutafuta upenyo na visingizio na kujiandaa kwa 2027 wawe wako pale. So huku wakitaka kudeliver, huku nako wanataka wajipange kisiasa ya 2027. Sasa ni vitu viwili, na mtafuna mbili, moja humponyoka. So waache. Murkomen ameshindwa kabisa kwa Kenya hiyo. Sikutegemea zungumza hayo maneno yake mimi. Kama kiongozi angekaa chini, akitoka out kwa media aseme nimekaa na hawa watu tumepata suluhi na hivi ndivyo utaenda, huyo ndio kiongozi. Ni masuala ya kustrengthen, kwa sababu ameingia kuongozi juzi, na hiyo hulka na momentum ya kisiasa yenye wameajaliwa nayo hawa jamaa, for real sijasikia poa. So wasikize pilots, wasikize vizuri, kwa sababu haja goma regime zingine, kwa sababu si kwamba alikuwa yapo, lakini wanakaa chini, wanaelewana, kazi inaendelea. So awe ni mwenye kutoa suluhu, si mtu tu wa kudemand tufanye hivi. Hakuna wakati tena kuonyeshana kwamba hii serikali hii kitu ni mbaya. Rigiji kama walivyopoe jina wenyewe wanamuita Rigiji, lakini ni Gashagwa. Yeye pia naye amepreza mwelekeo, maana hii hali ya kuenda kila mahali na kulaumu, kila unapokwenda unalaumu, kila unapokwenda unalaumu. Na cha kunishangaza, kila anavyolaumu akikuta kuna mbunge ama kuna gavana ni wa Azimio, basi anajaribu kuwauliza wananchi, so mtu achie hii mtu tu bado tufanyie kazi. Unakubaliana na mimi huyu mtu tufanyie kazi 2017 2020 kama 2027 huyu mtu tuwe na yeye mahali, atuwe na yeye kwa serikali? Mtakubali kuwa kwa upinzani? Tutakubali kufukuza huyo mzee aende kabisa? So vitu kama hivyo vitatusaidia nini wa Kenya? So uongozi ukiwa na kiongozi mbovu, basi hata wananchi, hata wanaomfuata kumsaidia kazi wanakuwa wabovu. So msishangae ya Murkomen kuzungumza hayo, yametoka katika waasisi wake wawili, kwa sababu wao bado wanajua tayari hii tushakamata, wacha tuangalie sasa hiyo inayokuja. So wako kwenye kampeni na kujipanga. So yoyote mwanaazimio atakayejitokeza kujaribu kuwapinga pinga na nini, wao ndo watamtumia chambo cha kisiasa sasa kuweza kujipandisha tena ngazi, kwamba wakati huu ulikuwa tuna ABCD lakini fulani alipinga na kutaka kuingia hapa. Kwa hivyo hawa wenzetu for real hakuna kitu wanaweza. Hii serikali wadhaniani rais, na this time around wameelewa kwamba hii kitu ni ngumu na hawakuwa wamejipanga. Kwa hivyo Murkomen akae na pilots, akae na ile team nzima ya management yenye iko hapo, waangalie shida iko hapo kwa Kenya Airways ni nini, then wa come up na solution na kazi iendelee. Si maswala na kutishia hao mapilots. Akitaka wafute wote 380, alafu niangalie nani atawaweka hapo. Wanao si madriver bodaboda bwana, kwamba labda pengine kila mtu driver hata sio kuwa na leseni. Hawa ni watu wamesoma, na wakizungumza wanazungumza kisomi. Tazama walivyopanga maneno yao na alivyojipanga yeye, ni vitu viwili tofauti. Kwa hivyo kwa huo muda kidogo tu nichangie hapo padogo kwanza, then I'll be back.
Haya, asante sana ndugu yangu Chaka. Naona PH ako hapa. PH, unajua ninakumbuka wakati tulikuwa tunaelekea kwa election, ulikuwa inaitwa blowing hot and cold mara ukasema wewe ni supporter wa Raila, kidogo ukasema Ruto tulimpigia kura. Sasa ningependa sana kusikia maoni yako, kwa sababu nimekuwa nikiobserve vile msimamo wako huko. Nilikuwa najua unapenda sana hii serikali, tuambie itafanya kazi. Wacha nisikie una yapi ya kusema. Karibu.
Thanks Makiadi bwana, hapo unachoma. Serikali kama mbaya huwezi kufa na wajamaa na unaona wanafanya maajabu hapa. Unajua nikianzia na hii issue ya Murkomen, nakwambia hiyo ndio ujumbe the worst nimesikia kutoka kwa CS. Somebody who is new in office, na ni kijana mwenye tulikuwa tunaona ni kama ni kijana mwenye at least kwa wale watu tulihesabu, watu wasimio mmoja mlihesabu wale ma-CS wenye mmekuwa sawa na hao ni Kindiki na huyo labda. Lakini if honestly Kipchumba Murkomen can afford, you know, I saw a shareholder stroke a politician akiongea. I never saw a CS. Huwezi kuja hapo na t-shirt ya KQ na umekuja kupatanisha watu wawili wenye hawaelewani. Already usha show sides. Sasa kwa mesa utaketi side gani? And you see the way ali address media ni kama hata hakuna kitu aliongea. Alikuja tu direct kutoka mahali kwake, sio ni Karen straight kwa mic. Na akasema ile ujumbe niko naye ni hii. Watu wanataka kusabotage serikali ambaye ni mgeni kwa uongozi. So you can imagine. Was that information for public consumption ama alikuwa tupe information tofauti, labda wameongea, wamekosa kusikizana ama wameongelesha mapilot wakawapea muda zaidi waendelee na kazi. Naona? Lakini hiyo kiburi ati warudi kazi within 24 hours ama si nini ifanyike, hiyo kiburi haiwezi fanya kazi kwa pilots. Unajua Makiadi, kuna wakati nilifanya kazi na pharmaceutical industry. Kulikuwa na resignation mingi sana. Issue ilikuwa ni watu ukiwa mgonjwa, hiyo chemical materials za kuunda dawa za hospitali ni mbaya sana. Ukiwa mgonjwa ukirudi na kukata mshahara. So kulikuwa na resignation mingi sana juu watu hawakupenda hiyo kitu. So mwenye kampuni alikuwa anasemanga kila wakati mlango iko wazi. Nakumbuka siku moja aliita a team of professionals kuja kuconsult mbona watu wana resign wengi kwa kampuni na afanya nini. A team of professionals wakachukua 10 million within 2 hours kumadvise tu ya kwamba market iko na student wengi wame graduate wanatafuta kazi. So waja watu waende. Na wakaenda na 10 million. Naona hiyo kiburi. So hii kiburi yenyewe jamaa wanajaribu kuleta kwa KQ. Itawa cost sana. Cause kama unaona wanapoteza 300+ million a day, hiyo ni pesa ingeenda hata isaidie watu mahali. wangehold hiyo strike, wajamaa waelewane na hao warudi kazi, ama waelewane means asingekosa. Lakini kiburi, ukiweka kiburi mbele naye hakuna. Mwingine ndio naona anasema sasa universities hakuna pesa, wazazi walipe pesa wenyewe. Hiyo ni maajabu ingine. Wengine ndio wanaona badala wafanye kazi ya muhimu, kesho unajua ni ile siku wanapeananga gari ya 6 million. So kesho tena utasikia shock nyingine. Gari ya 6 million. Ndege ndio inapeleka food Somali. Inapita Turkana huko mahali kuna njaa, mtu amekonda ana kitu ya kukula. Inapitisha chips juu ya hewa inapeleka Somalia. Yani you can imagine. So Makiadi, kama serikali inaanguka, hata kama uko kwa serikali, una point out. Si ati unakufa ati sasa huko UDA. Ni kuja hapa kuambia ati bado tunajipanga, we need a year. Hapana. These guys are failing. Sasa sijui. And also unajua kitu fani, tuko na MP wenye wamelala kwa kazi. Kitambo ifike mahali sisi wananchi tunachukua action, MP wangekuwa washaongea kitu mahali, lakini huwezi sikia wakidiscuss apart from mambo ya CDF, mambo ya njaa, drought na nini, huwezi sikia wakiongelea. Women rep wanataka pesa ya kusunguka, vile MP wako na CDF. Maseneta wanataka kwa kitu, vile MP wako na pesa ya kupeana ya CDF. So you can imagine. NSSF wanataka kuongeza, Atwoli give in kama court secretary general. Vitu ni mingi na bado ni mingi zinakuja. Nisioni kasi kwa hiyo mwaka moja mliomba mpeane. Hawa jamaa bado wanarudisha pesa ya campaign ba. Sawa Makiadi.
Haya, yenyewe umesema kitu kama ni mbaya, hata mimi nakubaliana na wewe. Unajua tulisema hii serikali haitaki mtu wa kuipinga. Yes, Derek, una kitu ya kusema? Naona umeinua mkono au namna gani?
Yes, Makiadi. Kuna kitu ime come to my attention. Like I saw, sijui kama umeona clip ya ule Ghanaian. There is a passenger anatoka Ghana, is it Ghana, yeah? Ulisikia vitu alisema?
Sikusikia vizuri, nikiipata nitacheza.
I have that clip, maybe uitafute usikie venye huyo jamaa aliongea. It's even in Citizen something on Instagram. Sasa that man aliongea na alichoma. He was right on his words, lakini alituchomea sisi kama country. Do you know right now through the video, my international tourists and all such of venye wameongea towards hiyo ni statement yake, wameongea vibaya kabisa. And I can imagine right now the kind of loss that we are going to get. Watu hata sahii wakirudi job, lakini ile nini ya KQ ya Kenya as a country imeharibika. Ile profile ya Kenya imeharibika. And then like I was asking myself, kama Ruto mwenyewe anasema hakuna pesa Kenya, and these are the sources of our investments. Sasa the moment una joke na vitu important kama hizi biashara important kama hizi, what do you expect? Pesa itoke wapi? And then kama surely kama pilots wanaweza enda at strike, sijui kama nitakuwa wrong nikisema very soon utasikia mapolisi pia wanataka kuenda strike. I'm not lying to you.
Haya, wacha tuombe isifike hapo. Lakini tunajua at least the government is earning money from revenue because from what I see, I think from next month wafanyikazi watakuwa nakatwa hiyo pesa yote ambayo imesemekana inahitajika. So we hope at least we will see what the money will be doing moving forward. Kuseo, sijui kama uko hapo, you are not ready. I can play a video before Kuseo comes in. Naona hapa ni kama Kuseo anajiandaa. So let me play a video here first, and then we can allow him to give his opinion. There's a video here I wanted to play. Let me see if I have it ready. Kuseo, jambo. Aya. Kuseo, sijui kama unanisikia. Are you here? Are you together with us? Can you hear us? Unmute your mic.
Yeah, I was away kidogo.
Oh, okay. So basi. I was looking for a video here before I allow you to speak. Now sijui nime misplace namna gani. But you can see the way things are happening right now. We have never thought that our country would be doing this badly so early. But
there are many things happening. Which one are you focusing on?
I don't know where to start, but looks like our guys here that said they do not need any opposition ya kuwaweka kwa laini. Let me play this video first, so then you can come in and give your views.
Na mamilioni ya Wakenya wanaendelea kukumbana na baa la njaa na ukame nchini, huku serikali ya kitaifa ikitoa rai kwa Wakenya na serikali za kaunti na wahisani kusaidia kutoa misaada ya chakula kwa waathiriwa. Hata hivyo, kuna baadhi ya maeneo ambako chakula kinapatikana kwa wingi, huku wakulima wakilalamikia ukosefu wa soko la mazao yao. Kama vile Dalmas Sakali anavyotuarifu, baadhi ya wakulima sasa wamelazimika kuwalisha mifugo wao chakula ambacho kwa kawaida ni cha binadamu.
Kaunti ya Baringo ni mojawapo wa kaunti 23 ambazo zimetajwa katika orodha ya kaunti zenye hali ya juu ya ukame na baa la njaa. Marigat ni mojawapo wa miji katika kaunti hii. Nje tu kidogo ya mji huu kunapatikana mto Pekera. Ni mto ambao unawasaidia wakazi hapa kunyunyizia mashamba maji kupitia kwa mradi wa miaka mingi wa mamlaka ya kitaifa ya unyunyiziaji mashamba maji. Taswira hapa katika ekari 10,000 zinazonyunyiziwa maji katika mradi huu ni ya kijani kibichi, mazao ya kifana shambani na kukiuka taarifa za kiangazi katika maeneo mengine katika kaunti hii.
Washukuru Mungu kiwango fulani kwamba tuko na chakula. Ingawa chakula kile haitosheleshi kwa sababu ya the demand ambayo iko in the environs. Maji ambayo unayaona hapa ni kwa sababu ya irrigation. Kuna sehemu ambayo hakuna irrigation.
Mwenyekiti wa chama cha ushirika cha wakulima hapa Marigat, Samichebi, anasema kuna haja kwa serikali kuwekeza katika mabwawa ili kuhifadhi maji mengi yanayoshuhudiwa wakati wa mafuriko kutumika wakati wa kiangazi.
Tumeongea na serikali, tumeongea na washikadau wengine. Pale Radat Dam tunahitaji hiyo ili tupate kuwa na check dam. Badala ya kuwa na mafuriko tunaweka yale maji kwa hiyo dam ili wakati wa kiangazi tunatumia.
Kwa sasa sisi ni afadhali hapa kwa sababu maji tunapata tuko karibu. Lakini ukienda upande ya chini kwa saa hii ni shida.
Sasa ile kitu tunaomba hii watu wakubwa watengeneze sisi dam. Alafu sasa tupate maji.
Ari yetu ya kutaka kujua kuliko na shibe inatupeleka Murungaru katika eneo bunge la Kinangop, kaunti ya Nyandarua. Tunafika nyumbani kwa mkulima Kanina Mwangi. Taarifa za kiangazi katika maeneo mengine nchini Kenya ni hadithi isiyoeleweka hapa.
Hapa Kinangop hatujafikua na hiyo njaa. Tuko na chakula na tuko na chakula ambao tunawasalisha watu yetu wenye wako na njaa.
Amini usiamini, mkulima Mwangi na wakulima wengine hapa wanalazimika kuwalisha mifugo wao viazi mbatata, karoti, mboga na mimea mingine ambayo ni chakula cha wanadamu. Shibe inawamaliza hasa.
Tuseme kama wakati hii Carlos hakuna mkulima mnunuzi. tunalisha ng'ombe naye. Hiyo sasa ndio tunapewa chakula tumeifanya ikuwe chakula ya ng'ombe. Hiyo haina mnunuzi, hata mboga sasa sina mnunuzi. Hiyo ni kitu sasa tunatumia kwa kupea ng'ombe.
Katika eneo bunge hili la Kinangop katika kaunti ya Nyandarua, tunakutana na mkulima mwingine hapa anaitwa Sami Gakuo. Sasa huyu ni mkulima ambaye anapanda kabichi kama hizi hapa. Na cha kustaajabisha ni kwamba hana soko, na ndio maana tumempata katika shamba lake akikatakata ili kuweza kualisha ng'ombe wake.
Na hii kitu yenye nafanya hata mimi inaniumiza, lakini sina la kufanya. Naona watu kwa TV wanahangaika na njaa, na hii ingewasaidia, lakini kwa vile soko hakuna na sina lingine la kufanya, bora tu nipatie ng'ombe. Hata yeye hana raha nayo, labda anajua kuna wenye wanafaa kuwa wanakula. Anaikula tu kimadharau, anaweka kwa mdomo na rusha. Wewe kazi yako ni kuokota tu, ukimrudishia kumpembeleza kula tu, manake hakuna pa kupeleka.
Wakulima hawa wanairai serikali kuweka juhudi kusaidia maeneo ambako kuna baa la njaa.
Mikakati waweke mingi, manake hiyo ni kitu inatuaibisha sana. Tukiwa kama Wakenya, tunapenda nchi yetu, tunasema tunajivunia kuwa Wakenya, lakini sio Wakenya wenye wana njaa. Huwezi ukajivunia kuwa Mkenya ukiwa na njaa.
Sio Kinangop tu, sio Marigat tu. Baadhi ya maeneo nchini yanashuhudia wakulima wakivuna mazao yao shambani, na hivyo chakula kinapatikana kwa wingi. Picha hizi kwa mfano ni za mashamba katika eneo la Njoro na maeneo mengine jirani katika kaunti ya Nakuru, ambako mazao yameanza kuvunwa, na hivyo wakazi hawana tatizo la uhaba wa chakula. Kwao taarifa za baa la njaa na ukame ni hekaya za bunwasi tu. Sakali Dalmas, KTN News.
Aya, kusema mambo ndiyo hiyo, umesikia. Hata ng'ombe anajua ya kwamba kuna watu wako na njaa, anakula hiyo cabbage kama hataki. Karibu. Unmute your microphone.
You see, what I can say is that I think it will take quite a while for this team to realize that they have a country to run. Interestingly, unless they are still celebrating a win or whatever it is, because they don't seem to be in a hurry to settle down to sort the problems, including even the ones they had promised to deal with. And alongside all this, you know, there are also the emergency. In other words, the ones which just crop up, you had not foreseen them, but along the way, problems are always emerging here and there based on what's going on. You see like this blame game. The blame game of the previous government is not something you want to spend half of your time on. And unfortunately, this is what the team is doing. The Kajaguars are just busy how think this and that did not happen because of this and that. If you start sharing the blame game, you'll end up nowhere. You'll end up nowhere. You see, you take the kind of line that the DPP was trying to take. You can't come to a platform like in public and start claiming that I was to get some evidence from the DCI. I insisted on this and this being done so that I can prosecute XYZ. Now, fortunately, is it or is it unfortunately? The DCI is no longer there. So, if you are let down by the DCI, who is no longer since not there, why don't you pick up the pieces then and move forward? You have a new DCI, isn't it? You can use the new DCI to bring up, do the things properly the way he wanted, the so-called investigations that he had wanted done. He can use the new DCI to do them so that he can conclude the cases. Why is he not choosing to do that? Instead, you still want us to dwell on the blame game of what happened, what they didn't do, or what they did. It is not the right way to do things. You remember the issue of the court orders and what have you. And if you do remember how is it the Athi River Meat Commission, how it came back to be revived, to be operational. Now, these people started saying how these were, I think, out of budget. They were not planned. The military was brought there. There were orders, court orders that they be stopped, and they didn't. Now, surprisingly, as late as, is it yesterday, that is what Gachagua was saying, that there are plans to buy animals, isn't it? To buy animals, take the meat to the meat to the Kenya Meat Commission, and you pack it, tin it up, send it to schools to feed the children, and pay the farmers at various stages. Now the same revival of the commission that they were rejecting, now apparently it was in the plan. Now it is in their plan. Then I think Gachagua it is taking too long to learn. It's taking too long to learn. To keep telling the public how the things went wrong, how money was not there, how money was misused, how project. Well, anyway, really, it is. You are not going far. You are not going far. To make matters worse, somebody like okay, take this issue of the strike. I'm so surprised the way Murkomen is approaching the strike issue. It's like even in a school strike, you never. I think Murkomen is really displaying a lot of is it immaturity or whatever. He's so green in those waters. I thought now they are in the good books of their toolies. They are doing things together. Before he appeared there, if he's in good terms with their toolies, you need to have maybe made a phone call. You need to have made a phone call. I don't know. I don't know where to start, but it's really displaying a lot of ignorance as far as issues of strike are concerned. I don't know. Strikes, especially of this magnitude, you can't sort them through threats. You can't. In fact, it's like you're adding more fuel into the fire. You don't sort strikes of this magnitude like that. Now, you start talking about economic sabotage. In other words, he has reduced it to a Kenyan pilot affair. He's forgetting that there are foreigners and customers who are involved here. The issue of going forward, their issue should be how to sort the stranded fellows as fast as possible. If you realize that from the talks, the strike is not ending in the next few hours or days, well, I don't know how much the ultimatums are going to achieve. You don't do strikes like that. Even who is the Minister for Labor? Cheloguyo somebody, is it?
I don't think so, but do we even have? I don't know. I don't know.
Because if it is the previous one, chances are that he has handled a few strikes in the past. Because I don't think the minister for labor was changed. If he was not changed, surely he knows how to deal with the mere minimum to deal with these issues of strikes. First of all, they should be struggling to put off the fire. And you don't put off the fire by going to talk to the press. That is one of the biggest mistakes Murkomen has done. You don't go to respond to a strike through the press. Because right now, you remember the pilots have got the longer end of the stick. So how will ultimatums, even a balanced strike has never been able to sort to get people to go back to work. So I don't know. Your input on that. I wanted to hear. I was hearing that the strikers are demanding removal of KQ management. That is a big one.
Oh, I found the name. The name
Yeah.
of the CS for Labor and Social Protection is called Florence Koske Bore.
No wonder.
Florence Koske Bore.
Now, then Murkomen was there as who?
You know, KQ is under, I think, Transport Ministry, if I'm not wrong. Is it Roads?
No.
I don't know if Roads. Hold on, let me
But
check.
this is a labor issue. A strike is a labor issue. The very first person to be talking
Yeah,
here.
so we have labor, transport, and public works. That's under Kipchumba Murkomen. So I guess maybe it's a transport issue. It's a transport crisis. That's why the
It is
minister
not a
there.
transport. It is a labor matter.
Mm-hmm.
This is an employer dispute. Employee-employer dispute. They want the administration at KQ to be changed. There are certain people they are not getting along with over there, which they want to be removed. Now, if you were to ask me, that demand is not a small one. And if that is the reason why they are on strike, if it was payment, you can move around and give some fake promises and you get away with it. But something like this is a big matter, and you cannot call the press and give them. You see, you give an ultimatum to the employed, to the striking people through the press. It doesn't work like that. That was a very seriously false start. A seriously false start. Murkomen could have done better than that. But I thought the previous person for labor was there because there have been some strikes in the past, and at least the so-called, I think Chelogui, he had some experience on how to handle those negotiations. At least call it a return to work formula. Return to work formula. That is what you need here. It is not so much to get people to work. It is a return to work formula. I do not know. I get to know that one of the compensations by the airlines when things like this happen is that they are to accommodate the passengers, isn't it? At their own cost. Now, if KQ is on his deathbed, that makes this strike such a serious matter. Now, those are the issues that Murkomen should be in the boardroom somewhere, invite their toolies, invite the Minister of Labor, and try to get to some kind of a compromise. Call it a return to work formula, like they call it in many quarters. That way they'll be able to make some ground. But otherwise, you can't go to the press and tell the pilot that, you are embarrassing us internationally. You are sabotaging the economy. That cannot bring people back to work. So I do not know. The performance of Murkomen on day one is completely below par. But for me, if they are in good working terms with the Tuoli, they need to approach their Tuolis. They need to approach their Tuolis to give them some insight on how to deal with strikes of this nature. And well, I don't know. If the matter is not financial, then the strike is a tricky one. In other words, what minimums are we talking about? They are demanding the removal of, I think, the CEO, the financial manager, the fleet CG, what, isn't it? Now, it is a question of either or not. In other words, hakuna minimum demand here, or what is going to happen? Well, I don't know. Let me stop for now. I still try to absorb exactly. If I had Murkomen's number, I would talk to him. Even a school strike, you don't approach like that. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. So I'm just asking myself, the demands that the pilots are making, I don't know if it's beyond the scope of what the industrial courts would want to help them overcome, because now this is not, like you said, it's not a monetary issue. This is more than what I would say,
you can't have a minimum of it.
Exactly. So I don't know, but the thing is, the truth is, whether this issue is a big issue or not, the company is already making losses just by having those planes grounded there at the airport. It's already making losses. I would have expected, and I repeat this again, I would have expected a neutral arbitrator. The CS should have come there, and you, like you said, I thought perhaps the labor docket is under somebody that is aware of what they are doing. But funny enough, the person who is in charge of labor also is a greenhorn. Murkomen is playing politics of UD and sabotage. I mean, I did not expect somebody to come and say they are testing the new administration. What do you mean they are testing the new administration? People are stranded, planes are on the ground. This is a serious issue. This is not an issue of UDA versus other people who do not support UDA. This is an issue of an airline that is critically ill right now, that needs to be, to be spoon-fed.
You see, for Murkomen to say that you are testing the new administration, you see, I'm sorry to say, but Murkomen is I would say the wrong person for all this, because so that with the what end, you test the new administration so that what? You see, it doesn't make sense.
And then you tell them, we have another option. Tuko na plan B. Sasa ni kama you are telling them, oh, mkinyata sana tutawafuta. I mean, what does he? And then did you hear what the pilots did? Pilots wamecheka, they laughed because they know. Ndege, I think PH amesema hapa na chaka. Ndege si baiskeli ati nikikunyang'anya nitapatia use na ataendesha vile inatakikana. Ndege si baiskeli. Even for, I don't know how these people are planning to address this issue, but even other airports, if you fire these guys who have experience, all of them, and you bring new people, contract, under contract, whatever, no airport outside there will even allow you to land your planes over there. I don't know how these things work.
Not even just that. You see, firing should be the last thing on the card. You see, even if you know that you want to fire them, that is a very, very wrong approach. You cannot go public with something like that until you have other plans. You see, you ought to have observed there is no middle ground for these negotiations. The demand by the pilots, it is a serious one, and if that is what they have been demanding, the best would have been prevention is better than cure. In other words, nobody in their right mind should have allowed the pilots to get this far with those demands and then even to start the strike. Because remember, sometimes you are told that sometimes you start something when you know how to end it. If you start a strike with such kind of demands, how do you end it? It is almost next to impossible. So, and then you go and bring the Murkomens there. You cannot end a strike like that by through threats. It has never worked anywhere. And you know what? If I was Murkomen, for example, there have been other strikes around the world by air I think hostesses, but pilots in other countries. I think even in the UK. You should try and find out how were these handled. So it looks like he appeared there at the airport without even the idea. There are certain things you don't talk about when you're dealing with people who are these are not junior fellows in terms of their profession. So the issue of sacking is completely out of question. Because it will mean that if you are to sack them, KQ will not be in business for how long?
Until they find other pilots. Exactly.
Yeah, it won't be within 3 months or so.
And I'm assuming you're firing these people. You should have found another alternative. You have pilots on the side that are ready to come and work, and then they have to be vetted, and then they have to be licensed again to fly planes. And the process of doing all these is costing the airline money. You know, it's either they have something to address this issue as soon as possible, or the airline that we love most is on its deathbed, and I don't know how they're going to get out of this.
You see, Murkomen is telling you that we are losing 300 million a day, so he's just letting the pilots to know. Oh, so their strike is biting.
People don't care. People don't. The thing is, just the same way the employer makes money from you, and they don't give you anything to say thank you for good work or something because you are earning a salary. It's the same way it happens with the with the employees. If your grievances are not taken care of, then you, as much as you get your salary from that company, and your job is secured for that matter, you won't care. So you're threatening people who are already at the edge. They are saying whichever way it goes, we are ready to take it. And so Murkomen should find other people to help him do his job, because it's like it's like a judge showing up with a political party's shirt, merchandise.
Yeah.
If you see the CJ coming to do a ruling in the Supreme Court na amevaa jezi ya chama moja political party, and then you ask yourself, are you even expecting to get justice from there? That is the same thing that is happening in this issue of KQ. I don't think I had so much confidence in Murkomen, on top of the other guys that we were talking about here, the likes of Kindiki. I had so much confidence in Murkomen because I thought he was dynamic. I thought he's exposed. He is able to navigate some of these waters like a politician and also a technocrat because of his exposure. But he's coming out as a greenhorn. He's even hata afadhali Aisha Jumu alisema ako tayari kuongeza wafanyikazi wa serikali mshahara, alafu akaenda huko akarudi the next day akasema mshahara tutaongeza kama tutapata pesa. I mean, you can cover yourself with that. But this Murkomen issue, oh my goodness.
No, but even the list of consultations would have made a difference. You see, this is not the first strike, especially around even KQ. he didn't even do his little, the least minimum research to find out. Now, sasa hii maneno, you know, most of the other strikes have been more of monetary nature. This one is a serious one, and an ultimatum cannot be a solution whatsoever. Take it from me. That one, he started on the wrong footing. If he knew, he would never have gone that direction. The best thing is to lock these fellows, their leaders, in the boardroom and tell them how important they are. You don't tell them through the press that you are sabotaging. No. He should have locked himself in the boardroom and knelt down in front of them. I'm telling you.
I can see Julia is here.
You should have locked in the boardroom, kneel down, beg for time.
You expect the current regime to kneel down. This is a regime that was built in heaven.
Well,
I don't know if we expected such mistakes, but it's something that is interesting to see.
He has to do that. You know, the advantage of doing that in the boardroom, it is in private.
Yeah.
So how are you, Julia?
Aya, Julia, karibu sana, and you can hold fort for a few minutes. Nichukue maji nikuja.
Sasa, but don't sign out. Wacha watu waone kuna makiadis around.
Niko around. Hakuna mahali naenda.
Hajaogopa, hajaenda kulilia kwa choo.
He's not going to join the striking pilots.
Yeah, why are they? Okay, they are striking because they are saying their money has not been remitted. Is that what they are saying? Wanasema nini kuseo?
No.
Wanasema
I was saying if it was like that, it would be better. They are striking. They want the CEO out, the financial director out, the fleet director out, and I think 2 of them. They want 5 or think officials out.
Then that is easy. They should just be kicked out.
Well, tell Murkomen.
Because which one is, kama wangekuwa naitisha pesa, singekuwa tu, money is more difficult to get to pay them. But if they just want some guys to be kicked out, that is easy. Just kick them out.
Money is easy. We can just promise you, give you a promissory note.
And then kick out those people.
And we get a back to work formula.
Now see, you people, the planes are grounded. I mean, you know, having looking for a pilot, we were just arguing with my friends that looking for a pilot is not just like even a truck driver. If truck drivers go on strike, you can't call the likes of Juliet. I can't drive a truck, though I know how to drive. I mean, I need a special license, okay? Even a bus. If the school drivers, like I see something here, something happens here, south, where I am, is that there's a big problem, a challenge with bus drivers. So some of the kids, sometimes when the bus drivers decide they are not coming to work, we usually have some kids did not come to school, not because the parents did not avail them to go to school, but because the bus drivers did not turn up. Because we cannot just give a call to Julia, hey, Julia, you know how to drive a bus, go take that bus, go pick up those kids and bring them to school. You know, we can't, even America cannot do that. Now, these are pilots. If they are telling them to go to work by tomorrow, so if they sack them tomorrow, Makeri, are you ready to fly Kenya Airways? Unataka kibarua? If they ask them to, they sack them tomorrow. I mean, some of the
you are taking it too far. I cannot even board a plane yenye ninajua pilot ameandikwa kushikilia. I cannot. Umeipeleka mbali sana. Wachana mimi nikiwa passenger siwezi ingia hiyo ndege.
Ati pilot wa kushikilia.
Wa kushikilia ndio mgomo imalizwe. I cannot do that.
Ati kuna mapilots. Wakenya wenzangu tunatafuta mapilots wa kushikilia, kwa maana pale wale wanaitwaje kwa Kiswahili? What are pilots in Kiswahili? Marubani wetu wamegoma. Sasa kama wewe waweza shikilia kidogo, I mean, That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that
Kiadi, what is the correct nini for a pilot? Kiswahili.
rubani.
Turubani. Ama?
Hapana,
Rubani.
so you are killing me. Rubani.
Si turubani.
And rubani. No, it's R, isn't it?
RU.
Rubani.
Yeah, it is RU.
I think it is R.
R. So forgive me, Chaka. Maybe I'm saying L. Me L na R. It is one. So sometimes I will say R and I will say L. Okay, so I think tunatafuta au marubani wa kushikilia. Sasa mnaona vile huyu ndugu yetu Murkomen ako na stress. Kwa hivyo tunawaomba Wakenya wenzangu, wenzetu, mjitokeze kwa wingi pale Jomo Kenyatta International. Kuna kazi, mjitokeze kwa wingi, kwa maana we won't do what they are asking. We can't and we won't. So Kuseo, if you hear that people want a job, I think there are jobs on the waiting in Kenya Airways. However, I want to say that that's a serious situation. I was watching the news and I came to my realization that we are losing about Kenya shillings 300 million. That's what I saw. I stand to be corrected. That 300 million per day. Hiyo ndio hasara tunaenda. 300 million is not pocket money. It's money that can feed our starving Kenyans. And talking about starving, I watched something that Makiadi just played. And this is what I was talking about last night, that our counties can do something about it. I watched something about Baringo, and I think they are using water. I mean, they are using irrigation to grow their crops. So I guess we can do the same about our country. Our county, our governors can do something about it. Chaka, you are saying that if they don't have support, but wacha nikwambie Chaka, these governors have too much money at their disposal. Wanapeleka hii pesa wapi? Can your governor account for the resources and money he gets from the central bank? Can he? Hawezi. What about if he uses that just to drill some fuels here and there? I worked in a school in Kirinyaga where they used about 1.5 million to drill a well that was running the school. Like there was enough water Kuseo, enough that we were giving out the water to the neighboring school. And the school is a boarding school with 1,500 students.
It is coming from a borehole. Oh.
Yes, from a borehole. And the school is 1,500 students plus the teaching staff. And we had enough water that we were giving the water to the neighboring school. What does that tell you? That water was supplying about 2,000 people. Okay? Supposing we have the same in our villages, we have boreholes, such kind of boreholes. So that was just 1.5 million Kenya shillings. Now, how much money do our governors receive? Can they give such kind of areas a priority? Hii maneno ya nyumba ya governor. Nani governor analala juu ya mti ndio ajengewe nyumba? Ati governor yenyu alijenga nyumba akajengewa nyumba yake. Was he sleeping on top of a tree that he needs a house now? Because he was sleeping on top of a tree. So now, because he's governor, he needs a house. What is wrong with Kenyans? What are our priorities? You know, I think Kuseo, this thing has come at this time so that Kenyans also come come back, sober up and decide we do not have to wait for the central government to do for us 1, 2, 3. So I think this thing of food shortage and relief, we cannot go on talking about food relief. Mimi sijui, I asked Chaka yesterday, nikamuuliza nyumba moja inatumia unga ngapi, kaniambia they need 4 packets to eat. And 1 packet is over 230. So 4 packets is something close to 1,000. Now, how many families in Kenya can afford 1,000 shillings per month? That's my question, per day. Just for ugali peke yake hujaweka boga. So I think it is high time something is done. Something for this thing ya serikali. I don't even want to think about this government because this government has no structures. Hawana mpango. So that is what I think about the sponsoring of public universities. I don't know why they are doing this, because for a long time, and what we know, the Kenyan education system is one of the unique systems where our youngsters are able to access university education as long as you have qualified with a C+. Now, when I came to the US, I began appreciating. Kuseo, did you know that there are more degree, the ratio, the percentage of degree holders in Kenya is higher than the one in the US? If you look at the ratio, if you talk about ratio of population to degree holders, did you know that?
I'm not getting you. You mean the ratio of graduates to
Yes.
the population?
Yes, the ratio of graduates to the population in Kenya is higher than the one in the US. And there are more learned people in Kenya than the ones in the US.
I think your numbers are not right.
No, find out that, and I will tell you why.
Because where I am, the issue is we are talking about how many people have more than one degree.
Okay, and let me tell you,
and they are not few. In other words,
maybe you are in a state where maybe an education-based state, but the common American man, most of them don't the thing of going to college is not very important for many reasons. One is because here you can still earn a decent living without a degree or without going to college. That is one reason. The other reason that this is where I want to commend the Kenyan government. The other reason is that the cost of higher education here is too much, because even a decent person earning a decent living in America will struggle to pay college fee for their children. Even a high school teacher kuseo, ati umwambie mwalimu wa high school hapa America apeleke watoto wawili college akilipa. One time my son was admitted in one of the colleges here, and it is it is the black colleges. I don't know what you call them, the black colleges that tend to admit African Americans just to encourage them to go to school, which means that college is one of the cheapest college, is one of the cheapest. So the tuition fees.
Let me ask you, here in the US, you find that university or college education is almost seriously subsidized by the government. And the students, from the ones I've seen, especially the ones who go to community, to be specific, Nova. I don't know whether you have heard about Nova.
Yeah.
The Virginia, whatever. These people are entitled to something more or less similar to help. And once you fill an application form, which goes to the state, and the federal government have got a fund for that. And something else I've noticed here also. The students, college students, are by all means expected to work.
Let me ask you a question, Kusi. I want to ask you a question. One thing. In the US, every child that qualifies to go to college, do they have a guarantee that someone will pay their school fee? Do we have people with outstanding feedback? I mean, with outstanding big loans. Have you heard about this conversation that is going on in the US about the government trying to clear the college loans in the US? Is it a guarantee that if my child has a GPA of 3, that the child will go to college? I don't have to think about his fee. Is there a guarantee here? That's the question I need.
Imagine what I've seen with the Nova. They even look for jobs. There are certain farms here who are where students are encouraged to go and work. You realize that they're allowed some minimum hours they can work in a week.
Yeah.
And they are told who is hiring. Now, once you have that, with that, even if you are financing your own education using the funds from the government, which you can access to pay for learning as you go for work. Because remember, here, if they don't work, they are paid unemployment.
Okay, so the question is, Kuse, I want to drive is that I think that person still has to make applications for funding or for financial assistance, and some of them got loans. I see some youngsters coming to teach in my high school where I'm teaching. They are teaching under what we call Teach for America. And while they are working for Teach for America, it's that the Teach for America may pay their college fee. They have loans. So I think, say, you just do your research. For you to qualify for those financial aid, for all that there is a process. Not everybody qualifies.
I'm talking about citizens.
Yes, unlike Kenyan situation. Listen to Kenyan situation. Kenyan child who has a C+, just a C+, is now qualifies to be called a government-sponsored student. And that child, whether she's an orphan or comes from there, is guaranteed government funding. I don't know, the tune of 3/4 of their fee, which it is not loan. The government will pay for that, whether you are doing medicine or you are doing whatever. It is not a loan. Then after that, the remaining balance is where they apply for higher education loan. So when I was going to school, I want to tell Kenyans, this is my experience. I did not have to, my parents did not have to look for any funding. As long as I qualified to be a government-sponsored student, I was called to Maseno University, and I was given a letter, and I was given a letter to go to Kenya Commercial Bank to go and collect my allowances. That one does not happen in the US. And the American students are struggling more to go to college than the Kenyan students, because the Kenyan government already established that if you have a C+, you qualify to be called a government-sponsored student. And in the recent past, the Ministry of Education in Kenya had expanded that because the colleges did not provide enough space for students. They embraced the private sector. So what was happening in Kuseo, a college like Kabarak University is a private college, but the government was sending government-sponsored students to Kabarak University, to Mount Kenya University, and there they pay for them. They pay it's not alone Kuseo.
It's like their own scholarship or what?
Yeah, it's a scholarship for all those students, as long as you have a C+. Okay, my daughter studied in Kenya and she was a government-sponsored student. So what happened, because she qualified, her fee was only 16,000 Kenya shillings per year, because she was a government-sponsored student. But if you qualified for the same course and you apply as a private student, you'd pay over 100,000 Kenya shillings. So this difference of 100,000 and 16, who is paying? It is the government. And that has been the thing since times immemorial. So if the government is withdrawing this, I want Kenyans to tell me which Kenyan will pay 100,000.
Are you saying that what is withdrawn is this scholarship? Or what?
Yes, that is what I believe.
Help is not affected.
Help is a loan. Help is a loan. You see? And I'm not talking about help. That's why I'm saying the American students struggle to go to college more than the Kenyan students. Because the Kenyan students, the only thing you need is a C+. You don't even have to think about it. You have a C+, and when you are doing your case, Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, you apply. They are given forms to apply. They make applications through Joint Admissions and College Placement Board, and they make applications. So when your results are out, they're given another chance to change the application. They're like, you say you applied for medicine, your points did not meet the medicine, now you can apply for another thing. So the Joint Placement Board places them. So if you had C+, you are automatically, your fee is cut by over 75%. And that remaining of 25%, you can get a loan from the Higher Education Loan Board. So the Kenyan students don't struggle. That is why some of us here, we did come from rich families. I was talking about my son. The fee structure he was given, it was 8,000 tuition fee. Just tuition fee for one semester. Now, I spoke to one of my friends who's a citizen here. The good thing, his children go to his college where he's a professor. Otherwise, he could have been paying that fee, or the children should have gone to a community college. But the daughter, who never went to his college, got a scholarship from another college. So if the girl did not win that scholarship, the parent still has to figure out how to get funding. So that stress of having to figure out how to get funding is what American parents and children are going through. Unlike Kenyan students Kuseyo, uko na mwanafunzi form 4, bora apate C+. Segio, I'm talking about Kenya. Kenya students, uko na mwanafunzi form 4 apate C+, automatic kuseo, you know more than 75% of the fees waived.
But
So
also here, there is a fund which is specifically for education purposes, where people are supposed to apply, and there are qualifications criteria. So long as you meet that criteria, they fund your education. They don't give you the money as such. They fund your education, and once you are finished, you are supposed to repay, more or less the way we people pay back the help loan.
So you see now the problem is here is that their qualifications, I mean, there are all those barriers placed. And no matter, you'll find that people may be like, you know, I meet these teachers who are working for Teach for America, and they have to work in the school for 2 years because that's the condition Teach for America has given them. They're not even trained teachers. They just graduated from college, they have degrees, but they have big loans. So because they have big loans, Teach for America will pay those loans on one condition. They will teach in the public school for 2 years. So when I look at those handles, to say, okay, in the long run, I think if you're an American, you find your way around if you really want to go to school and you find financing and all that. But looking at the Kenyan situation, the kids did not have to do that. They just need to qualify with a C+, and that is it. So me, I'm asking myself to say, if they are withdrawing that support, I hope it is not the support they are withdrawing. I don't know how many Kenyans can pay 100,000 because the cost of education is not less than 100,000 Kenya shillings per academic year for whatever degree.
Let me understand something. With respect to this withdrawal, exactly who are affected? If you are saying that the help facility is still there,
yeah,
let's hear who knows exactly who are affected, because people like us, I'm seeing it. It's like I didn't even know. Oh, you mean there were some sponsorships? Because we have never benefited from.
Yeah, that is no. So you did you study a degree in Kenya? Let me ask you something.
Not in Kenya.
Yes. So you won't understand. I want to tell you that when I went to the university, I did not even pay any fee because I was a government-sponsored student. Instead, I was asked to go and collect my allowance from Kenya Commercial Bank. And I didn't. And when my daughter went to first year, her fee was 16,000, and that 16,000. She did not even have to apply for help. Why 16,000? The cost of her education over 100,000 and 50,000, 150,000 per academic year. How do I get to know that? By the time my daughter went to the university, we had these parallel degrees. Okay, so we have students who are going to the public universities as private students. So while the government-sponsored student was paying 16,000, the private student was paying around 150,000. What is the difference? 150,000 minus 16,000. What is it? Where is that difference? Why is that difference? Because this one is being called is a government-sponsored student, and the other one is a private student. So my hope, Kuseo, I hope that is not the support they are withdrawing. That is what I'm saying.
Are you saying that anybody who met the minimum qualification, C+, isn't it?
Yes.
They did not pay university fees. Is that what you're saying?
They did not pay full fee.
Then who was you accessing help? I see PHs.
Okay, so the help, why they were going for the help, because some of these kids, even after you pay for them all that amount of money, and they have to pay 16, maybe something like 16,000 for tuition fee. Besides tuition fee, they need accommodation, they need food, they need stationery, right? So, and those kids really don't have money. So that is where help comes in.
So saying that it is the 16 which is withdrawn.
Yes, the 16 is, you see, the 16 is withdrawn. The 16 you have to cater for it yourself.
What does PH want to explain?
PH want to say something? Yes, PH.
Sawa, thanks Julia. Naona kuna mahali Kuseo haelewi, unamwelezea ni kama haelewi, ndio nilikuwa nataka kuelezea kidogo. Unaona kila mwaka Kenya, Kuseo, gava si hata kila mwaka, lakini kila mwaka Kenya gava inaekanga points cutout ya wanafunzi yenye nalipia fee kwa university. Ndio Julia
Is that the C
nakwambia,
plus? Is that the C plus?
ndio Julia nakwambia ukihit C plus
Yeah.
yenye kuna point fulani, wewe ni government student.
Okay.
Kumaanisha gava ikikupeleka university inakulipia certain amount of school fees. Ile kitu tu yenye wewe unastahili kulipa peke yake ni 16,000. Unaona? So ukilipa 16,000 per semester mbili kwa mwaka, you only pay 32. Unaona? Lakini kama mimi for example sijahit hiyo C plus, nimekosa like let's say 0.5 ama 1 point, mimi ninaenda parallel program ambapo mimi si government sponsored.
What is the very minimum you can be accepted to pursue a degree course? I thought it was C plus.
Yeah, C plus.
It is C plus, but it depends on
points.
Yeah, it depends on the intake that year. You know, the intake changes, depends on
ina change,
yeah.
So unakuta this time around labda government sponsored student watachukua na points fulani. So ukienda na hii point nyingine yenye wewe si government sponsored, unaweza kukuta unalipa almost 120,000 a year. While a government sponsored student is paying only 16,000. Unaona? Hiyo pia ina vary. If you go to do medicine na uko parallel, wewe si government sponsored, you will end up paying like 400 plus. 450.
Yeah, in fact, PHI was sold by my friend. That is more than 5 years ago. Yeah. A student studying law in Nairobi University was paying over 200,000 per semester.
Per semester. And by government sponsored.
Yeah.
Government sponsored atakuwa kilipa tu hiyo pesa kidogo. Unaona? So ile kitu sasa yenye wanataka kufanya ni kutoa hii pesa yote. Wewe kama mzazi sasa utakuwa ukilipia mtoto wako fee akiingia university, the whole amount. Like KU, you will pay 120. JKUAT the same. If you go to private universities, hiyo ni tofauti. Wako juu kuliko public universities. Help ni pesa nyiko kando. A government sponsored student anaweza access hiyo help akitaka kuapply, huyo mwingine pia anaweza apply. Unaona? So a government student mwenye ako sponsored akiapply help ikuje kama 45,000, itakat automatic 8,000 iende kwa school fees. Hii ingine apewe, ingie kwa account yake. Wewe mwenye si government sponsored ukiapply hiyo help upewe, kwanza lazima ile yenye itatoka ikatwe fee balance yako nusu. So ukipata 45,000 lazima 20 iende kwa fee balance, ndio ingine upate. Unaona? So ile kitu gava inatoka kutoa.
You mean hii ingine is now the accommodation and what have you or what?
Yeah, no. Whatever remains out of after they take their school fee. Sasa hiyo pesa umebaki.
Ile kitu inafanyikaga kwa Kenya hapa, kama wewe ni government sponsored student na you only need 16,000 a semester. Kuna wale wenye wana apply hiyo loan ambapo hata mzazi ajui. See, the parent is paying the school fees, which is 16,000 only. So you as a student unaenda una apply help loan. Ni wewe, it's up to you to apply or not to apply. So if you apply help loan, ikitoka mzazi anapata benefit juu a certain amount itamuokolea kwa school fees. Hiyo ingine utanunua laptop, simu, kule chips, utembee Mombasa, it's up to you. Naona? Ni bahati tu sasa juu ameapply na itapitia kwa school account, ikatwe kidogo ilipe fee, ingine aende nayo yote. So kwa mwaka ata apply twice. 45, that's 90. 90,000 is paying 16,000. First semester 16,000, the next semester. So ataokolea mzazi kama 8,000. Hiyo ingine atapiga round.
Nakuuliza saa hii see all students irrespective of whether you are government or not, they can access help.
yeah,
Yes.
they can access help.
Now, as I had paid for somebody in Nairobi University who was doing medicine,
Yes.
and the fee was more than 200,000.
Okay, Kuseo, you are
Was
telling
he a
us.
government student sponsored?
PH, let us interrogate Kuseo. Kuseo, I want people who are arguing with me here to listen. That Kuseo, you pay over 200,000, didn't you?
Mm.
Okay, did you know that a government-sponsored student will not pay that 200,000? Will pay about 16,000.
Only 16,000.
Yes, because they are called government-sponsored student. That is the point I'm trying to drive here. That the Kenyan education has been better than the American education, because students who you just need to read your books, Kuseo, and pass. When you read your books, whether you are an orphan, whether you live in the slums, whether you live in the bush, the government has guaranteed you that Kuseo, wewe ulikuwa na A na tumekuita medicine, and the cost of medicine per year is 400,000 Kenya shillings in Nairobi University. However, Kuseo, you are our student. We shall pay for you everything apart from 16,000. And the cost is 400,000 per academic year. Then PH decides, because the parent is rich, PH hakupata A, lakini amepata B+. And the intake of medicine in Nairobi University is A plain. But the PH parent decides, I want my son to do medicine. But the government cannot pay for PH because he did not meet the cutoff point. So the parent decides, I'm taking my son to Nairobi University to do medicine with Kuseo. So the parent will cough that full 400,000 Kenya shillings per academic year, while Kuseo's parent is only paying 16,000, and they're in the same university. Why? Kuseo is a government-sponsored student. That is the difference I'm talking about. So it is easier for Kenyan students to acquire degrees, that's what I was trying to say, than the American students, because Kenyan students, you just need to miss the you need to meet the pass point, the pass mark. But here, you get your GPA of 4. You got, I see students with all those forms applying for scholarship here, applying for scholarship here, and they have got to add all those scholarships to meet their education needs. Kenya, you don't apply Kuseo. You just wake up, I got an airplane, period. I'm going
now here is your question.
Yes.
Are you saying that all this payment which they have been doing, and the so-called sponsored are only paying 16K?
Yes, as long as you are government.
Now they'll be paying the 200,000 like any other person.
Sir. Yes, sir. If that is the point, that's what they are saying.
Are you sure?
I don't know.
What they mean, Kuseo, kidogo tu Julia. Kuseo, ile kitu inafanyika ni hii. Ukitaka kwenda kusoma sahi campus, sasa ni kama gava kuna mahali inaingilia. If a course of medicine in UON is taking 650,000, whether you are a government sponsored student ama umeenda huko kiaje, hiyo course unaenda kulipa 650k. Unaona? So gava imekuwa ikichukua jukumu kubwa sana. That's why watu wengi wamemeki kwenda campus. Ile tu kitu ilikuwa inahitajika, wewe usome upite, uende uchukuliwe na gava juu umepita pass mark ikulipie hiyo pesa ingine. Ama usome ukose kupita, upewe msasi kasi ngumu, alipe hiyo the full amount. Sasa wamerudisha.
I see why Julia was saying that it is easy to do university education in Kenya.
Yes. Yeah.
And that is why when you come here, PH, when you're in the US, people look at you and wonder, I see my friends, they're like, uko na watoto wawili, you have 2 kids in college. How are you managing that? How are you doing it? I'm trying to wonder, what is a big deal? Then I realized that it's really a big deal, because these kids have to look for scholarships. Like, Kuseo is telling us, they have to make applications here and there. They have to find funding. That's what Kuseo is telling us. They have to get funding here, funding there. And sometimes I think Kuseo, some of the kids, some of the Americans may just be tired of that business and decide, mimi kazi sitafanya kutafuta hii funding. But Kenya, it's just one trick. You go to school, you're a high school teacher, you tell your students, man, get C+, you get government funding. And the kids know that. And so every year, Kuseo, there are schools, I think I taught in a school where out of 200 students, about 190 could get government funding. So how many graduates do you think we were producing? Out of 200, every year we could send 190. How many degree holders do you think we were producing? Because those kids, they know, Kuseo, I go to Nairobi University, I get funding, I go to help, I get my loan, they pay my balance, 8K, I get money for my pocket money, for my rent and all that, blah, blah. You see, they can, seriously, Kuseo, Kenyan kids can easily go to school without their parents helping them, can go to college.
But Julia, I think that was before this thing we are talking about here on your topic here, down here.
Mm-hmm.
I think now that I've understood what you are saying, I can feel the withdrawal, the impact. Now, somebody just woke up and withdrew everything. Or what's going on?
You see the issue, Kuseo. The issue, you see, when they introduced the KUSIP, vile wana place wanafunzi universities, because even if you are a government sponsored student, unaweza kuwa placed in a private university. Kitambo ulikuwa unaenda public university peke yake if you are a government sponsored, lakini siku hizi unaweza kuwa placed even in a private university yenye unaweza chagua. Sasa ile kitu imekuwa changamoto, unakuta public universities asina students. Kuna cartels wako mahali, unakuta private universities imepewa wanafunzi wengi.
Okay,
For example, kuna university nilienda kuwawekea internet. Waliniita, nikaenda tenda kuwawekea internet. Hiyo university, nakuta mwenye alikuwa amewapea internet before, wako na deni yake ya 250,000, imewashinda kulipa. Sasa ndio maana wanataka kuchange ISP, wawekewe na mtu mwingine tofauti. So wakati nilibidi hiyo tenda, wakaniambia pia ni waruhusu nikishaweka internet pale, niwapee 3 months ndio waweze kulipa. Naona walipe quarterly, so watumie in 3 months alafu waanze kulipa. So wakati niliinterrogate VC more, akaniambia ilikuwa mwezi wa 6. Akaniambia by September wana expect KUSIP itawapea wanafunzi kama 800. So by then watakuwa na pesa ya kulipa ne? Hii ni public university. So wakati imefika mwezi wa 10, nimeenda pale. Vice Chancellor ananiambia out of 800 students wenye walikuwa wamekadiria watapewa, they only received 50 students. Now you see. So public universities have been complaining about hiyo kitu ya cartels. Hawapati wanafunzi wa kutosha, private wanachukua wanafunzi wao. Sasa Machogu ameitako in a poor way. He thinks kukata nini pesa ya government kwenda kwa universities ita balance public and private universities.
Let me ask you, PH. You are saying that this facility, which was being given by the government, it was helping students who are going in private universities.
It is not, okay, Kuseo, it is like this. The students were too many. The government students were in excess, such that the public universities could not accommodate.
I thought PH said that the public were empty, were not.
Okay, he talked about corruption. But before he talked about before the thing started, it was that the students were in excess. So the public universities could not take care of them. So the government under, I think, Matiang approached the private universities, because the private universities don't even have enough intake, that Kabarak, we shall give you 100 students for education, and we shall pay for them in your college. And these universities were okay with the arrangement. But as PH is saying, as time went on, what happened? Corruption ikaingia. Sasa Kabarak ni yangu. Sasa na Kuseo Biena akona Kuso. Kuseo is the one sending students. So I give Kuseo something. So Kuseo, can you send me 1,000 students for medicine? And as you send me 1,000 for medicine, Nairobi University doesn't have enough students for medicine. And another thing I know Alex wants, but Amos wants to say something I know about that thing. Another thing that happened, Kuseo, is that after Matiang came in as the cabinet secretary for education, before that, the A's were too many. I don't know whether PH did his exam when the A's were too many. There was one time Moi High School, Kamsinga, had, I think, 300 A's. Moi High School Kamsinga had 300 A's in 2015. And Moi High School Kamsinga in 2016 had less than 3 A's.
In fact, during Matiang's time, the only A's were, I think, 14. Was it 140? The entire country.
Whole country.
The whole country was 140. 140 would be Nini A's shule moja.
So with Matiang rules, what happened? The A's dropped and the number of students qualifying dropped. What happened? The spaces that had been occupied, even in the public and private universities, Kenya no longer needed them. So what should this man do? He should withdraw those students going to private universities and let all kids go to public universities.
Julia,
yes.
The topic here about this withdrawal.
No, Kuseo, hold on.
Just a minute. What I want to understand, you are saying that because it was misused the way PH has explained, somebody has woke up as a solution now to completely scrap it.
No, Kuseo, you're asking the third question before you answered even the first one. Be fair enough. And that's why I've come in. Your second question was this, Kuseo. You mean that now the public universities are being given, the private universities are being given students? That was the, let me explain to you, Kuseo. And I think sometimes once Matiang'i refuted that the Ds cannot get to universities, and they cut that, they created another monster. And I did speak about that monster, and it still remains in our universities until we find a solution to that. And Kuseo, this is the monster. You do not have lecturers that are permanently employed. You employed people on a basis of short term, and you don't tell them how long you're going to employ them. Then you do not pay them for the next 6 months. I want you to understand, Kuseo. Once in 6 months you are not paying them, they wait, wakati mtihani naenda kukua, they threaten that if you do not pay them, this is what they are going to do. They are not going to release the exams. So by the time somebody gets to 4th year, they have missing marks for almost half of their papers. And you can't graduate with missing marks. What happens? A degree that is supposed to take 3 years, 4 years, takes 6 years, because now wanna rewind what so that now university gets money by force. And in those missing marks, you must pay money again. So for the students that used to come now from D's up to C+, from privately funding, now they are forcing people to rewind with the so-called missing marks. So when people are supposed to graduate in 3 years, they are graduating in 7 years. So they create a backlog. So the ministry saw that because the public university has a backlog, let the private help us. Now they started taking students to what? To private universities and with public money. Now, Kuseo, do you understand where that problem got into? Because of the so-called missing marks. The most notorious is Moi University in Eldoret. It will take you 7 to 8 years to graduate because they must get that money from you. They force students to be many. Students are supposed to be 4,000, no missing marks. They end up backlogging students. You find them being 10,000 at a particular time. That is how the universities have been funding themselves to sell. So we must find a solution to that. That students must be given their marks immediately they graduate in that semester. The issue of missing marks is a big problem in Kenya today. And you being a lecturer must give us a solution.
Okay, Asante Alex. Amos, you've been on the line. Amos Changia, karibu.
Thank you, Julia. Thank
Alex,
you.
Sorry, Amos. Alex, I'm supposed to be traveling for that matter, so I think you have a brief of.
Kuseo, so we shall inform you. We shall wait. Let's hear what Amos has to say. Amos, karibu.
Thank you so much. There is a point I want to make, ambayo I think we have missed. You see, back then, before 2016, mumesema hapo vizuri, like we used to have so many students who passed their exams to join university on a government funding. Now, past 2016, another problem came in, which is for you to be funded by the government, you have to attain a C+ of, I don't know, it was around 47 points for you to be funded. Now the problem came in past 2016, the number of people, the students who are attaining that cutoff point and above, it can reduce. You see, now you find like we have like 1 million students doing KCSE, and those who attain the 47 and above were like less than 200,000. And initially, we used to have over 300,000 students who qualify.
Was that the Matiang'i effect? The reduction?
Sorry?
Matiang'i effect?
Yes.
Yes.
Now that point of cartels came in because initially we used to have over 300 students funded by the government. Now the Matiang'i effect came in. We have less than 200,000 students who go to universities. Now we have a shortage of students joining universities, yet we have so many slots for available for students to study under the government scholarship. Now the problem comes in because wale wanafunzi, now they are few, and now that's where the cartels now come in. Wewe nipe hawa so that I get the money. I don't know whether you get my point. And another point is that now if you have not attained the C+ of that point, you can never do a degree course unless you start with a diploma and then come to degree, where by now you are going to fund yourself. Sijui kama unanipata?
Yeah,
Yes,
tunakupata,
now that's
Amos.
where we have the problem.
Okay, about what you have said, Amos, I want to answer to Alex. There are generally world accepted standards about qualification to do a degree. And I think even here in America, they have some standards. Kuseo can brief us what are the acceptable, or what should I bridge for me to do this? If I'm missing this, what do I need to do? So in Kenya, you need a C+. So if you don't have a C+, you go to bridge with a diploma so that you do a degree. And I think those are standards that are even acceptable in the rest of the world. And if you are doing some applications and you have a KCSE, you'll find that some colleges, even in Canada, will go for the Kenyan pass mark. They'll go for the Kenyan pass mark. They look at you, they weigh you as per your Kenyan pass mark. So that one is okay, that we have, you got to do a diploma. Like there's something that happened to teachers. When these private universities came and all that, and parallel degrees and all that, some universities lied to the teachers who had done P1 and they didn't have C+. P1 teachers had gone to college, even some with D+ and C- and all that. So the teachers went and did a B.Ed and nobody told them they needed to bridge. So they graduated with a B.Ed only for TSC to sell them. We cannot recognize your B.Ed because you went to do your B.Ed with a D. Others went to do a B.Ed to train to teach math and had failed math in high school. And TSC said, no, we cannot employ you to teach our children math, and you had a C in math. So you are not a math teacher, though you studied in Kenyatta University, B.Ed teacher of math. So that was just a misleading thing that was done to some students. So what Matiang'i did was to streamline issues. So when Matiang'i decided Kenyan children are not going to cheat, he put all the measures, and that man Kuseo succeeded. What happened? We saw our kids in their true colors. All those A's we used to have were fake A's. So the A's vanished, and we had then less than 200 A's in the whole country. Now, there's many C+ vanished. In fact, in 2016, all the students who had a C+ were government-sponsored students because they were the only student who had qualified to the university. And the government had no choice but to sponsor all of them. Previously, Kuseo, it used to be like you have to have a B. I think in our days, it was a B-. Then it went to a B. At one point, it was a very strong B. I think 2015, it was a B of what, 63 or 60?
63.
63.
Julia, that fits in with what Amos was saying. The college where I was, all of a sudden there were so many diploma students. Mpaka nikashangaa kwani wametoka wapi? So it was because of Matiang'i.
Yes, Matiang'i was like, no, we are not going down. That man streamlined things. We had too many funny graduates and degree holders. So it was like, you can't go to the university, and if you fail in, did you know, another thing I want to remind you, if you fail in math and English in Kenya and get a qualified B, you can't go to the university. If you have a D or a NE in math and English, and you get a qualifying B or something, KUSA will not admit you because you have a problem with math and English. So there are some those compulsory subjects that you must pass. However, Matiang'i streamlined that. So what Amos is explaining to us, after 2016, those very many students that were qualifying disappeared. So all the places that had been created, even the private universities, we no longer needed them. And this also went with parallel degree programs. Parallel degree programs were private funded university students who are going to public universities. They were no longer available because all the students who had qualified, the government was willing to sponsor them. So the universities no longer had parallel students. So what are they doing? Kabarak, let's say use, for example, Kabarak, or for example, a university that Julia owns, for example. Now, 2015, I was getting 200 students. 2016, I don't have enough students. So I give a call to Kuseo. Kuseo nitakuchotea. We work with KUSO. KUSO is joint admissions, I don't know, colleges, universities, colleges, and what placement board. Kuseo, you got to give me 200 students this year. Hata kama Maseno itakosa. So Kuseo will corrupt his way. He will still give me 200, so the government pays me. And Maseno University, which is a public university, is entitled to those students, doesn't get the university, doesn't get the funding. So the question is, we are asking ourselves, maybe Mr. Alex and all of you can tell us, which is this funding that the university has withdrawn? We need to know. I saw that on Nation, it was on Nation NTV. I think I look for that clip because we need to find out which is this funding. PH, allow nipatie Mise nafasi, then I'll come back to you. Mise, karibu.
Asante sana. Julia, it's good to see you. Kuseo, asante kuona mkubwa wangu PH. Amos Obondi, and Alex. It's good to see you. You see, Alex behaves himself very well when the house is full. So I'm here just to ask a question to understand. But this question of cartels that you guys have talked about, don't you think if we have a little bit of regulation so that we have, I think first of all, the idea was good, brilliant, very brilliant. I think in order to balance, if we have, let me pick the number that Amos, you talked about 200,000, for instance. If you look at in Kenya, we have about 48 universities, right? Of which 22 is, I think, public and 26 is private. So I was thinking as you guys were speaking, now out of the 48 universities, if we have 200,000, 200 divide by 48, so that we have a uniform number that will go to every university, so that every university is assigned X number of students at the end of the year, so that we can eliminate.
You mean 200,000?
I'm just throwing in the number of students. I mean, so if we have that X number of students, can't we divide that number with the number of universities so that we resolve the issues of cartel? That's the question that I would like you guys to address to. But let me say that this issue of private institutions, right from hospitals, and other private institutions, I think we must have a clear separation from government institutions with this private, and enforce conflict of interest, so that that's why unapata kwa mfano kama askari, sio askari but daktari anafanya kazi kwa ofisi ya serikali, hospitali ya serikali, and he also has a private clinic. So there's a conflict of interest there. We've seen that people redirecting. So this is not a new thing. So I was wondering, in your discussion, so that you can help me out, what do you think if we divide the number of students to the number of universities that we have?
Yes, Mr. Me, my take, I will allow PH and then Amos to respond, but my take that we should not even send government-sponsored students to private universities if we have enough space in the public universities. Let those who want to go and study in private universities apply and go and pay as they used to before. That's my take. Karibu PH, what do you have to say?
Hapo Julia hata mimi nakuunga mkono. Unaona KUSSIP, mwanafunzi after kuattain that C+ grade for example, yeye mwenyewe ndiye anaendanga ana apply, anachagua zile university anataka from ile ya kwanza yenye akitaka enda afanye law, labda ni UN, ya pili labda Kabarak, ya tatu labda JKUAT. So after make hizo application wanakuchagulia moja. So kando na KUSSIP kuplace wanafunzi, pia mwanafunzi ndio wanga anachagua university anataka. Kuna wale wanataka kufanya course zao in a private university, hawataki kwenda kufanya hiyo course kwa public university. Kuna wale wanataka kufanya course yao kwa private university zenye si za kanisa, secular. Na kuna wale wenye wanataka kufanya kusomea private university zenye ni za kanisa. Unaona? Halafu kuna kitu kingine. Ile kitu tu Machau amefanya makosa, anadhani akitoa hizo funds sasa ati hiyo cartels wataisha. Angedeal na hiyo cartels tu njia fulani, either kugawa evenly hiyo namba ya student kwenda kwa public, private wachipange kama before. Unajua kwa wakati wetu, nakumbuka ulikuwa, for example, if you wanted to do nursing kuseo and you had a C+, kama ukupata C+ in English and mathematics ama biology, ulikuwa unaenda una bridge hiyo English. You go, you pay 15,000 maybe from JKUAT, you bridge in communication skills, hiyo ndio English. Now you qualify to go straight and do nursing. But when Matiang'i came in, if you have a C+, for example, and you want to go to do nursing, yet you failed in English, you had a D+ in English, you should go now and start from a diploma level. 3 years diploma doing nursing, then now you come to a degree. No more bridging. Mona. So hii ma private university pia walipoteza wanafunzi.
But PH, si kuchagua shule mnachagua kabla hujafanya mtihani.
No, yeah, unachagua kabla mtihani, lakini after result kutoka, tena unakujaga unafanya second application. Unachagua university kama 3 tofauti kulingana na ile course unataka. Kila university iko na entry point zao. UN utapata iko na 47, zingine ziko na 36. So unachagua kulingana na points zenye uko nazo. Unaona? Alafu sasa KUSSIP yenyewe ndio inakuplace. So kama uchapende university yenye mnaenda, na labda kuna mtu amekuitia university mzuri, labda kuna influence umepata hapa nje, kuja university fulani, kuna second review. Unatoroka university yenye gava imekutuma, una apply, you change, you go to Mount Kenya. Now your funds will be going to Mount Kenya again, ambapo serikali ilikuwa inajua umeenda Moi. So una contact ile university na hii yenye unataka kwenda, you switch, you transfer. All these issues. Hizo ndio zinaleta hiyo changamoto. Sawa sawa, mwingine.
Asante PH. This is what I'm reading. Education Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Mashaw has said the government will no longer fund public universities and colleges, citing the current financial crisis affecting most public universities and college. Mashaw said that institutions must find alternative sources of income to ease pressure on the government. That is Mashaw's statement. Sasa muipate hivyo ndivyo ilivyo. Yes, Amos, then we can hear Alex, then I think you're welcome, Robert.
Thank you once again. Ningependa kuanzia na hiyo statement of our CS and say that up to 2022, we still have issues of lecturers going on strike because of salary, right? So there is no way we are still dealing with an issue of a monthly pay at where the universities cannot afford to pay just salaries. Alafu nawaambia sijui, I don't know what type of miracle they can do to fund themselves. I don't know.
Amos, have they given an effective date for the withdrawal? In this next year, is it immediately?
Hapo sijajua. I just saw the tweet of the CS hapa, nimeiona tu usiku huu. Sijajua the deadline and the what
Julia can tell us if it is immediate. What's the time frame?
I think they want to suspend it for 6 months. Let's confirm. I'll just clarify.
Okay. So Amos, you are asking us that if already we have university lecturers, the professors going on strike because hawajalipa mshahara. Sasa hii nao ya wanafunzi tutaendaje, kutakuaje?
One of them have not been paid.
Okay, so me, I'm trying to create this picture here. Me, I came from a common home of, I don't think my parents had any extra funds to pay those thousands. But I simply read my books and I was among the top students in that school. And I was called to join Maseno University. I received a letter asking me to join Maseno University. And before I joined, I pick my allowance from Kenya Commercial Bank. So my mama simply prepared my suitcase. So if somebody called my mama and gave her a bill of thousands, you think I could be here chit-chatting with you? No. So the thing is, Kenyan students have been having their way easy going to college than I think the rest of the world. I'm telling you. And I want to believe that the ratio of university degree holders in Kenya is higher than most Western countries, leave alone African countries, most Western countries. Ukienda kwenyu huko kwenyu kuseo, uulize watu wenye wako na degree wainue mkono. There will be so many. Because everybody who read their books with their heads, okay, and got some good grade, found themselves in KU. When you stepped there, most of your fee you are paid, and help came in, and used help to pay your accommodation and all that. And somehow, because you came from a poor family, you didn't need a very big budget. Your budget was kidogo. I mean, you didn't need so much money to survive. You are not used to luxuries. So you only needed someone to pay your school fees. And that was done. So saizi wakianza kuambia ati akina Julia na kina wengine watafutia watoto wao 1,100 ndio nipeleke, if parents are struggling to take their children to high school, who will pay those thousands of shillings? And if Amos is telling us here in PH at my lecturers were on strike, hey Alex, tuambie maneno alafu tukaribishe Robert.
Julia, kabla maybe Alex sema ajalipwa, tungepitisha kikapu hivi ndio tumwekea kidogo hivi. Unajua that is a hero for our country, so it's not nice na wewe
na hiyo government ya Ruto wachana hiyo bwana.
Robert, give me a break. Yes, Alex.
There are two things. Earlier on, we spoke about the issue, and then I think it's PH who told me something else, and now I think I'm getting something else out of it. The question was, and I did ask, because I read the whole report of Higher Education Funding Board, an agency that the government gives money before that money is given to the university. It gave a report 3 days ago. It was published in all the major dailies. And it was a damning report. And one of the things they said was that the universities in Kenya owes KRA a whopping 190 million US dollars. So we were discussing and questioning, how do you end up owing what, even in the US, they can't be, all the universities put together, there are universities everywhere. They cannot owe the IRS 190 million US dollars. So the conclusion was that, according to what they told us, I think one of the few panelists who are here, that wanakata is the Keroche thing. Wanakata payroll tax that is supposed to go to the payee, to KRA, and also to other things. And then they remain with that money. They don't delegate that money to the agencies that are supposed to collect it to the government. But then again, now we are coming that the universities are underfunded, something of the sort, to a point that they are not able to pay their lecturers. And the lecturers are underpaid, and those who are in temporal position are not actually paid for 6 to 7 months. Now, it looks like our universities have management problems beyond even the money that are given. Is it that they are given too much money, that there is corruption in there, that if we take that money from them, they will better off manage their institution better? Because now they are given money to a tune, this budget, the budget that was read in 2022-2023, Madam Julia, the Ministry of Education got a whopping between 26.9 to 29.4% of the total budget, which totaled to 550 billion Kenya shillings. So they took a third of all of what? The budget. And yet the lecturers are not. So do the lecturers want the total budget of Kenya to be 50% so that the lecturers can be fairly paid? Now, Kuseo made a dangerous statement. That was the first thing. Now, Kuseo made a dangerous statement. Oh, kumbe Matiang'i ndiye alifanya hii kitu, that I saw so many diploma students coming now to my classes. No, that was not Matiang'i. I want to correct you on that. When Uhuru and Ruto came to the Ruto administration, one of the things they said they are going to do to every county is to build polytechnic. The teachers were not willing to take their children to polytechnics. So we had polytechnics with no students that were funded, fully funded, even with scholarships. And remember, for the first time, HELB ilianza kupea students loans in those tertiary colleges. Before, it was only universities. You remember, Kuseo? But for the first time, the TTCs started receiving loans. Polytechnics, technical colleges started, but we did not have students. And remember what Matiang'i, the famous speech that Matiang'i said. Matiang'i said, a parent, because of ignorance, rather take his child to do a bachelor's of science in forestry than take her child to the polytechnic and do biochemistry, where he will get a job, but they revered a degree better. So it was not Matiang'i's issue. It was dictated by the market of the day. Remember when SGR was being built, Uhuru came out crying that we do not have commercial welders in Kenya, that we had to borrow commercial welders. Imagine welders. You remember Uhuru coming out? I don't know who remember that. I remember very well. Uhuru said Kenya does not have commercial welders. So we asked, what's the difference between commercial welders and the local welders? That hawa wanajua hii chuma kidogo. They don't know how to mold big chuma. And he explained. So the market of the day dictated that we must move from the social sciences to industrial courses. But a bunch of our students were actually, kuna courses ambazo there were almost 110 courses that the world said Kenya was doing that were typically not important. One of them was forestry. Do you know how many students were graduating from Moi University with forestry? A whopping 50% of Moi University was graduating with forestry. So Matiang'i hakutoa hizi courses, Mr. Kuseo, the way umesema. Matiang'i was aligning himself with the dictates of job market in the world. So that's a very dangerous statement kusema, oh, kumbe Matiang'i ndiye alifanya hii watu ya diploma wakakuja class yangu. Usiende hapo, achia tu mimi aongee hivyo kwa sababu hapendi Matiang'i. Asante.
So, Alex, you are bringing something, and I want to agree with you. There is something about also the corruption in the universities. And I mean, we're in a big problem here. And you people, you remember the issue of parallel degrees. Didn't you know the people went for parallel degrees? And did you know how those people graduated? I think PH and Amos are young. They can tell us that guys went there. And I mean, you could pay, you got your way around. Me, I saw a student teacher who came to our school and was leaking the exam to the students, the tests. And she was leaking the exams to them. And when we cornered her, she said her own professors were leaking the exams to her. So she didn't understand why we had a problem with that. That was part of teaching. She was chased away very fast from the school. She didn't even finish her teaching practice. But I marveled and said, wow, to an extent now, because when the TSC began interviewing teachers, I saw my boss and the education officers in Kirinyaga County discriminating against students who had done parallel degrees. You could come for the interview and they discover that you went to Kenyatta University and did your education course on parallel program, and because you had a C+, and they were done with you. Because they had made up their mind, these are people who are not serious, these are people who are buying their degrees. So, Alex, our universities have also become a rotten place. And but I still want to ask members as we continue the discussion, withdrawing the funding, is this the solution? Kuseo siwache tusikie Roba onge, then we'll come back to you.
Julius, I welcome Roba, is my big brother. Could you please ask Alex to withdraw that outrageous statement he made about Matiang'i? Because my big brother, when he comes here, he might rush on him. Please give him the opportunity to withdraw. Thank you.
Matiang'i, I think Alex said good things about Matiang'i.
Julia,
yes,
let me be there. Yeah, I start from what you just said. Universities, they're doing some fake degrees. One of them was Dr. Ruto. How he got this PhD, I don't know. How he got it. He bought it. He was a vice president. Then from all of a sudden, I'm a part of PhD at Dr. Ruto. Dr. Ruto, I would never call him a doctor because he's not. That's where I'm going to start from. They can as well say Matiang'i is the one ambaye anaambia Kiswahili. So you guys, another question, let me ask another question. Tunafanya Kiswahili ya nini, tusaidie nini? What's going to help us Kiswahili? Yeah? Remember that time when every time when standard 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, every teacher anakuja anakuuliza, the higher you go, the cooler it becomes. The higher you go, the cooler it becomes. Sasa inanisaidia nini sasa? The higher you go, the cooler it becomes. Kila mwalimu anajua hivyo. That's Kenya. Sodom na Gomorrah. Sodom na Gomorrah imefika Kenya sahi. The Kenyan education. Let me answer, Alex. I'm the one who wrote you a message over there and I said you are wrong about your member university holding money. I was the one. And you told me to come on, and that's why I came on. The reason why I was saying that is this. I was just thinking the university is like any kind of a company. So when people work there, they pay, they cut their taxes. Instead of that, universities giving out those taxes the money they have taken, they hoye, wanachukua. So the university owes money, but actually in the real sense, the people who it's not the university. It's the cartels who are in the university. Your question was, How can this university hold this money? But my question is, did Kenya Revenue Authority just walk up and they realize this money is hold? These people have been working together. It's been very bad in our country. And now, since Ruto came in, it's even going to be more. In fact, at this moment, it's even more worse. At the same time, I ask you guys, anyway, who cares what he did? Who cares? Do you know why? I'm sick of that. One person like me, I'm sick and tired because I used a lot of money to take my sister and my brother to school. Yeah? Some work on a master's kama niko nayo. Lakini wamefanya nini? What are they? We talk of education here. When you work on that degrees, wapi? Where are they? The government, first of all, someone should even sue them for not getting us our people to get jobs. I don't see why we waste all this money, and at the end of the day, we produce all these students, and at the end of the day, wanaenda kuuza maji. Yeah, someone does physics, that's what, then he's just on the street selling maji. That's shame. Shame. And now, if you see what's going on, corruption has run from the government all the way to the Ministry of Education, to the universities. To tell you the truth, I'm one person who applied somewhere. Maybe I wanted to, 3 months, there's a program at university. I'm not saying which university. Maybe in the year, nyingine ambayo ilikuwa na internet with PhD, I was listening to you. I don't know, maybe the same university. Now they had an opening, and it's my career. Then I say, this time I might be in Kenya. Well, why can't I take this one here? Maybe 3 months I can. Okay, they did. I did my application. Then from there, later on, someone tells me, oh, there's application fee. Application fee? Then I said, what do you mean application fee for what? I'm trying to earn a living here. I'm trying to come and invest. Application for, that's the process. Then I just told him point blank, I don't help with you. And I withdrew. Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, we have come a country where you look for a job, you have to pay to get employed. You have to pay to get employed. Yeah, the other day, a few days, months ago, my brother went and I could join you. And Kenyahami. You know what happened? I'm just being called, oh, there's some money needed. I said, I'm not giving nothing, zero. Then at the end, I go, kamwambia meno yako si mzuri akatoka. What does your teeth have to do with doing to kuwa army? That's the nonsense. I'm tired of Kenya. That's the nonsense. At meno yako si mzuri, wakamtoa kwa raini. Simply because I refuse to pay. As simple as that. So this Mambaya University is, you can relate it to a lot of things. And I can also relate to you. One of the things, I can tell you one thing. I'm telling you, I've had a case from 206 with a Bagas ranching company. But because I said I would never even surrender even a shilling, my case has been in court for almost 15 years. Hakuna kila siku naambiwa chaki ameenda, mtu alikufa, wamefanya nini, all this time. I said I would never bend and I would never pay. And I said I would continue doing so. I would fight it until the end. Do you know why? It's because of this mambo corruption you are talking about here, even ambayo imefika for education. I'm telling you, some of these people in the government have been taking advantage of our money. Some of them have been even giving scholarships. People who failed. There are even some of them here in the US when I was pia paka nyumba. Now, some people even imagine that. Some people even they get scholarship when Africa. Even I remember Angadi's son, and wherever you are, my friend. I know, Mr. Angad, where you are. Imagine you didn't even. You just came and you had a scholarship. Unakuja hapa, you are the people. In fact, I'm telling you, corruption bad. Bad. I hope Mr. Machau is doing the right thing. To tell the truth, what he's doing is right. save some money if that's the case. But remember one thing, we would not have people, things like doctors, few people would just now qualified to be doctors. So when the government came in, they chipped in, and if you did very well from a very good school, you were able to be a doctor, to be an engineer. But now it's going to be very, very difficult. But at the same time, who cares? Because tunachukua watoto wetu kwa university, then from there you send them to Saudi Arabia. You send them to where? Hiyo ndio mko proud. We send people from outside the country. I'm sick and tired of them. And whoever who's just supporting anybody who just say it's worth for somebody to get education in our country, then you are sent outside the country. That person should be condemned. They should be condemned. Any question? Miss, any question? I know you are on the phone. You don't want to listen to me.
I think I'm going to, Alex, Makiadi, I'm going to move these people. I need to put Sale here between Roba and Alex. Naniweke PH.
Yeah, just truly, PH, man, I heard your story. You funga your nectar, you kaenda huko. You wanted to get a contract. Then from there, you couldn't get a contract. You see, but even there, in fact, even corruption, even internet, you cannot get internet because people are corrupt. And what else? And what else cannot go wrong in our country? Yeah, everything is corruption. Now hii imekuwa like it's something like all of us. Yani mtoto akisaliwa Kenya, when they grow up, it's just like I want to be so and so. Somebody said here, Mora and the Alex, they say they know somebody who works, I don't know, NSSF or somewhere, ambaye ameiba mpaka kuna helicopter akitoka huko anaenda hapo na you know what? I wish we had somebody who can come in and end this kind of corruption which we are talking about. But unfortunately, hiyo nyingine mlikuwa mnasema at government ya Kenya, people are starving at sasa yeye ndio wanachukua food huko Somalia. Wait a minute. Government ya Kenya, people are starving, lakini wao ndio wanachukua food huko Somalia na ndege. You know what? It can't, you know, this is I don't know. Some of us go to, I don't know yet. Yeah, it's just like we don't have a government. These people, it's just like they don't know what they're doing. They don't know. Yeah, if it was right, my friends, we'd be talking of something else. But now, it's just like, I'm sorry, Julie, I know you come from Central. I know anybody, yani unajua, I saw this list ambayo ilikuja hii ya secretaries. Now, what it reminded me is just like, hey, he recycle. Karenjin Kikuyu Karenjin. Hey, this is too much.
Now, Badroba, Badroba, people are saying we'll have Kashagwa for 10 years. I'm just trying to mess me your night and to make you angry for the rest of the night. So,
Robert, I have a question. I actually have a question for Robert.
Yes.
Okay, and then Kuseo.
Robert, asante sana kwa hayo maneno umesema na umefanya mzuri sana kurekebisha way ya Itheko kwa Alex. But nilikuwa nasema first ulisema hii mambo ya registration fee. Hapo kwenye registration fee hakuna kwa colleges when you apply for admissions fee. Nilikuwa nataka nijue kwa colleges zote. Najua hata hapa kuna some colleges that are free.
I was not applying to be a student, I was applying to be a lecturer. Get it from me. I was applying to go and teach.
Oh, that's hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka.
You think yani you can you want me hey.
Lisa was on the phone.
No, nilisikia, nilikuwa nataka kuuliza ndugu yangu, unajua?
Yeah, because you were on the phone au kusikia kitu alisema bwana. Not as a student.
Mkubwa, tulia. Nilikuwa nauliza ndugu tigatara kwane kiakake rari gukubori ngaki ekero kwa apply te igasi nere egento nkeri kia busa rero busa iga gasi ndi onse guse tware some basic sanke uko no ne fair no ne kero kwa interview turi gutumia ke
I miss
let me relax, it was a private question.
Something.
Private question, siko private chat,
yes, but I want to tell you one thing. You know, some of us is fortunate, like someone like me. In fact, to tell you the truth, my masters, the company I work for, they paid everything for it. And after they paid 2 weeks later, even I left. So a country like Kenya, where we expect some of these things to happen, Miss, I know you asked me that question. I know I might have just not answered the way you wanted, but let's put everything on the table. Let's put everything on the table. Who are the beneficiaries? Imagine you get somebody who's in the government, people who have the money, who have the millions. They are the same people who are taking the scholarships for the poor kids. And this idea of something which I don't understand, MPs or county assembly member or governors, what's the name of this? How is it called? Students like giving the money out.
Bursary.
Yes. Why should they have it? If the government, you know, that's how corruption is. If the government, instead of giving all these members, why can't you work your pesa? Then from there you pay the colleges where the students are going. As simple as that. Instead, they are just putting some process there. You know, it's all corruption. Even here, Machogu, whatever, Machogu, I don't know his name is, the education, whatever. What he's saying is, they don't have money. They don't have neither budget. If I'm not wrong, there was a budget which I think was passed and it was paid for. So where is that money going? Somebody has to tell me. Now I'll go and akimbia kwa court every time wanaenda court kila kitu against Raila. Sasa kitu kama hiyo, where are they? Why can't they wakimbia kwa court warudishe ile budget? If the budget was there, then why are we being told this and that? But at the same time, I don't regret why they want people to pay from their own pockets. Lakini kitu na release. What are you going to tell people to pay and yet you don't even provide employment? Hakuna hata kazi. Sasa watatoa pesa watoe wapi? Mnataka taxes. They don't have jobs. You know, it's just like merry-go-round, lakini hakuna kitu. Yani, these people wanasema kitu, yani ambao hakuna kichwa tu, hakuna miguu, hakuna mikono, but they want things to be done. That's something somebody has to ask. Where kazi go up? And how people are going to pay? 600,000 for medicine?
Yes, 600,000 for medicine.
Wow.
And some universities law is 400,000, and the other courses like BA, I think Amos can help me, and PhD is about 100-something thousand. So I don't know how many students are going to afford to pay that. Makiadi nakukaribisha back and allow Kuseo has to say something, but I will request Misa to form a WhatsApp group with Mashogu, and you can invite Alex and Robert to join. Mtatuelezea vile you people you want to do with our children. Kuseo karibu, then Makiadi can take over.
I had a question for this.
Alex.
I had a question for this guy before he goes.
Alex, wait, you combine it with this. Eh? You see, when Matiang'i came around, he did so many right things, but as they say, sometimes these things, they also have consequences. And you realize when the number of the A's, the way Julia was trying to explain, how the A's went down, 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 down. Now, I assume it is the same thing that affected the cutoff points for qualifying to go and pursue a degree course. Now, that we cannot remove from Matiang'i, Alex. Matiang'i did that. As a consequence...
No, you can't get away with that. Are you trying to tell us now you support cheating on exams?
No, Not really. What I'm saying is this. Maybe before you came, Roba, you were saying that this sponsorship, the one on the topic down here, PH had explained to us that at some point, the government, there were so many people who had qualified to go for university education. So what happened is that the government agreed that the ones who could not be accommodated within the public universities, they were allowed to go to private universities and be sponsored there. But in the process, these cartels and the crooks took advantage, and they were sending their people to private universities and using the government sponsorship. Now, PH had explained that at some point this was discovered. So, in fact, at one point, I think there were fewer people in public universities, but they were all flocking on the other side at the private universities under government sponsorship. Now, I think it was also more or less around the same time that Matiang'i came around. So he discovered the other line of corruption, the one in stealing exams, the way you are saying. So in the process of correcting it, the 300 and plus people who are getting A's in Kamusinga, the way Julia had told us, they hardly got the next year more than 5 people with A's. You can imagine that is a drastic change. Now, similarly, the ones who are qualifying for university sponsorship, the number seriously came down. Now, that brings me to the diploma thing, which Alex was saying. I told Alex that in the college, the university where I was, all of a sudden there was a high number of people pursuing diplomas. Now, from what PH explained, it is clear that these fellows were the ones who were blocked out of university education because they didn't get the cutoff points, but they were determined to proceed. And their route they took was to go through the diploma access route. Now, I explained that now I understand why there was an influx in that college. There were as many first years as there were, in fact, more diplomas than there were first years. And Alex, to that extent, I think Matiang'i, we can attribute that low number of undergraduates and high number of diplomas to Matiang'i style of managing things. Now, to that extent, I think we are right on that. But going forward with the corruption, sometimes, as they say, corruption fights back. You close this route, another route opens. So whichever way you go, and that is where things are now. Now, my main issue here with this topic here, where there is this withdrawal, I want to suggest here that just like this government promised to bring down UNGA to 70 shillings, and they have not. They remember Baba had promised that there'll be free education, secondary, university. Now they have gone around and now they have pushed people to the back. Now, I also remember that the same government, this Ruto government, they had promised also to do something about education. If they have not done it, what is wrong in the affected people going to stage sit-outs? The same way I was suggesting the other day that let those who have not gotten the UNGA the way they wanted, they go and stage a march at State House. We want UNGA down. We want UNGA down. The same thing now. We want university sponsorship down. The people who are now going to be locked out of university, what options do they have? They can march and stage a sit-in at the State House gates until the sponsorship is restored. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuseo. I hope you are understanding why the A's went down. Is because they are no longer cheating. So I think
I agree. That's why I said Matiang'i did corrections, but it had consequences.
Yes, and due to public demand, Makiadi, somebody is telling me to ask Amos to say something. So
Yeah, it looks like Adams amewachwa hapa. You feel
Hold on just a minute. I'll give Amos dakika moja. Amos, nakupatia nafasi uongee.
And we're coming hot on the heels of the presidential petition. And in hindsight, there's been questions around some of the terms that were used during the petition, such as hot air, wild goose chase. Publicly, it would be presumed that some of this language was not as judicial as would have been expected.
Well, I don't want to comment on that case because I've heard that it is being processed further in another court in East Africa. So it could be what we call sub judice. But if you read the judgment and you followed the reasoning, there is a reasoning for each of those conclusions. Why the court made those remarks. Those are English terms. Perhaps they angered some people, but they were not meant to offend anybody. It was just an expression of the finding of the evidence that was presented before the court. Because, like, for instance, there were some forms which were brought from 34As, relying on the evidence which was hearsay. Nonetheless, the court went ahead to look at the original forms 34As to compare with those forms which were arranged to have been interfered with. And the court found that those forms were actually photoshops. The court went ahead to ask for the boxes, the ballot boxes, from all the polling stations where those allegations emanated from, where there was said to be interference. And Kenyans watched when scrutiny was done of those original forms in the boxes, comparing them with the original forms that were brought by IMBC. That exercise took no less than 36 hours. And that's why perhaps the court said, we did all this, but it turned out to be a wild goose chase. Right. So if you read the judgment, it will explain why each every time was.
Haya, sawa. Amos, karibu, toa maoni yako.
Thank you once again. Nikiangalia some of those judges, I just get sick. Okay, fast forward. I think the whole issue, the universities and what have you, I think our country imefika at a point where cartels and corruption is everywhere. When I was in around class 8, there was a cousin sister of mine who was joining first year. And you will be surprised that I joined university in 2018 and graduated this year, July, while she joined a public university and then she was graduating this year, last year, December. Now, the cartel type of thing, kuna vitu some people wameongea hapa, and they touch like almost everywhere. Alex alisema you find lecturers, they delay giving out the results because they have not been paid. And when I connect to what I was interviewing my peers from public universities, I find out that there is a way cartels run. You find that in a public university, sijui ni kwa nini, I don't know, it's because they want to save money or something. You find like they employ less lecturers to attend to a group of very many students. For instance, I was talking to a friend of mine in KU last year. Akaniambia you could find like a class that has over 100 students in one class. Now you find out that the lecturer has delayed payment. yet he has to work a lot of papers, to mark the papers of like 150. Now you find out that the basic things like kufuata, like did Makiadi attend the classes? Hizo sasa they even become, see, it's not a point of concern anymore. So hata mtu akwe, they have been missing the classes and they turn up for exam, it's no longer an issue. Another thing, when I was looking for an internship, it was like looking for a job. Unatafuta upati. Where you find, unapata cartels wako huko. Unaambiwa leo kuja, you are starting Monday. Monday you come, they tell you we don't even know you. I even went ahead and did another internship apart from now the one graded at school. And then now thought like nikikuja kuomba another one after school now, naeza pewa hata something like a stipend. And then I've applied like 3 times. Ukipata unaambiwa you will be coming, utafanya like for 3 months, then we can consider you. And I'm like, how can I be working for 3 months free? Where I'm working is town. I live in Syokimau. I'll be spending money to come to work for you for free. Hata 1,000 ya fare, I'm getting nothing. I mean, cartels are everywhere, and I honestly can't understand the state of our nation. Honestly, it's so hectic. Alafu, the thing of Mrs. saying that we should probably come up with a formula whereby if we have 50 unis, we divide like the number of qualified students and then give equal number to unis. Let's say if 200,000 students qualify, then we are going to give like 200,000 divided by 50, it could be like around 4,000 or something. Yeah, something like that. 4,000. Hiyo itakuwa unrealistic because you will find big universities like Moi, Kenyatta, UON, they have a capacity of up to probably 7,000. Now those 7,000 are supposed to be admitted in 1 year. Now the problem comes, huwezi wapea 4,000 students, yet they have like slots up to 8,000. Another thing, you find like different universities have different faculties. So utapata like UON has School of Medicine, which is not there in probably another private university. So the issues involved are so many up to now. Hata tukisema sijui we are going to withdraw the funding and what have you, we are solving one problem and causing another. I don't know.
Amos, umemaliza?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Ni mara yako ya kwanza kuingia studio, I think. Yeah. Naona uko na mashabiki wengi sana huko kwa comment section. Uwasalimie saa ingine. Salimianga watu huko. Alex, you wanted to respond. Are you there?
Yeah, kwanza wewe ndio nataka nikuulize hii swali, maybe utajibu baadaye. Hapa America, I think you've been a soldier longer than any one of us who probably si wengine tulikuwa soldier for a short time. Kuna hii upuzi yenye nani ametuambia ati mtu anaangaliwa meno anaambiwa now you can't qualify kuwa soldier. Hiyo vitu ziko hapa? Because hizo vitu ziko Kenya sana. Labda ati mguu yako moja ni fupi. Sasa leo nani ameleta ingine kuwa ati sijui meno yako ni mbaya. Hizo vitu ziko hapa? Because we really want to know hizo vitu zinatokezeanga wapi, because there are so many fake reasons. Ingine unapewa uwezi kuwa polisi, lakini that one ya roba, somebody needs to be sued and the lawyer is here. Ati meno ni mbaya uwezi kuwa soldier. I don't know kama meno inafanya ndio unakuwa soldier. I'm really questioning if Roba is saying the truth, but if he's saying the truth, there is somebody needs to be his lawyer here.
Alex, you have Makia,
no, it's a light joke. It's a light joke. It was a light joke.
No, it's not a joke. I'm serious. What I say. And
no, I was just creating a joke out of it, but we are seeing the importance of it. If somebody can tell your brother that Ana Meno Mzuri can't be a soldier, it is something that we need to take action, because I think many people are told like that. So, pole sana.
I think Roba just meant that was an excuse. It was not that.
But Kuseo, let me say this. In Kenya, you know, every country has what they look for in a soldier. And one of the issues that arise, especially in recruitment of soldiers in Kenya, is the physical. If you have anything, even a scar, a big scar on your skin or something that can be visible, utatupwa nje. If you have a flat foot, mguu yako, unajua kuna ile kitu, I don't know if you understand what I mean by a flat foot. There is something on the inner side of your foot that looks like a heel or something. I don't know how to describe that. If you don't have that, utatupwa nje. They don't want people who wanakanyaga mguu flat, because as you walk in those boots za majeshi, you will be sliding. Your foot will be walking in the boot, so they'll throw you out. So those are some of the things that people don't tell you, but when you actually go to the ground, they'll look for those things. And also, if they have an excuse to throw you out, they'll still throw you out. So it's a possibility. If somebody doesn't like you, maybe you don't smile the way they like, maybe you don't have the right size of the head, and I mean this one, they'll throw you out. So there are so many things that they look at, and basically, ata Robaki sema hivyo, I understand. It's something that happens every now and then. If they have 2,000 young men who want to join the military, and they are taking only 4 people. So tell me, how will you throw anybody that amepita mbio ako sawa, certificate ni mzuri? They'll just create an excuse, and that is normal in Kenya. So we have a problem. We have a problem. But one thing that is coming out in joining the forces in Kenya, you must be connected. Recently, niliona the lady who ran for governor of Kiambu, not Kiambu, Kirinyaga County. What's her name? This lady mwenye alishindwa. I can't remember her name.
Ngirishi or something?
Yeah, Ngirishi. You know, Ngirishi, with all the money that she has, her daughter joined the police force as a cadet. So you can see the connection. And I don't think she was there only, she was the only prominent figure there. There are others. I think hata Ole Kaparo, if I'm not wrong. Sijui ni mtoto wake wa kiume ama wa kike, alikuwa hapo. Walikuwa na passing out parade the same. So I'm telling you, even these jobs zenye unasikia za polisi and all that, lazima ukue connected. And watoto wa matajiri hawaingii kama ule polisi anatumwa lodwa huko kukimbizwa na bandit na bunduki. Wanaingia kama cadets na wanatafutiwa Nairobi, around mahali karibu na mahali akiumia kidogo dadia na mtetea, you know the cities. But mtoto wa maskini ndiye anatafutiwa kazi, akiandikwa kazi anapewa bunduki na kutumwa huko kungangana na bandits Nginyang ama Lokichar huko. So these things are there, but unfortunately, from the way things are right now, we are not going to come out of this thing very soon. Naona chairman ameingia hapa na maua.
Sasa mlinikatia, sikuwa nimemaliza.
Haya, wewe utapiga comment yako alafu nikaribishe chairman hapa.
Alex, Makia, you just said something. Let me ask you on that.
Yes.
Na ulisema mambo ya kukimbia. Na wengine ambao unapata hapa, kama niona wengine wako na tumbo kubwa, sasa wanakimbiaje? I mean, unajua sasa some things here.
Huyo unasema ulipata na
tumbo. Wacha nimalize point yangu ndio Makia.
Huyo unasema alikuwa na tumbo kubwa, alikuwa anatafuta kazi ama yuko kazini?
Sasa hujawahi kwenda hapa Kenya, hiyo polisi nasema bwana, naenda kituo kama niliona somewhere I was passing Karoka. You might think somebody just akona tumbo na fikiri sa pregnant ngamia, tumbo kubwa. Sasa unasema sasa hii au unajua there are some things hii mambo ya kukimbia.
Roba, here they look at papers as well. They put emphasis on papers more than physical.
That's where we are going wrong.
Haya, wacha tupatie Alex nafasi ya malizie. Then
No. So that's where you are wrong. Here, physical is very important. Even when you are not active, you have to report twice a month, depending which one you are.
Just to
And
explain
the
what Baba
moment,
is saying about the fat ones, how do you think their physical would rank compared to the Kenyans? You can see the Kenyans are better off when it comes to physical compared to here.
That is why I'm saying here, you can, Ata Makiadi can tell you, we
number
were
of
going, wait, Kuseo, we are talking about things that we have done. You must report. Na wakiona katumbo kanatoka kidogo, utachapishwa tizi mpaka ushangae. When you are active in the military, there is no way tumbo inaweza tokezea Kuseo. They are very serious on their physical. But then, Makiadi, I agree with you. Some of these things, quite men on Imbaya nini, I think we need to get out of that because watoto wa real hustlers wanawekewa all such kind of things. I've seen people with big marks and they are in the military or they are in the police force. I think because of such kind of small excuses of physical, I mean, they've been able to get away the poor people because of such kind of, I don't know, requirements or not.
Alex, for your information, Machina, if they come, let's say they come to where I come from, or maybe Kisii County, already have the names from Nairobi. They know who's going to, that's a corruption. Those people ambao wanakimbia because they're wasting their time. Na hiyo hata ukiangalia wenyewe hata hiyo brother yangu meno alimwambia hata kuna wengine walikuwa they didn't even have the fit, but they went through. It's a way of elimination. It's corruption, nothing else.
So there's another thing Kuseo said, and I still disagree with him. Kuseo, in 2007 or 8, when Obama was running, during the DNC, this is what Clinton said. Don't expect Obama to come with the economy that I had in 1990s when I came in. Obama must build a new economy. The economy requires things that are different than the moment that I was there. So when Obama is coming in, the trades schools are going to be empowered. And that is what exactly they did. There was no way for the Uhuru Ruto government to say that they are going to build a polytechnic in every county. When they get into the administration, our parents who are still ignorant were still taking students to Moi University to do a course called what? Forestry. As I told you, Moi University was graduating 50% of their students with forestry. How many forests do we have in Kenya? The other day we were talking about wanataka tupande miti. And yet, Kenya used to be 12% of forest. Today, as we are talking, it's less than 4.6%. How are you graduating half of the students from Moi University to go do forestry? So what Matiang'i did was to redirect our parents and telling them, we are building a new economy. What you see, what Uhuru did from 2013 to 2022, and Raila said all the time, is to build infrastructures to change the way now our economy is going to look like. We needed roads, we needed the railway, we need all these structures. But at that moment, when Matiang'i became the Minister for Education, like 80% of our students were doing social sciences, and they were not able to get their jobs. And I gave an example here that was very disturbing. Uhuru had to hire almost 300 to 1,000 commercial welders from China, because whatever we go to do welding in school was never, in Polytechnic at that time, was only domestic welding. It was not commercial welding. So SGR needed people. Today, Ruto needs a lot of people who are going, and that's what we were asking. You're saying you want us to build. Unatoa watu kazi mtaani. Hawa watu wanaenda kufanya kazi gani kwa mjengo? They don't have those basic skill sets. So what Matiang'i was doing was not creating another problem. Matiang'i was directing our country to job-based education so that you don't go do a social science in forestry and you end up going to bridge it with a diploma so that you can be allowed to do what? There's something called diploma in what, so that if you did something else, you can become a teacher. You go to Maseno University. I don't know how it used to be called. So Matiang'i was redirecting us from that. He did not create another problem. He was simply telling us we cannot build 47 polytechnics and then you are still taking. So I don't see anywhere where Matiang'i brought a problem in the education sector. He was redirecting us to a new economy. And there are parents until today, wakiambiwa, there was a student, last year when I'm finishing, there was a student who was number 3 in the whole of Kenya. Instead of going to a university, he decided to go to a polytechnic to do the course that he wanted. I think some of you know that story. It was in the Daily News. If you understand what job you need and that job is available and you go to college, you rather go do that, get a job, than going 4 years taking a help and you're not getting a job. And then you go do a master's on that thing, knowing that your first degree did not give you a job. I think we must discourage that. Thank you.
Haya, sawa sawa. Mimi ngoja kwanza at least tupatie chairman nafasi pia yaongee, and then we can take another lap. Chairman, habari gani? Habari ya masiku?
Makiadi, acha kuniita chairman. Ukishaniita chairman najua utaniambia toa kitu kidogo. Kuna majina ambayo usikubali kuitwa chairman, mheshimiwa.
Then you can replace Chebukati. Wacha replace Chebukati.
I greet you all. It's been a while, but nimefurahi sana kuona Julia, Richie.
Happy Sabbath.
Obondi, Mise, Alex na Robert. Nimefurahi sana kuona. It's been a while, but nimekuwa nikifollow debate kama ya leo nimefollow. Nimesikia maoni ya watu kadhaa, mengine ambayo naona ni maoni tatanishi, lakini ni sawa tu, yote ni maoni. So asante sana Richie Makiadi kwa nafasi. Back to you.
Haya, uzuri, unajua ukiwa umevaa suti unanga mambo mingi. Hiyo ndio roba ndio kitu ulikuwa unaambiwa, the higher you go the cooler it becomes, Ndio hii sasa ile kula ulikuwa unasikiza.
Makia, can I just say what Alex just said? Can I say really quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Lakini mimi atasema nimemwonea.
In fact, just to what Alex said, and that's where we go wrong as a country. We think that sometimes, because you have the education, and that's where you should get the top job. I'm telling you, like my place of work, what I've come to realize, and most of you know Temba, Richie, those guys in the work here, experience matters. So if you get somebody in a 2-year place like these polytechnics, somebody who has the skills, I would rather hire somebody from there than somebody who has just finished a university. Because you have finished a university doesn't mean you qualify the job. And that's where we go wrong. That's why I'm telling you, I want to sincerely be with you. Somebody who graduates as a doctor in Kenya, if he comes to USA, he can't even do a nursing job. I want to be sincere. Let's be sincere on that.
Aya, sawa Roba, when you tell people who are doctors in Kenya like that, they'll be scared. But that is it.
I had somebody who was a doctor in Kenya. He came here, he couldn't even pass a nursing job. I mean, even the exam. That's the truth of the matter. The problem is, Kenya, they teach them something theory. Practically, wamekula kila kitu, wamekula paka mkia. They don't even have the equipment. What they do, imagination.
Aya, dakika moja Julia.
I don't know, Robert, maybe you met one person, but I want to disagree with you. I think Kenyans are really qualified, and you may have met one person who did not do his job well, but I think Kenyans are really qualified, and Kenyans, given the opportunity, they achieve results. They are
Julie, I want to say to you. I have people who have come from Kenya, some of them best students, but they have come here, they have to go another 2 years, 3 years before they qualify. That's what you have to go through. Let's not be. Let's not just lie to ourselves. Sincerely.
I don't know. I tend to agree with that, but I don't know.
It is discrimination.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think so, because Robert, you're not trying to say that these people are not trained.
No, I don't say they are not. No, what I'm saying is the way our system said, somebody where they do graduation, that's not enough for somebody to be a doctor. They need to do more practical thing and more of the education before we just call them doctors. And that's a mistake we make. Everybody's a doctor in Kenya, even if it means what even the president himself.
Roba, I want to disagree with you there.
Me too,
Okay.
Alex, because I'm trying to say this.
Let's hold on, Julia. Dakika moja, hold on. Tafadhali. Niliambiwa nitafute hii. So let me do this nilipe deni.
Okay.
Extremely disruptive situation for thousands of passengers who've had to cut their trips short, or as he said, are asking for refunds. Sticking to the passengers, more than 10,000 of them remain stranded at various airports in the country as Kenya Airways pilots went on strike early Saturday, demanding better working conditions. Huge queues at the departure points at the airports were witnessed for the better part of today, with many travelers learning about their cancelled flights when they showed up to check in. In a statement this evening, Kenya Airways said 53 flights were delayed and directed pilots who were on published rosters to report to duty, saying they were participating in an unlawful strike and risked disciplinary action, which includes dismissal from work.
At the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, dozens of frustrated passengers who had arrived as early as 3 a.m. Saturday remain stranded inside the airport as their flights failed to take off. A Kenya Airways strike putting dents in their plans to travel.
We've been here for I think up to 4 hours or so, and there's no solution for now, and there's no one has actually come to address anyone here.
We just found out this morning, and luckily we got a driver to bring us here and put us in the queue. So we have to line up for I don't know how long and try and wait till there is another flight.
With time running out, infuriated passengers ran out of patience, pouring out their frustrations to the management while addressing the media.
I can't calm down because I'm up there, and so you come up here with me. It's called emotional intelligence. If you have issues with your government, go deal out there. I'm doing business with you. I bought my ticket. So deal with me. Deal with me the way I deal with you. I gave you my money. You fly me back to Ghana. Okay? So on that same agreement that you have a problem with your government, I got issues with you too. Because you should have thought about me first.
We are standing for 2-3 hours. This is your hospitality. This is it. Land of innovation and technology. You can't send an email. This is it. All your pilots got sick in the morning. This is it. It's terrible.
Tell them to do something, because they're going to spend more money. Imagine if everyone gets a refund. That's a lot of money, waste. Imagine they have to book hotels for everyone here. It's a waste. So they can just come into an agreement and just save up money for themselves. Because for me now, flying Kenya Airways, I don't think I want to try it another time.
Kenya Airways management, which termed the strike as unlawful, apologized to passengers, saying it will do its best to minimize the inconvenience, which will in some cases include transferring them to alternative flights.
I would like to apologize to the passengers who we have inconvenienced because of this unlawful strike.
Kenya Airways is doing everything possible to assist them. Those who are connecting to other destinations, working with other airlines to do so.
As the evening beckoned, the passengers were yet to be booked into hotels, with the KQ management saying that most of the hotels within and around the airport were full.
Unfortunately, most of the hotels in Nairobi are full, so we are trying to get alternative means of accommodation for the passengers who we are not able to accommodate.
Mind you, they are telling us if it doesn't happen right here, we need to go and look for accommodations for ourselves. And that's the worst part of it.
Without any other assistance, that means I'm really stuck. I've been sleeping here like a hobo on this concrete. It's been very tough.
The The situation was replicated at the Moi International Airport in Mombasa, Kisumu International Airport, as well as Eldoret International Airport. Passengers, both domestic and international, remaining stranded.
Haya, maoni fupi fupi. Tunaanza na nani sasa? Mise.
Asante, but I just wanted to comment on a few things Roba talked about and Alex. I think, Roba, you talked, I mean, there are a few things that I wanted to mention that it is true that the Kenyan system, the way clustering was working, Unapata, you really wanted, I'm one of them, I wanted to go to a different course, and then I ended up going to another course because that was where someone thought, because of the grade, that you will fit. I think that actually takes away the passion and dream of many students who want to be, some want to be engineers, but they end up being placed in maybe social sciences. So I think that kind of clustering is what really defeats the purpose of education in our country. And then also, Rob, I wanted to tell you, Kenyan education is actually highly valued out here. Maybe the example you gave for if you look through world education system, you will, through WES, when you're doing an evaluation, you realize that Kenyan degree is actually given a lot of lenience. If you look at maybe the example you gave in terms of maybe someone becoming a physician or a doctor, you realize some programs here are second degree, law, medicine, and other courses, pharmacy. They are second degree programs. They are not first degree programs. Unlike Kenya, where you can go straight from high school to university to study maybe law. Over here, it's a second degree program. So that is the difference in education. So like Julia was actually, I agreed. I was also disagreeing with you, Robert, that Kenyan education, even there are many ways anyone who has been educated or comes from Kenya, even through immigration.
Please, don't misquote me. Don't misquote me, my friend.
Okay,
I
so
never said that. No,
if
stop. You guys.
If I misquote you, you will get the time to respond, Robert. But,
no, you can't do that.
But a general comment that I was making, general education, Kenyan education is highly valued, and we are highly favored in very many ways when it comes out here. Right now, the people who are coming from Kenya, for example, who are nursing students, they get a certain lenience, unlike people who come from other countries where they are not considered to be English speaking or first language of instruction being English. The other thing I wanted to say, there is systemic discrimination, whereby when even in universities here are in the business of making money, and there is something called grade carving. A lot of people get that. When you're enrolled in a program, you realize that, and maybe Kuseo, from a perspective, and Robert, from a perspective of a lecturer, you will tell us that more. But I did realize that there's something called grade carving, where the professors will have, maybe if you have 100 students, at the end of them, you will make sure that maybe 10 have A's, maybe another 10 have 20 have B's, maybe others have like C's, and maybe the others fail because when they're going to re-enroll in the program, they are going to pay for the program again. So it's a way of making money. I was in a university of about 60,000 students. I did see that a lot. So that's something I wanted to mention as we proceed in this discussion. Now, in terms of what we have witnessed, the KQ, I think it is unfortunate that the government is not acting swiftly. The government always must have a plan B, because this is an image of the country. You've heard, I like the lady who spoke there. She said that we're going to lose at the end of the day, as a KQ is going to lose a lot in terms of rebooking these passengers, making sure they have given them accommodation. If you remember, a while ago, there was a law that was passed through IATA, the International Aviation something, that was saying if you miss your flight by either you are late or you are either you are late or by any reasons, you shouldn't be asked to rebook again the whole fare. You should be given. You should actually either be penalized, even if you missed, even if you didn't show up. You should be just penalized instead of paying the whole fare like it used to be. And that is something that came, especially here, it came into effect from the month of June. So what I'm seeing KQ is doing is not, first of all, we are not very effective in our services as a country. If you go to Ethiopia, you will see a lot of Ethiopian airplanes that are there. If you go to almost every airline in Ethiopia, a few. If you go to Heathrow, you will see a lot of British Airways. If you go to probably other countries, you will see their planes are more than the other airlines. So I think understanding that we are very weak internationally in terms of providing these services, I think we KQ has positioned itself in a compromising situation that will even lose its clientele base as opposed. So it is not fair. I think the government should look for another way of resettling this quickly in order to save us from an international image. Thank you. Let me stop there for now. Thank you.
Yes, Julia.
Okay, I wanted to react to them to Roba about the kind of training. I didn't think the Kenyans are really well trained. And I mean, I'm talking from a point of view as a teacher. I don't know about the doctors. That when the teachers come here, they sit for some tests for certification and they pass them with match. I haven't had any teacher from Kenya who has failed those tests. And it's a procedure. It's procedural for them to get certification to teach in some of these states. So it's okay for them to be asked to sit for those tests. And they pass with match is. Now, talking like a teacher, I have come across Kenyan students who have come from Kenya and they studied in Kenya. I don't think those kids are genius, and some of them are in the high school, but they perform exemplary, Robert. They are too good for the kids they got to.
Julie,
So
you guys stop misquoting me, please.
Okay, Robert, allow me to finish, then you respond.
No, because you guys, you keep on putting some rumors on what I never said. I said this way. I said when it comes to medicine, okay? I've said our government, more especially case who come there, the doctors, and I have examples, and I can even bring somebody in the show. The problem is they have the theory part of it. But most of the time, when it comes to practical part of it, they don't have like the equipment, like the modern equipment, like use of modern equipment. And some of them, they are lacking on the wraps they use in Kenya because of corruption. That's what I say. I never said that the Kenyan education is not. The Kenyan education is one of the best in the world. We know that. Yeah, but what I'm just saying is, when it comes to things like medicine, the way it is, our guys, they do theory is very, very good. But when it comes to practical part of it, we don't have equipments and other things like the modern technology and other, because maybe something was allocated to be bought, but something, if you get it, it was never bought. If the internet itself is missing from campus, like somebody was saying, how do you expect a machine or an X-ray machine or somebody there, some of these things they use, which I might not know? I'm saying it because I have my two cousins who are just here. They have gone through the process, and now one is already working in Orlando. Because the theory part of it, they are very good, but it comes to the thing I just said, they have to go to the training. I never say that Kenyan education is something which is poor. But also what I was telling you was there are some people who went through the process. Like somebody I told you came here like nursing, he couldn't pass an exam. Some of these exams not like because he's not prepared. Some of the thing is it includes some, the way education goes. You have to healthcare in the United States and other things. Somebody you have to prepare. So it's a very different animal. It's not like somebody our education is poor. No, it's not.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Robert. So I think you're talking about technology, and I think that's true, that maybe these doctors have not come across the technology that you find in America. But the same thing, if you take American doctors to Kenya, they will have a challenge because they don't have experience with tropical diseases. In fact, they'll have a big challenge in handling those tropical diseases. So if you ask the Kenyans and they see the American doctors, they will say, these doctors don't know anything. They never went to school. So I think maybe if you speak about technology, then we'll not say those people have poor training is because they don't have that technology in their training. That's what I would like to put it. About what Makiadi just posted about the strike, I am seeing the reaction of the passengers, and I want to agree with Misa. It's a shame. I don't know how we are going to recover from that. After that, I don't know how KQ is going to recover. I don't know what the members feel. Asante Makiadi.
Kuseo alafu tuende kwa Ndemba.
Yeah, thank you, Richie. What I wanted to say is that you see the people who are supposed to be solving this strike issue, they are talking too much on the consequences. Now, the consequences, the embarrassment and the what have you, the loss of 300 million a day, sabotage, these are things which are known in the case of these labor things. They are known to be there. The issue is the extent. Right now, people should be concentrating in solving the problem. And as I told you, you cannot solve this problem on the streets. One of the main reasons why it cannot be sorted like that is because the issue, the demand of the pilots is not entirely monitored. That is a very big shift. Now, the Murkomen ought to have did everything. And I said they could actually have gone to the boardrooms, kneel before the officials of this pilot, the body, the association. Is it the, yeah. And plead with them to find a solution for continuity. They could then could have settled on a go slow rather than a complete lockout. But they had let things go too far, and then they are trying to sort these things by talking to the press. It is not going to help. The pilots are demanding removal from office of certain officers. There is no middle ground here. There is no middle ground. The strike should never have reached this level if they were understanding enough. And as I said, strikes have been like this, and they have been all over the world. Why the Murkomens did not even bother to check how the other strikes across the world have been sorted, I don't know. He goes there and starts threatening, they have plan B today, tomorrow by 10. You don't give ultimatums to a strike of this nature. They are not demanding a salary increment. Thank you.
Yes, Ndemba.
Yeah, probably want to start with what Kusera said, and then I move on to what Roba was saying. One, Kusera, I want to agree with you. I think it is such kind of approach and attitude that led to, there was a strike some time back where doctors went on strike, and there were Cuban doctors that were allowed to come into the country as a stopgap measure. I think such kind of advisors were the ones who advised the Uruto government to do that then. I also don't agree with the approach they're taking. Though they say in a negotiation, you start with the extremities and then you keep pulling towards the middle. So probably that's the approach they have taken, that they are first of all now pulling to the extremes, and then now they start, because if you budge immediately in a negotiation like that, you are likely to budge into all the demands that the other person expects. So in such a situation, it probably on the face of the media, they might be pulling, first of all, from the extremities, then hopefully behind the closed doors, they start closing ranks. So it is a give and take thing that probably they are going to do. And the unfortunate bit is, like what one of the passengers has said, is that some of them may have to sue to be reimbursed. And the other unfortunate thing is that whatever reimbursement, remember KQ is funded largely by the taxpayers' money. So that money is likely to again ripple back to the same people that we are talking about here, whose children will not be paid for their monies as school fees, and therefore they have to look for money to pay school fees, who have also to dig deeper to pay the taxes. And so, the eventual person who is going to hurt. Secondly, is on Robert's thoughts. Robert's ideas have been debated widely, and basically have led into some persuasion that there are some people of the school of thought who are more of Euro optimists and Afro pessimists. That if it is from Africa, it is bad. If it is from the US, it is good. And that has led into serious questions and debates. Well, we can appreciate the level of development and growth that has happened in the West. It doesn't necessarily mean that they know everything, like Julia has suggested. There are some tropical diseases that might not be addressed well by even a doctor who has pretty much qualified extremely well in the Western environment. That's why for some universities, they propose the exchange programs where they allow these doctors to go and have physical experiences in some of the areas that do not share the same climatic conditions, because there are some of these conditions that are there in Africa, but they are not so much well captured, and the doctors training purely and specifically in the West might not really address them. There is, yes, the technological part. Secondly, Robert, there is a difference between a professional requirement and, of course, the academic process that someone goes through. In the US, there are certification, processes where you have to sit for exam for you to be certified. Some of them are state by state, some of them are federal, so you have to sit for them. So someone leaving Kenya as a doctor, you may need to come in and sit for certification courses for you to even, and even some of them may have to sit for that so that you are even admitted to probably restudy some of the things that you studied. That makes it sad for some of them even to, to say that you want to go to the US and maybe be a doctor, because you can't come from Kenya as a doctor and just come to the US and start treating. You have to go through the certification, and some of them may be state and federal, state by state or federal required. So we might need to also demarcate that and appreciate, do we have a problem in our education system in probably Kenya specifically, Africa in general? Yes, but do we still produce some of the best people? Yes, there are a number of people, some of the great doctors that have featured in some of the great discoveries are African, mostly West Africa. So we need to also give it to that. Finally, I want to comment on what Julia was saying. Julia, our problem is not the few that join the university. The Kenyan education problem are the many that remain without joining the university. So probably I want us to think. Yes, a few of them have joined the university. We have said that 10%. We have 200,000 people who sat for KCSE. 20,000 have joined the university. The other 180, where do they go? What do they do? What happens after that? That creates a bust, that you're going to have in a society. And if that is not addressed, however much you may want to say that we want just specific people to be joining the university, yes, you'll have those ones, but the 180 are going to be a problem to those people who are going to join the university. And that is the problem that is facing us. The problem in about 4 years, you're going to have 20,000, times 4, who probably will have graduated and no job. And then you have another 180 who didn't join the university, which is also now a problem because we have not even followed them to know where they went and what they do. So that's a societal problem. So we need to look at it wholesomely, in my view, other than just focus on, insisting that we just want people to join university, C+ and above, join, be paid for. The rest should go sort themselves out. They're not sorting themselves out anywhere. They are still within our society. I give it back to Makiadi. Thank you.
Okay. I can see, Roba, you want to say something before I move to the new panelists?
Yeah, let me just say, okay, Temba, I agree with you. Maybe, in fact, our education is one of the best in the world, maybe the best in Africa. We need to make some a little bit of adjustments, more especially when it comes to things like medicine, when it comes to medicine. On Kenya Airways, let me say this. I've been saying here for a long time and saying, personally, I hate when the government is involved in a business. And you see what's happening right now. So imagine if Kenya Airways was a private thing now. We couldn't have these issues. But because the government is involved, it's not going to be solved. Some of you are in USA, Canada. Do you know USA doesn't have an airline as a country? They don't. Everything's private. And that's why if there's an issue, they're private. The company is solved itself. But this idea of the government coming in now trying to say it was economic sabotage from maybe the next thing they are saying is Israel went there and told us, you just watch. You just watch. The way it was handled is really bad. Very, very bad. I wish it never, when I see those people, some of them, they will never fly on that airline again. And that's how you lose business. And that's now how the government of Mr. Ruto is handling business. Means you might just shake your head. But this is what it is. It's a failure. It's going to be a failure. And that's how they will do things. I don't like what they're doing. Thank you.
Aya, naona Chaka amekuja. Alex, you have something to say before we go to Chaka?
Yeah, mi nataka kutoka, tulikuja hapa kitambo na Francis. I hope mtakuwa mnakuja kila siku mtusaidie na Francis. Sisi tuna soja on Temba, hata kama ulituacha. I'm glad to see you in a nice suit. That's a nice tie. Welcome back. I wanted to say two things. First of all, Roba, if we are not careful, and I think I never thought this was going to happen, Kenya is going to hemorrhage all the nurses. The rate at which we are recruiting our nurses to this country, it's appalling. And they have found out that the Kenyan nurses, the same thing that you are saying that the medical part of it, I'm telling you, the Kenyan nurses are now a hot cake in these hospitals right now. The recruiters have now gone to Kenya. They don't want any Philippines. They don't want any Cameroonians. Actually, on 11th and 12th, they are in Kisi. They want to recruit all of them that have degrees. If we are not careful, we are going to hemorrhage all, and people are applying en masse. They come here, they're given a salary for 6 months, they're given a new car, they're given a house, and their families are filed for. So you're going to see what you have just refuted, that in the medical field. I may agree with you when it comes to the doctor issue, but that was also very discriminative. They were trying to avoid, you know, a lot that kind of hemorrhaging of other countries, because I think there is an agreement worldwide that you just can't get the human resource from another country and then just log it here and you leave them like that. But for the nurses, if we are not careful in Kenya, I'm telling you, even teachers, they are coming in this country like crazy.
Alex, one evidence in one school, you have one school that has about 3-4 Kenyan teachers, Kenyan only. Kenyan. I'm talking about one school in America.
Yeah, I saw that advertisement in Houston and Dallas. Right now in Houston and Dallas, the Texas government
even in my school,
recruiting
we have 4
teachers. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
We have 4 Kenyan teachers in my school. 4 Kenyan. I'm not talking about Africa. 4 Kenyan teachers, and that is a trend, Alex. Just as you finish, I will allow you to finish. You think about this education funding, Alex. So what's going to happen to our trained, skilled manpower?
Yeah, and then the KQ thing, I will go mathematically. That we have been told that they are losing 300 million a day. I don't know if that is true or not. Then I questioned myself. This is a company that files bankruptcy every year, and they are making a whopping 300 million a day. Where does that money go to? And Temba said this is a publicly funded company. How do you publicly fund a company that is making 300 million? Something is not adding up there, Temba. We need to be explained something. 300 million, and then you file for bankruptcy every year, and then we fund you. I think there's a game we are being played there. Now, the thing is this now, Makiadi. If the strike will go for 3 days, which I see tomorrow they are not able to resolve, we are going to 600. By the 3rd day, we are talking about 1 billion. Now, we cut the cost of education. We are not going to fund our education because we don't have the money. Then you allow these people to go to strike. Now, that 1 billion that you have made a loss within 3 days, it could have helped fund the education of our country. So that's the conundrum that we are having. We think that we are saving here, and then we are mismanaging some of our best companies. Now, so you try to save here, you make losses here. So in the end, I think they ought to really start governing and managing this country instead of playing politics. Si maneno ya kesho kuanza kwenda kuomba without resolving hii kitu ya KQ, si basi waombe waseme ni maombi, tuone kama itasolve. Mise, I mean, hii maombi ya kesho waache kabisa before msolve hii maneno ya KQ. Thank you.
Before nipatie Mise nafasi kuongea, I just want to add to what Alex has said. I don't know if you guys have the information on what's happening with KQ. Turns out that KQ has less than 5 planes as a company. All these company planes unasikia zimekuwa grounded. Most of them have been leased by KQ. Kuna wale mabwenyenye Kenya ambao wana provide KQ na engines, so wana lease. They also lease engines. They lease the planes themselves from outside, and majority of what is coming there is just to pay for the manpower that is provided. So basically the company is running on a nutshell. It does not have planes of its own. It looks like most of the fleets zenye KQ ilikuwa imenunua wakati walianza kuenda vibaya, they sold them, and some of the companies zenye zilinunua ni akina Oman Airlines and other companies. So this company, basically KQ, is like a cash cow. Ni mali ambapo mabwenyenye wanatumia jina ya serikali in terms of kuita brand like a brand, Kenyan brand, but in real sense hakuna pesa ambayo inaingia kwa serikali. We are paying people We are paying private investors who have inaitangwa kusaidia, hata si kusaidia, tumeomba ndege kufanya biashara, hatuna ndege zetu sisi wenyewe. Now that is one issue. Number two I want to talk about is the issue about funding public universities. I don't know if you guys have looked at the kind of money that our political parties have received. It was in the papers today. And I want you to tell me where our priorities are. I'm looking at the list, niko na list hapa. UDA imepatiwa 577 million Kenyan shillings, 162. Orange Democratic inafuata na 308 million, 260. All the way, it's about more than 20 parties, which the last party ambayo ni Justice and Freedom Party inapata around 277. So mi nauliza, what is our priority? Should we fund political parties ambazo hazitusaidii na anything? They don't help us in anything. Hizi political parties are too many and they don't bring any hazina manufaa yote, because these same politicians wakichaguliwa, they shift from one party to another. So the essence of having a political party is useless in Kenya. But we are able to fund political parties. We can spend, this is over $1 billion, my friends, because if only UDM and ODM is about 800, then Jubilee Party adds 135 million Kenyan shillings, then Wiper 72. So the first four parties zimegobble over 1 billion Kenyan shillings. Alafu CS or education anatuambia hapa they can. So if it's a public university and there's no input from the government, why should we call it a public university? Because the essence of having the name public there ni kwa sababu the government is involved in the upkeep of that, the expenditure, I mean, funding the government, I mean, funding the university. So if we pull out the funding, then these are no longer public institutions. We have to find another way to make sure that these institutions are running. But I still ask myself, what is the priorities? Should we put our priorities in stabilizing and funding political parties and political ideologies that people who run on these political parties do not even believe in? Or should we put our money where we can see, you know, Alex, I just talked about that, and Julia, I'm happy. Wacha nurses wenye wametoka Kenya kufanya hizo diplomas kwa KMTC wapate kazi nje. That is how we are going to build these people who have been neglected. But if we leave everything to our country as it is right now, you know, with the leadership, these guys have no plan whatsoever. Missy, you can go ahead and do your...
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly, so that I can allow others also to contribute, just to give into what I think Alex was contributing towards what Robert said. You will realize a lot of people that we have in the government and private sector now in Kenya, the majority are from India. So you find someone goes to India, studies medicine, comes back, or studies law, comes back, and when this person gets a license to practice in Kenya, either through the back door or some genuinely get that. Now, when they come out, take for instance, if you study law, for example, in India, there is a degree for 2 years, for 3 years, and there's a degree for almost 5 years, 4 and some change. But when you come to a country, let's say, for example, Canada, when you go through the evaluation process, you realize that if you sit, the NCA will give you courses. The National Committee for Accreditation will look at how many years of your degree that you had. If you had 3 years, for example, they are not going to give you the same courses someone who sat for 4.5 years, almost 5 years, plus the experience. You're not going to sit the same exam. So these dynamics actually also make us, you know, unaona mtu ametoka Kenya anarudi nyuma. Na unaona some struggle even to pass the exams, and that makes us look like we are incompetent. So I want to also agree that the training, Roba, you are saying, what you are saying, like what Simbarat wants to do in Kisi by setting up Kisi to have an institution that is well equipped, the equipments that we have out there, so that when the nurses are trained, they will go out there and they are labor ready. When doctors are trained and they go there for placement, when they go out of the country, they are labor ready. Another thing is that also our government also has not made the effort to negotiate on our behalf, because some other governments like India has taken a step to negotiate with countries like Canada, and the way they are evaluated slightly is different from the people who are coming from Kenya. So to me, I think our government also has a role in this to help us, so that when we come out here, we can be able to get into the market by getting certain exemptions because of the earlier negotiation that they have made, diplomatic arrangement that they have made. I think that is what I wanted to add there. But also, I wanted to remind what Julia said earlier, that if you come from Kenya with your B minus, B minus, A minus, or B, you can get admission directly to the university here, even when you come from high school or college. So really, there's not a barrier for you to get into the system. You have to understand the Kenyan system is more academic, and when you evaluate the people from an academic angle, they are okay. But when you look at them from the social aspect of it, they are missing a lot, and that's why I think they were trying to introduce the CBC curriculum-based, competence-based curriculum, so that they can match the international standards. Thank you.
Okay, Ndemba.
I just want to highlight on what Misa said. Misa needs to give us a demarcation between the training curriculum expectation that now allows people from India to easily be assimilated into the Canadian system, as opposed to saying that they are given a little different way of assessment. It is not about a little different way of assessment. They look at what is the content coverage in your country of origin. For instance, in the US, there's what you call NCLEX. Now, NCLEX is also done in India, right? So it is the same kind of entry for nurses, entry exam for nurses to be assimilated as a nurse. So if the Indians can be able to do the same NCLEX exam in India, when they come here, the entry is is easy. The transition does not take as long as it would someone from a different country. But even nurses from Kenya, if they can do the NCLEX and pass, they are able to be assimilated in even in the US and someone else. That's why they are also having those recruiters. Another point that I needed to say is there's nothing wrong in exporting labor. The only thing is about what Mr. said. What are the negotiations that you are having as government to government? Exportation, like in Africa, you have America exporting labor, and when they come to Africa, they call them expatriates, and they are paid a lot of money. From other countries, they also come, they export their labor to these other countries. So that is normal. For instance, in Kenya, the last time I was talking to some of the people who qualified as teachers, Julia will correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know, TSC probably employed 5 years ago. So, and is it true, Julia? If I'm wrong, you'll correct me. I don't know.
No, TSC employs on regular basis. I think they don't take more than 2 years, especially for high school teachers. The people who have not been employed for a long time, Demba is the primary school teachers. I think those ones, I don't know, it could be more than 5 years.
Yeah. So that's backlog. So you can imagine you've already have a TSC number, but you're waiting, and the training institutions have not stopped churning out trainees. So there's a backlog. So if you can find a country that can have a nice arrangement and it can accommodate the extra labor force that you have, I think there's no need of complaining. We need to appreciate, but negotiate for these people to have good terms, not terms that are going to hurt them wherever they go. Like when they go to, Qatar and other countries where you hear some of our labors that we have, exported, they are being mistreated and stuff like that. So there's nothing wrong in having that labor force being, taking it, exporting it. If you cannot accommodate the whole of it after you have trained it, because your economy might not be able to accommodate all of them after you have trained them and they are well trained, there's nothing wrong in doing that. Cuba helped us with some nurses, doctors. It was paid for. So in that case, I think we need to have a more structured deliberation that as we talk to development partners, as we export the labor, instead of even having those people at home and they are jobless. And of course, when you have someone who is jobless and educated, you can imagine what recipe you are creating. So we need to have structured, the Ministry of Labor and Foreign Affairs needs to have those kind of negotiations where you can export your labor. And of course, when they remit, whatever thing they get from outside there, I hear, remittance from abroad, it's usually very high. It helps your country. So that's what I wanted to say. Back to you, Maket.
Themba, let me correct something that you just said. Let me make it clear. I said, for example, in Kenya, we don't have a law degree that people go to school for 3 years. Okay. However, in India, there is a law degree for 3 years. Now they introduced it here and called it Juris Doctor. Now, however, if you study in North America, it is accepted and you sit for your bar exam and you are admitted. You are not subjected to the National Committee for Accreditation, all the courses. You are already exempted because you have studied already in school. You are just tested and you get licensed. However, what I was saying, in India, there are, and I'm not saying we don't have very good lawyers in Kenya and doctors, we do. But those who studied in other countries, when they come out here, their testing, their evaluation is slightly based on their, for example, we all know that we have an honorary degree and just a regular degree. An honorary degree, you need 120 credit hours, and just a regular degree, you need like 90 credit hours. So if you sat, for example, for just a regular degree, and you graduated with a regular degree, and I was actually in this case referencing to lawyers, for example, when you come to Canada, maybe the requirement is, because you sat for a regular degree, you have to sat for many number of courses for you to meet the threshold of being admitted to the bar. That is the clarification that I wanted to put out there, and I was particularly referencing law.
But Makedi, just I don't know. You haven't said anything so diverse from what I said. I said that course coverage is what determines what the other country takes. What is it that you met? What was your curriculum? What is it that you covered? What are the units? And that happens all over. Even in the US, when you come in, you want to join, probably you want to do a master's degree, you have a bachelor's. They'll want to look at your university will have to send your transcripts. They are going to check what is it that you covered. Did it meet the qualification and what you call the equalization? They do what you call equalization so that you can fit into this system. Then they see whatever you covered, does it meet the requirement of what they would consider to be that unit? Did you cover everything? So whatever it is that missed, you cover. So I think we are just saying the same thing. If they look at your curriculum and the coverage, and they see that it reflects what their coverage is, they'll definitely, their system, the way it works, it is not so punitive. They will not want to take you through the rigors of doing another course or degree, yet you had already covered that. And India particularly has had lots of development in terms of education. Remember, for a long time, we had our medicine being studied in India, law, India, commerce, India. So they have had a lot of, and right now there's a lot of influx of Indian, doctors and nurses coming over, and IT professionals getting to the US. It's so developed. And now with India getting into ruling UK Prime Minister, the relationship is also going to be very stronger. So India is ruling the world right now. Very soon they'll be giving a lot of competition to Chinese. So I think we need to really look at those areas and also push for our education system to improve on the curriculum to reflect on areas that will make our trainees not be punished when they want to pursue education out there. Let's not limit them to only the Kenyan market, like some of us want to do, that you only limit the trainees to the Kenyan market. Back to you, Makiat.
Hey, Julia, you want to speak? Naona Chaka amengoja mpaka kazima. Ni sawa tu, ongea.
Hata mimi I only wanted to speak because naona Chaka sijui ameenda wapi. Chaka, do you want to speak? If
Nipo, sijaenda popote.
Endelea, wacha aongee Makiat.
Nipo. Jambo la kwanza la haraka tu ni kumsalimia mheshimiwa Temba. Hilo ni la kwanza kabisa, kumsalimia nani? Temba, na awache uoga. Makiat mwambie Temba awache uoga. Asiogope kutoa maoni yake. Naona umeingia mitini baba, umetuacha pweke hapa. Sasa nashangaa anaogopa kutiwa uingie mahali ama ni namna gani? But kama ni masuala na kutafutia watoto, that's okay. Langu tu kwanza ni kusalimie tu, kwa sababu ni kigogo ambaye ulitumotivate hapa, ndio maana tumekita mizizi hapa, hatutoki. La pili ni kusema hivi, yani yangu atakuwa tu mambo ya haraka kwa sababu kuna mahali naelekea. La pili ni kusema hivi, kila mtu ana Mungu amempa kipawa chake. Nacho. Yani nacho ndo wale. Unaona? So kuna ukweli wa serikali hii. Rais wetu ni mzuri 100%, na muunga mkono 100%. In terms of politics, yuko sawa. Comes in terms of delivering ama leadership ama track record, hapo ndo kuna tatizo. Na unajua watu ukiwa mkuu ama ukiwa kiongozi, watu wanakuwa na ile kwamba wengine wanafanya role model, wazungu wanasema, wanaiga zile vijitabia. So sishangae haya mambo amemfanya Murkomen kufanya hivi. Yeye ni mzuri Senate. Watu walimkubali kutokana na vile ambavyo anawaka vizuri hapo Senate, utajua yes. Lakini ni tofauti. So tumeregea pale kwamba hizi degrees na mata zaidi. Kwa CSS degrees na mata. Na si kwamba ni degrees tu. Kwa watu ambao watakuwa wako out of politics, they're good. Kupewa hizi nafasi. Rudi wakati huu wanasema no, hata watu wakiona D+ anakuwa tu CS. Bora tu yeye ni mchapakazi na nini basi. That's the qualification. We don't need degrees in this government. So for real, hilo tusishangae kuona maamuzi kama hayo, ambapo hata mimi mlimaji hapa ningewakalisha tu, kwa sababu wanagombana pale ni wawili, wale maofisa na wale marubani. So ni kuwakalisha na kujua, kuangalia views za hawa, kuangalia views za hawa na kukaa. Wakati nikitoka kwa media, mambo nishapika kitambo, nishapata suluhu, nishaondoka pale. Yani unaonyesha pia na ukomavu wa nani, si kurudi tu kutoka mahali fulani kwa sababu umepewa cheo cha CS, unaona kila mtu anakiogopa. Sasa lidhania labda akifika pale pilots wote wataka kama miguu hivi, maana waziri ameingia. Hawa watu ni vichwa bana, si boda tu unavyotegemea. So uozo umeanza pale juu. Tusilaumu kwa sababu hili ni laana. Hao waliosema hizi ni serikali iliyochaguliwa na Mungu Temba wakati huo, kwamba kila kitu wanaamini ya Mungu. Mungu sasa hivi hataki kuchanganywa kwa vitu ambavyo havina msingi. Leo unamtaja Mungu, kesho unafanya kibaya zaidi. So sitakuwa mrefu, tunaelekea mahali kumtoka Junior, but zaidi nilikuwa nimsalimie Temba na nimwambie mise mwalimu wangu wa jana, kwamba kama anaweza chagua ubaya kwa ubaya tena kwa ubaya tena, nimwambie karibu. Asante.
Makiadi, naomba nijibu ni kwanza kabisa niseme Chakadume, asante sana, nimeshukuru na pokea salamu. Nipo mimi siogopi mtu, namwogopa Mungu pekee.
Utakuwa umeingia mitini mkuu bwana. Bwana unaambiwa na tunaelekea hapo. Ukileta ngwe kidogo, imebakia kidogo tu, ukileta sauti ambayo itakuwa sivyo ndani.
Mimi simwogopi mtu mimi.
Unapotezwa kabisa.
Jambo la pili, naona hapo Yufi Notieno pale chini anasema ulipotea kwa nilikuwa napiga. Hapana, mimi nipo kabisa. Nipo na tunaendelea kung'ang'ana hapa, tuko ngangari kabisa. Sasa sisi ni wale ambao tunakosoa serikali iliyopo ambayo inaongozwa na William Samoei Ruto. Kitu ambayo Chakadume amesema, something that we need to really know is when you hear Murkomen speak, they are already the choreographed statement. They have already talked about it. What also this guy is saying, the education ni kitu ambayo ameshasema pale, ambayo yeye anaenda sema hivi. So it's true, Chakadume amesema hivyo. So we need to agree with that and know that let's see how it is going to help, if it's going to help them run the ship. It's early and of course it's going to be rough, but let's see how it pans out. Julia, you were saying something before Chakadume Gami.
Yes, I was going to add to what you are saying. I agree with you. We need to look at the skills that are being trained in our schools. I think what maybe Roba was trying to say is just that you leave Kenya. I want to use a teacher as an example. Mwalimu wako alifundisha aje, look here, mise na choka, si ndio? Ile choka ya dust. Then you graduate KU, you have a Bachelor of Education, you are a trained math teacher, unajua hesabu yote na yote, calculus yote mpaka form 4. Yani unaimba kama wimbo unaimbika. Then you come here, you simama, unasema good morning students. Unachukua, they give you, there's a whiteboard marker, lakini kuna pia projector. Kwanza umepewa laptop, umepewa laptop. Now you're wondering what you are to do with the laptop. Okay, then unasikia hata attendance, you mark your attendance kwa your laptop. Umepewa app, like here we use something called Power School. Ati record your attendance. Those things stress me, Zemba, Mise and Makiadi. That I got the Power School app, I mark the attendance of the children. Stress number 1. Haya, nimeambiwa if I have discipline cases, I enter in another app. Stress number 2. Sasa stress number 3 ni watoto. Ati nimechukua whiteboard marker, nimeandika topic and I expect them to pay attention. I'm telling you, hawajui kitu kama hicho. First, you give them notebooks to write, they write. Lakini these children I brought them another style of engagement and more with technology. They're used to being hooked with technology, like you hook them with a video clip, something like that. You present something on the whiteboard, interactive stuff, and usually they want to do interactive stuff using technology. Sasa this is Julia, nimepewa hiyo laptop yangu iko na ma-apps hapo, that is stress number 1. And then I have not been preparing. Yes, maybe being a teacher in the recent past, maybe I may have interacted with a computer and made some few notes for myself, but not that maybe I'm sure by then I'm sure of making notes on PowerPoint presentations. And even if I know how to make PPT presentations, maybe I don't know how to engage things like engage some clips huko ndani nini. Yani huyu ni mwalimu ametoka Kenya. So if you look at that teacher, wouldn't you be forced to maybe think that teacher is not trained? It's just that teacher is not used to everything around them, and they need to be taken through something that then, but you won't comment.
Yes, I want to say, Julia, that teacher was trained.
Yeah.
And I want to pick out this way. I exposure to technology is not even here in the US. There are still people who might not have been exposed to that particular technology. So they do the training. The good thing about the country, the US, is that they are proactive in their approach to everything. So you realize even before introduction to that, you have what they call teacher development days, where students don't go to class and teachers are meeting to be prepared for. They have that a lot, all right? I went through school in Kenya. I didn't hear any day of teacher development day. So teachers were coming, and once they have been moved into a school, they stay there until they choose to retire, or the only time that they will go out is probably when you're having a drama session or music festival or something like, or when you close school. But you'd hear no intentional activities that will help them, facilitate them to be better teachers in class, which is what this country does to teachers. You are trained, you are put abreast, and you realize also they put a lot of emphasis on continuous training. Learning is continuous. You don't learn, and whatever it is that you graduated, you remain there for the rest of your life. So continuous development in your area of training, whichever area, either doctor, lawyer, teacher. There has to be that sense of continuous upgrading of information that you're having, aligning it to the current technology or emerging systems, what is happening. So it doesn't mean you are not trained. It doesn't mean you didn't qualify, but did you have that conscious development process that takes place? Now that could be missing, but it doesn't mean that this teacher is not qualified. So when you're being exposed, they say that if you judge me, I think you've heard that. If you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, you will say it's stupid, because a fish is used to water. And you see, if we want to evaluate someone on the basis of something they were not trained with, then obviously we will find them wanting. It's just like coming in, English is not your first language, but everything else is being taught in English. So definitely you'll find you're struggling. It doesn't mean you're stupid. It just means that it is not your first way of interaction with information. So if that would happen, probably you would score high. So I think we need to appreciate that if we are training universally for the people, we want to give them that base, prepare them to fit into any system. But when they join here, they come to the US, they need to be ready to align themselves to whatever it is that they are going to find in that area. Now, what Ms. is bringing out so strongly, which I think is also something they can consider. How about we continue having some conversation the way India has had? How come NCLEX is done in India? What is it about Indian nurses training that is not there in Kenya? Because you find that I've heard some people saying that they can only go and do their NCLEX in India, or you come to the US and do your NCLEX. Why is it that it can be administered in India and not somewhere in East Africa, not Tanzania? But when they want nurses, they are coming to Kenya to recruit the nurses. So there's some disconnect that we need to see why don't they bring therefore the NCLEX so that by the time the nurse is finishing their training, they can actually choose to register for that NCLEX, so that in the event they need to get employment, they don't need to think about paying expensively to move to India to do the NCLEX or go to another country. I think that's what the conversation I think Mise is also trying to push. Julia.
Yes, you're right. So I think, so my experience was that the one, okay, of course, they put so much stuff for me. It was too much. I couldn't capture everything. And the next few days, I kind of struggled. But I found myself even allowing kids to help me maneuver my technology, like my students. So that one was very helpful. And I think a number of years down the line, then, but I'm a very different teacher and I see things from a very different point of view. And I want to appreciate what you are saying. These people, they are okay. They are okay with you not knowing. They're just okay that you are a Kenyan teacher, you just landed. The only thing you can use is their whiteboard and their marker. They're just okay with that. And that is where they start. We have a wonderful Kenyan teacher and she's qualified, but she hasn't used this stuff. So we're going to help her. Demba is very right. These people are very accommodative. They are very okay. They will start with you from there and they'll make sure by the time they're done with you, you are doing so good in the way they want you to do it. And they provide with you with the resources, they provide everything for you so that you can do it, and opportunities. So this is wonderful, including scholarships, even to further your education. Yet you're a foreigner, yet you're not even sure if you're going to be here forever, whether you want to go back to your country. They will still go ahead and provide those scholarships. That is really wonderful. So I guess the Kenyan, I am asking myself, Demba, Mise, and Makiadi, why is Kenya so static? These people know they have gone out. I think our government officials have been touring around the world and they see these things, Demba. Why they won't do something about it in our country? The other thing about the exam you just talked about, the nurses exam, I think that is going to be done soon. Right now, I know some relatives who start for praxis. Praxis is, I think, it's done in some of the states in America for educators. There's praxis in Nairobi right now. They are doing praxis in Nairobi because they need to do praxis for them to get certification here. So the Americans and I think those who want to recruit more foreigners have taken that initiative. So maybe when that nurses exam will soon be in Nairobi. So that's a good thing. So yeah, we need to look at our education. How do our graduates come in? How practical are they? How practical are they? How are they fitting the job market, not just the Kenyan market? Asante Makiadi na Demba na Misi.
And Mr. needs to also correct something. Mr. Honorary degree is just given to anyone. Even you can get it. You don't need to meet any hours.
No, I meant honors. I mean, you know what I was talking about. Forget
I don't
about,
know. I'm
let
just
me tell
trying
you something. There are people. Let me tell you.
Mr. Hold on. Honorary degree is, for example,
I do know you don't have to attend. You can be awarded a degree.
You know, Julia
the very many ones that Raila has. So he has a lot of honorary degrees.
Many people have honorary. Hata Atwoli ako nayo. He's
yeah. So,
Dr. Atwoli.
But
Dr.
Yeah. Demba, yes, what I wanted to add alongside what you say. Think, for example, the kind of a diplomatic arrangement India's made with, for example, Canada. The Canadian government has regulates financial institutions. So what they have done, they have worked a program with financial institutions. For example, a lot of let's say pick one bank that has over 80,000 employees. Now, 80,000 employees cannot be really sustained in Canada in terms of mshahara. So what these guys do, they have made arrangements with colleges and universities. So someone will come to Canada for 3 months to come and study something like call center management course, right? So once they come here, they study, then they have a placement in one of these financial institutions, for another 3 months. After that, they will go back to India. You know who gave them money to come here to study here in Canada for a course of 3 months? And then they go to placement in one of the financial institutions. Then they go back to India and work in the call centers of these financial institutions. So what happens? Someone lives here in Canada, comes to Canada. The government has funded, given them money. They study. So visa is not a problem to get to come to Canada. So they go back to India, work in the very same call centers, which means they can understand and relate with the Canadian culture. And when they're speaking with a Canadian, they can relate and identify with these people because they have worked in placement here in Canada. And when they go back to India, when they go to those call centers, they can relate and work there and earn a salary, and they are able to pay back the government the money that was invested in them. Now, the other thing I wanted to tell you is, think about like immigration. How come that South America, people like from Mexico, can come as far as farm workers, right? Come and work in Canada and get a pathway to become permanent residents. Eventually, at the end of their assignment, they have an option of applying to remain in Canada. Now, whereas people from Kenya can come in as well and do the same job, because our government has not explored such opportunities in terms of immigration, so that they can also have our people benefit from such programs. There are programs that are called rural urban migration pilot projects that are primarily there to benefit people who can come and go to the farm. How many people we have in Kenya who can come and go to the farm, and at the end of the assignment, if their visa is like 1 or 2 years, at the end of it, they can apply. They have a pathway to become Canadians. So this is why we are saying we need to have our government going out there and pushing for our people. This way, we can get more and give back more to our country when it comes to paying maybe taxes and or remittances. So this is why I was saying we are limiting ourselves. And the people, Julia, when you say that these people have traveled here and they have seen, most of the time these people travel here. They come here maybe winter. You find like MCAs or senators coming here. They come here during winter. They go to hotels, they book hotels, and then below or the ground floor of that hotel is a hall. They get from the rooms, they go to the hall, they have presentation, PowerPoint presentation, they stay here 1 week, their money is gotten, they have allowances, and they go back to Kenya. What time did they have to get the exposure that you're talking about? And also lastly, Julia, I've seen a lot of teachers who come here. They also must be prepared psychologically that you cannot come straight from Africa and go to a class and start teaching. So the whole idea of they must accept that they might start from, they feel, yes, you have been in class maybe 10, 15 years, but when you come here, you might feel like you're starting afresh, like first day to go to class. They must be open and willing to learn. A lot of people think that when we are giving examples such as this, they think that we don't live in Kenya or we don't have any connection with Kenya. Most of us are in Kenya, maybe more than many other people are. And lastly, if you look at export processing zone, that, for example, the one that is in Athi River, if you see the way they process products, for example, jeans, a jeans that comes from jeans from Kenya that is sold in our supermarket here is about $60 or $120, just a pair of a pair of trousers, which is like jeans. Why wouldn't we also encourage our government to try and push for jobs such as this? Kenyans speak very good English. Why do we have call centers going to Philippines, going to India, going to China? These people who are struggling to speak English, when Kenyans can benefit from this. What is the work of our high commissions here? What is the work of the ambassadors? The foreign affairs minister, who should negotiate things such as this that can benefit Kenyans, and this will take away the burden of employment from our people. That's what I wanted to emphasize, and thank you for bringing it out, Pemba.
Makiadi, if you allow me, I want to just briefly highlight on one case of that I think I wanted to disagree, though he has already left, Alex. Alex brought the issue of, I don't know, missing marks as being a case of what has caused the backlog in the university and the intake. I think that's in my view is not the position. Missing marks is a case by case, probably university specific, not a wholesome indication like it was put, like it was the only reason that made the backlog take place. If we go back, Julia, in the early, I think 70s and 60s, people were being forced to go to the university. You know, you come from Form 6 because the resources then could accommodate. There was no cut-off marks. You know, a few people were going up to Form 6, so they all could qualify from 6. Get, I don't know, Division 1 and Division 2 were the highest then, and they would find themselves to the universities, the Royal College by then. So as the more people started qualifying for university, definitely resources could not handle. So the issue of cutoff marks was because of the resources vis-a-vis the people who are qualifying. If you have, let's say, the same room that was accommodating 6 people, and right now you have 20 people who have gotten, probably you say you are qualifying with a C- or a B+ or a C+. You have 20 people, but the room you had can only accommodate 6 people. What do? You raise the cutoff mark so that you can have fewer people coming in. So that was the introduction of the cutoff marks. But a few years later now, what happened? You had more people qualifying. And the resources were not, I mean, the infrastructure was not getting any better, any bigger. The resources were not getting any better. So what happened? They increased the grades further. So that you could have, I think, a B- to get to go to the university before they dropped it back, I think, to C+. But now what happened is that there will be a waiting time. So the people would wait. You know, there was always a backlog. Ruto came, and then the government then came up with the policy that had a double intake. Now, double intake, of course, brought in another pressure to the universities. So we need to appreciate the story of how it came up to where we now got to the point where now they say the issue of raising the marks, they could not raise the marks anymore. So they decided, let's now find another way of accommodating all these students as much as we can who qualify. And therefore the conversation around the private universities accommodating others. And of course now, as they say, the cartels came in and all that. So it was not, I think, issue of missing marks is specific to probably certain universities and certain courses. So it's not something we can just say that it's the only thing that led into the backlog. Did it sort the issue? I don't think so, because we still have more people qualifying and many of them still not attaining the degrees that they wanted. So it is something, a challenge that each government, I think, will have to deal with for a long time, because even as you keep on waiting, others are still qualifying, which is a problem. Machogu's approach, I don't know how it's going to affect the whole system. I wish that they say, like I think PLO said one time, use a hammer to kill a mosquito bite. So you don't respond to a mosquito bite with a hammer. It is a heavy thing for something that probably could have required more conversation with the stakeholders, all the stakeholders, maybe the parents, maybe the teachers, the universities. How do we deal with the issue? Because the issue is not so much about the students, is the whole issue. Who is going to pay that money? the parents? Where are they getting the money? You're still dealing with other things. So it needed a lot of conversations before you can come up with a solution that is long lasting. But as it is, I don't think that's going to be, it might be his reaction that the government does not have money. I wish they were, Makiadi, they were coming to give us a press conference tomorrow that as the government and the MPs and the ministers, we are saying that we are not going to take our salary for the next 5 months because the government does not have money. You know, those are the conversations. Now, Makiadi, to your point about political parties and getting their money, unfortunately, most of these things are political moves. You know, the political parties fund, for it to be given to UDA, that money is going to who? It's going to the same people. Yeah. And when you give money, the other one, if ODM or the others walk up today and say, because the government does not have money, we do not want that political parties fund, let it go back. None of them will do that. None of them will say that. They'll say they have to run. So it's a very tricky thing and balance for all of us, especially as the country and the population. But we are hoping at some point a conversation will take place. But as it is right now, Kenya is still not yet out of the woods. Back to you, Makiadi.
Makiadi, and then, but may I ask you people a question? I read the statement from Mashogu again, and I read it again. I'm still asking myself that I think, Themba, you may have gone to college in Kenya, and I think you remember we have those government-sponsored students that I was speaking about earlier. So we didn't pay the full fee that a student university is supposed to pay. I mean, it's like it was like a scholarship, and then you paid some little money. So I'm asking myself, this funding that the government is saying that they are withdrawing from the universities, is it that funding for the student? Because I do not want to believe that it is that funding. I don't know. I want to console myself that if I'm a student in Kenya now, I won't wake up the next semester and I'm told that my 100 and something thousand that was paid by the government, I'm going to pay it. I want to console myself, Themba and Makiadi. What do you think? Is that what Mashogu is referring to? Or what does it mean?
I don't know. Maybe in Themba you have, but what I can say is this. I believe there's a portion of the university budget that comes from the government. That's my own understanding. Like in the US, you know, there's that allocation of funds that comes from the federal government to probably public universities. It can help them with the day-to-day activities of running the university. So I don't know if it really means that students are not going to be funded anymore by the government. I have no idea, but I believe it's just about the government pulling out the funding that it normally provides for the daily operations of the university.
Again, to add, Julia, you know, the Mashogu not funding the university, it means, therefore, you know, students are funded by Higher Education Loans Board, not the university.
No. Higher Education Loan Board is a different thing. It's a loan board. It gives loans to students.
Now, they are the ones that the help is where the people, the boom and you get it from help. You don't get it from the.
That's a loan. There are two things, Themba. There's a loan you get from help that you will pay back. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then there is a financing that you get free of charge. You will never pay back. Because if your fee, let's say you are a student taking law, usually the fee is around 200,000 Kenya shillings per semester. It's very expensive, law and medicine. So instead of paying 200,000 as a government-sponsored student, you'll only pay something like 16,000. So that difference has been paid for you. It's like a scholarship.
Now, let me finish.
Mm-hmm.
So when now let me start from where you have just said. You have said 16,000. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, where do you get the 16,000? You get it from HELB.
Yeah, from
right?
HELB.
So according to you, the fees that you'll be sent to, you know, what you're saying is now the details that the university has.
Yeah.
But for the student, you're told, okay, fine, you are a government-sponsored student, you'll pay 16,000. That's where you start.
Yeah.
Then you go to HELB, it gives you the 16,000 you send to what? To the university. Now, what the government is saying, it is not going to be funding the university. So that means what? You said that you are paying 16,000. Your course cost 200,000.
Yeah.
So let's give it 20,000. So 180,000 that was to come from the university, that was to be paid by the government. The government is not going to probably support the university. All right. Now that means what? The university is going to transfer this money to your account. Okay. So the university transferring that money to your account, it means what? Your fees is going to go up. And so if your fees goes up, it means what? Your parent will have to dig deeper into the pocket now. So you'll still go have the HELB loan, it will be given to you. But the fees of the course that you're taking will be high. So you have to dig deeper if you want to do that course. Now that is a problem. Now, what Machogu is saying is the universities need to come up with innovative ways of funding themselves. Now, what happened a few years ago, some of them started the parallel courses, which meant self-sponsored students is like international students in the US. You know, when you are an international student in the US, you pay a lot of money. Now, when you are from the US, a citizen or like that, you don't pay so much per unit. So you pay for this person, you pay for those people who are from that country. So some of the universities had the parallel courses or self-sponsored students who could pay more, you know, and that way they were bridging the gap. But I think up to 2 years ago, they stopped that. So it meant that they didn't have any other ways of raising their money. Now that's where the catch is. As Makiadi is saying, yes, it will not be necessary, not saying that we stop paying the students. Actually, even when it was sending the money, it was sending to the university, not the student. So the student will still get his HELB loan. But now the problem is the university will have raised the fees of the course, which had actually started. If you realize, if you read the newspaper, I think towards the end of last year, just before election, the UON had already raised its fees. And I think Babu Owino, among others, were up in arms, saying that you cannot increase the fees because they're trying to preempt what now is happening. So I think that is where, in my view, my understanding, the catch is. And probably we are going to see a ripple effect once the university has not been given money and it is expected to still give the same quality of service that it was giving when it was being given money, then obviously it's going to transfer that to the student. The student is going to feel pressured, and you are most likely going to hear maybe a statement from the students' organization this week or next week. And then maybe after that, you start seeing a lot of strikes, probably from students and maybe from lecturers because they're not receiving their salaries because the money is not coming as they wanted. So it's going to be a ripple effect if it remains the way it is. If you're not given money, you're not teaching. If you're not teaching, the student is not paying, and the parent do not have money, then obviously you're going to see a ripple effect. That's what I think.
And with that, member, I want to ask Mise, is your boss trying to create a begging nation so that our children don't go to school? So if they don't go to school, they have no skills. They are unemployable. They are unemployable, so they have no income. So they are beggars. So we have a begging nation. Is that what your boss is trying to create, Mr. Mise? Now you've been very
Who's boss? Who's boss?
You are only those south of the Sahara. Mr. William Samoei Ruto.
I think if you look at what William said, I think if he's committed to that, it will be productive. I think if he is going to do to go the apprenticeship way, I think it's going to help our country so that we don't spend. Some of us are still paying through the nose of the loans that we took in school. We're still paying a lot. You pay in Kenya and you still pay over here. But when you look back, sometimes you realize that the money, the education that you probably are paying for, you're not using it now. But that being said, if I had the opportunity that I have today, I wouldn't have gone for a second degree. I would have just proceeded with what I had, and I would have saved myself the money that I would have spent in the second degree. I would have probably finished my loans, my education loans. So I think the opportunity that is being presented to the Kenyan students now, or Kenyans overall, that they will start going backwards from experience to class, I think is a good opportunity where people will learn based on the number of years and expertise that they have acquired, though informal, to make sure that they formalize it. I think that is a very good opportunity. And if a country makes education very expensive and inaccessible, then that government, if a government, then that government has not done justice for its people. The government is supposed to make sure that its people has good education, food security, and good health care. Those are the basic things that the government is supposed to make sure that they are available for its people. Thank you.
Yeah,
So did you say, Mr. That's an opportunity, or did you say I got confused somewhere? You ended up by saying that if a government makes education very expensive, then it limits the opportunities. Then you began by saying that that's the right move with Mr. William Samoei Ruto is making. Is that the right move?
All I'm saying is if he makes it accessible, he cannot say one thing. He cannot say one thing from and contradict the other one. In all honesty, if he's not doing the right thing, I'll be the first one to point or throw stones at him. But what we are asking is we want to make education accessible to all and affordable and accessible. So to me, that is a priority. If they are saying that they're going to make it accessible, and then they want to make everyone get this kind of certification, yet they make it very expensive for them to access it, then that is an upside down priority from the government.
I think I want to say this. I've never said a controversial statement as the one I'm going to say right now. I think the UDA government has shown us that post-secondary education is not important. That is a message they have sent every day to Kenyans. It's an insult to the people who spend their time and money going to colleges and going to universities. They have just tried to show all Kenyans that hata ukienda university ama usome college, whatever, that's just a paper like any other. And misi ukijaribu kutuambia hapa mambo ya apprenticeship, okay, utatrain watu apprenticeship, then what? Uwapeleke wapi? Because you're not creating jobs for these people, and the people that are being employed, even to the power, you've seen even the vetting process that has been going on in the country, and the people that have been getting these plum jobs from these government. These are people who have questionable papers, and you can listen to what what's his name, Wetangula said, that the education of CS Aisha Jumwa was not a requirement for her to get the job. So basically, they don't care about the education. Education is not important. Merit is not important. As long as you are loyal to the government of the day, then you'll get your things right. And so, Mise, you should also be giving us the alternative. If you give us the alternative to university education as being apprenticeship, and then after you train that person atoke hapo akiwa fundi, utamfanyia nini? Because kama hautamwandika kazi, then inamaanisha hana kazi. Na kwa vile we do not see any investors coming to Kenya. I mean, we have had all these negative reports about the state of the economy and all that. Everybody, even if the deputy president and the president himself comes out and says the state of the economy in mbaya, you are even scaring the investors, you know, because you're telling people that the stability of our country is in question. So we are putting our country into a situation whereby hata watu kufungua industries and all that investments zenye walikuwa wanataka kufungua hawawezi, kwa sababu wanajua these people kazi yao ni kufionza pesa. Rigathi akiamka kila siku anaongea vile walipata coffers zikiwa empty. Mpaka leo almost 2 months baada ya kuapishwa bado wanaongea mambo ya coffers kuwa empty. So I don't know. Maybe the only solution tumebaki ni hii Julia huwa mnasema hapa, watu wasome, nurses, walimu watafute kazi elsewhere. That is the only way we can be able to go around this issue.
Yeah, that makes Misa, you talked about something about farmers in Canada, and someone here called, I think somebody was asking you, Misa, that was saying that whatever you are saying is not as easy as you are saying. Misa, I hope you are listening. So I'm requesting you that please, can you make a presentation here to us one of these fine days and tell us about that relocation business for farmers and all that? Probably people will tell their relatives here. You know, information is power. I saw somebody called Joyce Canada. I've seen that clip, somebody who talks about immigration to Canada, and I think she's been giving people, she's been presenting a good conversation about the same. So can you just, as a request, you prepare some presentation, and one of these fine days you come and tell us exactly what to do, how, because I have had such a thing, but I am not sure how it goes. I also learned that there are some courses right now in Canada that you can study one year, 2 years, and from that gives you access to postgraduate work permit, which helps you get permanent residence. I also came across some courses that you apply for, and as you study, they give you a work permit, which means by the time you graduate within 2 years, you can go ahead and process permanent residence. That is Canada. I mean, in the recent past, I've discovered there are lots of Canada is becoming more favorable for immigrants than even the US. So maybe, Miss, I would request you that maybe one of these fine days, you can make a presentation. Like Demba is saying, there's nothing wrong with telling our people. There's somebody made an advert here, and I think tomorrow I may post it. Makedi saying me that thing that there's a farm coming to recruit nurses in Kenya, and also they are still recruiting teachers in America. And like I said sometime today, is that you can even now apply directly to become a teacher in the US. You just need to do tests for certifications, and the tests are now available in Nairobi. So once you do those tests for certification and you apply for certification, then you can apply directly to the districts and get employed. Or you can also use some firms that are recruiting teachers as foreign exchange workers. So then, but let us tell them these things. After all, life is becoming hard, very hard. And green card is shutting on 8th. So try that.
No, you're right, Julia. You see, that's why for some reason we had said we were going to have a diaspora focus here, where we are going to have people like me say on the opportunities and other things that could be available, and ways of things that people can do to expand their chances. You know, you don't have to hit the wall every time. Probably there's a window somewhere that is opening for you. So some of this it doesn't hurt to try. They say you miss 100% of opportunities you don't try. So if you can try, just try. You never know where your luck is. And when you hear such opportunities and you feel you would want to try them and maybe go out there and explore your other opportunities. They say the world is large. Whether you try or not, you will die. So just try. At least you say you died trying. So whichever it is, that there's the green card that is coming. There are so many things that you can do. If you can try elsewhere, that's okay. If you can still be in Kenya and make it, that's okay. If there are opportunities everywhere, we are not saying that you know necessarily you can't make in Kenya. There are people who have made it in Kenya in spite of the trouble. But again, you can always expand your horizon and see if it can work for you. I wish to say something though, like Makiadi was saying. I just asked a question a while ago. We have a certain percentage of people who go to the universities. We have people who don't go to the universities. A very huge percentage. Interestingly, some of the very developed countries have less emphasis on the degree. They have more emphasis on the skill that the person has. And you will find that in some cases, as long as you have the attitude, the skill, and knowledge, they are going to make use of you. So if we look at more of producing job creators than job seekers, it will help more our economy. Some of the countries that are really doing pretty well, and I think someone said, I think it's Julia who said that we probably have the highest number of degree holders. But a degree by itself is not the most important thing, is what it helps you to do. Now, what is unfortunately, some of it, like someone was saying, you clear your first degree, and then your parents will tell you that as you wait for something else, go do a master's degree. Well, it is equipping you with the master's degree, but it is also giving you a different thing. Your entry level into the job market is getting higher. And probably the job market might not accommodate you because your asking price at the entry level will be higher than what the job market can provide. So you find us saying that we have people with masters and PhDs who are not accommodated into any job place because they are overqualified, as it will be said. Now, when you show up, the entry level for a particular position, say if you are doing, say, Bachelor of Commerce, the entry level probably at, the person will come in at maybe at a normal manager, you'll be probably, they say, 20K. Now, if you come and you have a PhD or a master's, you'll say, I cannot be paid 20K. I want to be paid something commensurate to my degrees that I've gotten. So you'll say, I want 50K or 100K. Now, the person who comes in with a lesser qualification is likely to be employed, and you're likely to stay without a job, So because of the entry level, I think thought to it is that if you have done your first degree, get a job with it first before you start getting other qualifications, because they are likely to disadvantage you, especially if you haven't entered the job market. On the issue that apprenticeship and the technical courses, they prepare you more to be a job creator as opposed to being a job seeker. When we create a country of so many job seekers, it's like having the small cake and inviting more guests without baking a bigger cake. But if you have more people baking more cakes, then it's likely to fit more people. So if you can have people coming out as job creators, when they come out, skill-oriented courses as opposed to just knowledge-based courses that we have out there is going to be more useful to our economy. Yeah, so I think that is what is the focus, and the focus of TVET and the focus of CBC that you're seeing being pushed, that you're having people more looking at what can I create so that I can sell? What are you going to sell? Not like, what am I, who is going to buy me? What product are you having? What is it that you want to get out there so that you can push out there? Now, finally, Makiadi, you said, you saw Wetangula saying that Aisha Juma, the papers were not a consideration. That is true. I mean, he was just being truthful. Aisha Juma and the vetting process is a sham. I mean, we've seen it. Ruto is not doing anything new. Remember Uruto when they came to power? I mean, the vetting that came in and they started with Rashid Echesa. I mean, Echesa went to cry to us and said how he had been lifted from a D- to someone who can become a CS. So for them, is more of a testimony of how they can be lifted even when they don't have a degree to a certain position. It's more of a political position. And even the vetting process is not even vetting. It's a way of going around legalizing the appointment so that nobody comes out and says that these people were not vetted. So it's just a rubber stamp. Look at it this way. If you have already said that, even Gachagua comes out and says that if you work hard, you are rewarded. You have rewarded Wetangula with the speaker. You have rewarded, I don't know, that other guy from Limuru, Kambu, with the majority leader. Now, these other people who are coming as CSSs, they are also being rewarded. You know, so if how can you be rewarded as a speaker and then you refuse the other person who has been rewarded with the CS? So the vetting was just a sham. And I don't think we need to call it vetting. It was a process of just trying to legalize or maybe avoid legal issues when these people have been appointed. And that's the country that we are in. Unfortunately, it is not starting with Ruto. It started with Uhuru Kenyatta's cabinet. Unfortunately, even what we are seeing right now, I'm seeing something that has been posted about, Kalenjins being everywhere. Remember, even Uhuru's time, you would wake up and you hear so-and-so has been nominated, there is a Kikuyu. So-and-so has been nominated, is a Kikuyu. So-and-so. So it is a practice that I think he has learned from the previous, his predecessors. And he's just perfecting on it. Unfortunately, Ruto has learned a lot from Moi. He has learned a lot from Raila. He has learned a lot from Uhuru. So he's a perfection of what he has learned from all these people. And we are likely to see it just getting probably worse, or maybe we see, like you see, someone has shared something very interesting that all of us would probably want to picture out if you haven't seen it. You see the CSSs. And then, of course, in each of those ministries, you see a PS that is from the Kalenjin community. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, his PS, there's a Julius Korir. Prime Minister, Cabinet Secretary Mudavadi, there's a PS called Aurelia Rono. There's a Rono there. Interior, there's Professor Kindiki, the PS, Professor Julius Bitok. You see there's Treasury, Professor Njuguna, there's a PS called Dr. Chris Kipto. There's everywhere somebody who is coming in to represent the interests of the big man. Now you see that is not new to this. I can't remember half of the PSS in the Uhuru cabinet, but at least I remember Kibisho. I remember those some of those names that were standing out. So it's a system that he has carried from the previous regimes, and he's likely to perfect it. Back to you, Makiadi.
I don't think mimi niko na mengi ya kuongeza, labda tupatiane nafasi a few minutes alafu tuweze kutamatisha, unless anyone else has something. Mise, at least you can give us your closing remarks.
Thank you. I think, Julia, what you say is very important. I think we can organize, and I've seen people asking about Joyce Canada's contacts. I think we can organize and come a panel of experts, and we can talk about matters of immigration, and I'm sure it will benefit many people, as opposed to those who are just on the keyboard, just trying to, who hate people mostly who are abroad. But some of these things, we might.
And you invite hate to yourself. You don't need to
I don't
give a lot of
you see, at the
attention
end,
to
you see, remember, at the
such.
end of the day, someone hates, doesn't like hate, he or she changes nothing. But it is good to say that if you listen keenly to what people say from a positive angle. I remember one of my uncle told me something that changed my life. He told me, change your attitude from negativism to be positive in everything. And I think that really shaped my things and everything that I did. I saw a great change. So, like Julia, what you have asked, there are many ways of coming to Canada, and it is important that we use this forum more than even talking about Ruto and these people, because they already have jobs. They don't even know that we exist, but someone somewhere might get information from here, and that information can change their life. For instance, coming to Canada, there are like 5 ways, for example, to come to Canada. For example, you can use skilled worker, express entry.
Sasa tumeambiwa uta create nini?
Yeah, that's okay. I'm just mentioning.
Why are you starting
I'm just by mentioning them, but relax. So
tunataka kulala, imefika saa 7.
Yeah. I'm winding up. I was given an opportunity to mention.
Wewe enda kwa winding up, uanze kunini. Hiyo utapata nafasi, utapewa full hour uongee.
Yeah, so there are many ways to migrate, and you can. Did you know actually, Themba, that in Canada, if you have 5 family members, they can come together and combine income and sponsor a whole family to move to Canada. So such opportunities such as those is what we need to present opportunities here to share that information, and it's free, and people can benefit out of it. Other than that, it is good to talk about politics, but it's also good to use the contacts that we have here, like Themba. Now I'm gonna learn from your sense of style, and going forward, by interacting with you here. Next time I'll be coming fully dressed, having learned your sense of style. So that is one thing that that's one thing I'm going to utilize, and let us create a session. Our people can benefit. There are many opportunities that people can explore, and Canada is pretty straightforward. You don't go to the embassy where someone likes you or doesn't like you. You just do paperwork, and everything is paperwork, and boom, you're here. You get a visa and come. So let us find an opportunity. I can bring in Joyce Canada. I can bring in other people who are very passionate to talk about immigration, particularly, and people can benefit from it, and that will be we will be forever indebted for that. Thank you.
Yeah, Julia, closing remarks.
Okay, so can we set a date? I don't like to say we'll do this and we never do it.
Next Sunday.
Next Sunday, Sunday mchana. See, Saizi we are telling the diaspora. Can we come here when we tell the people in Kenya, when they are still awake?
Julia, since this is recorded, we can come. The earliest, the latest, the late that we can come here is around 10 our time. But they can later on get the information because it's available in the public domain.
I don't know whether they will be aware you'll be discussing that, because probably they didn't even hear that you are going to discuss.
We will advertise it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what we are agreeing on is Sunday we are going to give Missy an opportunity to talk to people about the opportunities in Canada. We can do a Canadian session first. Probably Missy atakuwa na some other panelists ambaye anaweza leta, and then we can move from there onwards, see where it will lead us.
So yeah, Makiadi, we can do focus on Canada, right? We can use it as focus as a focus. So we focus Canada, focus US, focus different places.
Yes, focus different because they are also even these Scandinavian countries. They are doing some really good things about just using these courses like cooking and all that, and they are having people enter those kinds. So there's good stuff going on. That's good. So that's good. Demba, at least we've agreed on something. Now
You haven't agreed on time.
What time, Makiadi?
If we don't have politics going late, then we can do Hubai itakuwa ni usiku Kenya. I don't know.
I was asking you people. Sunday situkuje mapema. Unafanya kazi Sunday.
No, you know, Julia. Unfortunately, if we do a Sunday, then on Monday people will be going to work on in Kenya. So I would rather we do a Saturday late-ish.
Yeah, Saturday. Yeah, Saturday.
Late-ish. So people have an opportunity to ask questions in the comment section. I mean, whoever is interested, because Kenya itakuwa ni Sunday asubuhi.
No, that's okay.
Okay, got you. That's good. So
and then I can confirm with you, Rich. I can also confirm. Let me find Joyce. What is it called? Joyce Canada. If we have to bring her, I'll also confirm who will be with me, and then we can do Saturday night is pretty good, and it is also good for us because if you're gonna need people to process for you, you're gonna pay us to process your application.
So already biashara unatafuta.
No, I mean, at the end of the day,
No, listen, Kenyans can't even afford those money.
Absolutely.
And you just have to make life easy. I'm even aware that there are colleges in Canada. I was surprised. A college like Niagara College in Toronto, admits Kenyans without IELTS because they know that Kenyans have gone through schooling in English. So they admit Kenyans without IELTS. Can you imagine? I looked up. They have a list of countries from which people can study in Canada without having to do IELTS. So there are lots of opportunities in Canada.
Yeah.
So
even York University, if you have a good grade like B and above, you don't need English test. IELTS is not mandatory unless you are going to law school where you are required to sit for law school admission test and other professional like medicine and pharmacy and so on. But most schools, if you're from Kenya, English really IELTS is not really mandatory. And even there are colleges actually.
Sasa umeanza to get into the details. Wacha tutaongea hiyo. We will give you an opportunity. We will not interrupt you. Hiyo siku tutazima microphone sisi ni
it's Julia. It's Julia, not me.
Okay, I want to stop there. I want just to say that this was wonderful. Please let me wind up. This was a wonderful discussion, and that is good information. And for Kenyans, for Murkomen and the government, really, I don't know where they are going, where they are heading to. Probably I don't even know what's going to happen to our dear Kenyans the next few months. Uhuru alituambia ametupatia miezi 3. Uhuru, wherever you are, please, you have to withdraw that because even 3 months are not over and Kenyans are so stressed. So if it's your words that are making us going through that, Uhuru, please go and withdraw that. However, I don't know what Kenyans are going to do. But my take is, and I said this yesterday, now the government, the county governments can do something about the situation in Kenya, even the issue of food shortage and food crisis. And that I watched a clip that Makedi played this evening where we saw Baringo people producing crops and doing good agriculture through irrigation. And I think they're using a borehole, Makedi. And those people are talking about collecting rainwater when it is rainy in a dam and doing better in agriculture. So those are the things that our county governments needs to do. So I am thinking, remember this is my take. We've been campaigning on an anti-corruption platform with the Azimio people, and we have Azimio governors. It will be a waste of time for Baba and Mother to have shouted so much. And then 5 years down the line, we find our governors have done literally nothing to benefit with our people. And maybe they're even implicated in corruption. So my desire is how I wish that Mother and Baba could summon our governors and give them a hard talk and come up with priorities or prioritize projects. And we can try and see how we can deal with the issue of food crisis in Kenya. Think about them buying corn and beans from Kisumu. Do you think we can have such a situation where tunasema yale maharagwe tunanunua imetoka Homa Bay? Can we do that? Can we talk about that the food we are buying is from Kisii or Nyamira or Homa Bay? I mean, can these people now live, do something about their food problems? I mean, if it is rainfall that has a problem in those places, what about Makueni? What about Ukambani? Can we talk about buying food from Makueni or Ukambani now? Can these governors do something? Just prioritize just one project. How I wish that could happen. Asante Makiadi.
Mi sina mengi ndemba tufungie show basi.
Hata mimi sina mengi, nimefurahi sana. I agree with you, Julia. Let's have those Azimio people. Azimio, actually, I wanted to go further, Julia. If Azimio is serious about taking leadership in 2027, they should have started preparing themselves right now and getting organized. That is if they are serious about taking leadership in 2027. I don't know if they are ready and if they are willing. We need to see a little bit more organized troop than it is right now. I don't see that happening a lot. I don't know what's going on, and I'm hoping that there'll be a lot more organization. Other than that, thank you so much, everyone, for showing up. Asanteni sana. Wacha tuwatambue wale ambao wamekuja hapo chini. Naona Kevin Orinda, naona Danny Darius. Father Danny Darius, vipi mkuu? Maombi kwa wingi. Let the council go to Homa Bay way and make some product. Yeah, one county, one product. Yeah, watu wa Azimio tafadhali endeleeni kutengeza the one county, one product. Msiache manifesto ikae chini. Mise, why is your background suddenly in Amuro? Just goes to show how fake you lot. Don't worry about Mise. Mise, usi respond kwa watu kama hawa ni wale ambao tuliambiwa. Hala wasikutishe tena. Faiza Fadila, good night everyone, good night, see you. Pamela Kelo, tumekuona. Thanks Temba, together we can. Yeah, tuko hapa Dorothy Brand, Azimio for life. Yeah, watu wa Azimio tafadhali ambieni Azimio ijiweke gangari kama wanataka kuwa viongozi 2027. We want to see a more organized faction. Jodinda, asante. Nani pia yuko pale? Namuona UFAO. Ulianza kuitisha namba sijui ya Amos ama ni ya Francis ama ni ya nani. Wenda hapo kaleta vita, lakini ndivyo hivyo tu. John D, tumekuona pale. Unani Sumbua, tumekuona. Shirawi, Suppliers Agency, we see you. Who else do we see? You see Kelly Collins, tunakuona, salamu kwa wingi. Tunaona wale wote mafans wa Azimio tunawaona kabisa. Tunawaona kabisa Betty, tunakuona pale. Tupigie hapo, naona mnapiga malike. Niliona Christine alikuja hapo mwanzo kidogo, nasikia ameshaoga akarudi akaenda soko. Wow, Akas, you are considering us. Kudos. Yeah, we usually say hi to everybody. Tunawasalimu nyinyi wote wale ambao wanataka kusalimiwa. Tunawasalimia nyote. So that it is a good way to end the show. Siseme sana, nyamaza. Nimenyamaza, sina neno. Aya, asante sana. Tafadhali, kama kawaida, tunateseka jameni, good people do something. Yes, Mr. is coming here next week to give you opportunities. And he's coming prepared to share with you what is there. Yeah, Mr. is bright. Mr. unaambua huko bright, kuna jamaa amekupa positive vibes. Positive vibes only. Mise Bright anasema, Bright anamaanisha ya kwamba sura imeng'ara, si ati wewe ni mtu ambaye uko na akili nyingi, anamaanisha sura. Usione, usiringe sana. Anasema yani sura hapo kuna vile umegongwa na mwangaza, umeng'ara. Yani hiyo ndio hiyo Bright amesema hapo. Sijui kama nimeipata. So thank you so much everyone. We really appreciate you. Kindly subscribe to Mutembei TV kama kawaida. If you haven't, go there, subscribe, alafu naweka notification such that every time we go on live, you're able to see us and you follow us. Then as you're following, also you share so that you can have many people coming to watch us here. Tuko hapa. You might not see us as often, but we are here. We are here. Tuko hapa like kama kawaida. Tuko hapa, tuko na Makiadi, Julia, Mise. Hawa ni watu ambao ni official resident panelist. Tuko hapa. Hatuendi, hatutoki, hatubanduki. Nishanga na nguvu when Mise is talking. Julia tunateseka, ma'am. Wewe enda kwa serikali ya Ruto. Ruto ndio president.
Ndemba hawa si mashabiki wa Ruto bana. Ukisikia wako hapa unajua tu.
Sema wanateseka.
Hawa ni wenyeji bana. Hawa ni watu wa Azimio, wanajaribu kusema wanateseka, muwasaidie na mawaidha kama mnayo.
This is coming on Saturday.
Kwa hivyo wewe jiandae. Mise tutakupatia hata ukitaka PowerPoint presentation, wewe utakuja nayo. We can share the screen, eh?
Yeah, focus on Canada. Coming up this Saturday in the evening, we'll have focus on Canada. Kwa wale ambao wanania na wanataka ku move to Canada, tutawaletea focus on Canada this coming week. We'll have a poster out hopefully, and we are going to share it to you so that at least you can give out more. It will be featuring Mise among other people. Watawapatia different perspectives and opportunities zile ambazo mnaweza kufuata. Msijali, Mise hata akisema atacharge, hata kwa niaba ya Mutembei TV atawafanyia kwa bei ya nafuu. Usitie shaka. Team Blue safi. Haya basi. Naona kama huja subscribe, tafadhali nenda pale subscribe kwa Mutembei TV, alafu endelea kuwatch. Kila siku tunaenda live from 9:30 up to late like today. Na of course panelists wanakuwa tofauti. Tuko na wengi ambao wanakuja. Hata wewe, you all need 4 things to be able to join: a working phone, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. And then you come here and the world will be listening to you. Ati Mise is bipartisan. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Mise is not bipartisan. Mise ni mtu wa UDA yellow ndani. Nilingoja nione jina lake kwa wale CSS. I didn't see anything. Kelele hapa tu bure, lakini hakuna kitu anapewa. Hata ile hustler fund hakuna. He's not getting anything. PS nothing. CAS itatoka after next week, nothing. So yeye ni kupiga kelele hapa mdomo tupu. Ni ati UDA. Anyway, huyu Mr. C bipartisan, huyu ni UDA kabisa ndani, mtu wa Ruto. Asanteni sana. Unapo subscribe kwa Mutembei TV, tafadhali pia subscribe kwa channel yangu, iko hapo chini. Wacha niwawekee hapo. Inaitwa Temba and Lulu Show. Tafadhali usikose, endeni pale mnipige boost. Kama kawaida. Hiyo pia huwa na utapata show kama uko na you just go there, Temba and Lulu Show on YouTube. Subscribe tafadhali. Tafadhali subscribe. Mise is equal to UDA. Now, national anthem, and then we tufunge pale. Makiadi, mambo ya Lingala tuliacha.
Hiyo tutarudia polepole kwanza. Wacha tutafutie watu mahali ya kuenda.
Unaingia unajua nafaa kidogo pia wanapigia Lingala ndio waweze kunini kidogo. Watu wa Motema Mabe kama huyu anaitwa nani, huyu Mise hapa. Tunawaambia
hiyo ni ya Black. Wacha kunipatia jina ya Black.
Naona kuna jamaa anaitwa Kirowo Peter anatuma salamu. Nimesalimika sana Kirowo Peter. Asante.
So, haya watu wa State House tafadhalini endeni maombi, muende mfanye baraka, inaitwa shagala bagara, inaitwa nini ile speaking in tongues huko. Alafu
Zemba, wacha kuharibu hiyo. Hata mimi nimesalimia Kirowa Peter, nimeona salamu zako. Hi Kirowa Peter. Waende wakuna mushere na nyama kule kwa nimesikia kuna mushere. Mise, did you go to eat mushere na nyama pale kwa Gachagua?
did not even receive an invite. He is just a noise maker here. Now,
I'm contented to where I am, so niko salama. Staki pesa ya kuiba, niko salama.
It is being said down there. Haya basi, naona tufanye voting. Naona kuna wengine nataka Mise aimbe not Mise, Julia aimbe wimbo wa East Africa. Sasa wale wanataka Julia aimbe wimbo wa East Africa, mupige blue. Wale wanataka Mise aimbe wimbo wa Kenya, mpige yellow. Sasa wacha tuone, nataka tu watu 10. Kama unataka Julia aimbe wimbo wa East Africa, upige blue. Kama unataka Mise aimbe wimbo wa taifa wa Kenya, upige yellow, upatie Mise hiyo nafasi. Haya, tuende voting chap. Piga blue kama wewe. Haya, blue imeanza. Julia number 1. Tuende kazi. Kirowo Peter. Haya, Mise hapo iko draw 1-1. Tuende kazi. Blue hapana, hiyo ni spoiled vote. Haya, Danny Darius blue.
To sing John
No, hiyo ni spoiled vote. Nasema upige yellow kama wewe ni wanani. Kirowo Peter spoiled vote. So saizi tuko na 3-1. Kirowo bana. Those are spoiled vote. Tuko na 4-1. Kirowo, okay, tuko na Kamino Rinda.
Wote wanapiga blue. Ni watu wanataka Julia, si ati wanataka kusikia vile Julia naimba.
5-1. Hapo 6-1. Ile imerudiwa si hesabu. 6-1. Kama hujaweka blue hapo, hiyo ni spoiled vote. So 6-1. Bado yani mtu mmoja tu ndiye anataka Mise aimbe jamani.
Hao watu wote wenye wamevote ni wanaume. Hao ni wanaume. There is no way.
Haya, 7-1. Bado watu watatu.
John Dinda.
Haya, 8-1. Julia, angalia isifanyiwe ile kitu kama vile UDA walienda akashika Chebukati ko. Haya, ya mwisho.
Unanisumbua. Mise amekufanyia nini?
Haya basi, twende Julia.
Okay, let me sing for them. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Makiadi. Thank you, Mrs. See you again. I'll be back here again next week, Saturday. And if I can, maybe within the week, but mostly Saturday. See you. Until next time. Adios.